Friends, I played and I reviewed 40 of the best indie first-person shooters that dropped in all of 2023, with a heavy focus on boomer shooters. And I compiled all of them for you to binge watch whenever you feel like it. Also, I want to thank you for the amazing support that you have given me in 2023. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would be where I am right now, this early into 2024. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you enjoyed these reviews. I will see you soon again. Welcome, my beloved first-person shooter lovers. Today we'll be diving headfirst into the brand spanking new pixely shooter, Diluvian Ultra. And your reviewer for today is no other than the most average gamer in history, Slim Bratsky from the winter wonderland of Sweden. Actually the same place that this game was born from. Now let's find out if this game is worth your time and buckaroonies or not. Let's do this. So what is this Diluvian Ultra? By the way, I hope I pronounced that right, because I have no idea how to actually say that. Well, this, my friends, is a first-person shooter game developed in 2023, but made to look and feel like something from the 90s. And it will let you embody a prince named Attila, awakened after millennia in deep space by an impudent invasion of your tomb ship. You pick up your blood sword and investigate. Are these intruders the old enemies from your past, or as yet unknown foes to conquer? No matter, they have rooted themselves into the ship and defiled all that is sacred to you with their foul presence. It is time to drag them out into the void and save your people. And in all honesty, a very good story. It tingles all the right tingles in my body. It is interesting, it gives a lot of room to evolve just as it does, and you never know who to trust or what other twist is around the next corner. But it features no voice acting. You will be stuck reading all the conversations yourself, which I've kind of come to the realization that it is okay as long as what is written there is engaging and interesting enough. And this game, it nails just that. I did not skip a single dialogue. I felt intrigued to find out what the hell was going on. One could say I actually really liked the story, and how it was presented with dialogue at the start of each level. And not to mention your pet gun, a gun that adds to the story and is with you throughout this journey, making it feel like you're never alone. Actually quite the worthy companion in a video game for once. I mean, it could have used some dialogue mid-level, you know, just to amp up the relationship between you and the gun. I don't mean massive dialogues, but more short comments on what is going on or what just happened in the level. But there is none of that to be seen. Now I think that the graphics sticks out in such a way that it is important that we touch on it early on in this review. The graphics, as you can see, are very pixely and colorful, set in this cathedral stone meets flesh ship, where the most part of it seems to be biological with the occasional cathedral-like areas here and there. At first, I felt like the graphics felt a little cluttery, almost like my eyes had to adjust after waking up from millennia of deep sleep in space. But the game, it starts to open up fairly quick after the starting area, and the beauty of it becomes clear as day. This is a perfect example of where every pixel has been put in place with great attention to detail. The mix of good lighting, 3D models and detail has been achieved to near perfection with the Unreal Engine in here. And if you're like me and fancy the Zerg class in StarCraft, well then this world will be right up your alley. Stone meets flesh just hits different when done right. And to keep on spinning on the StarCraft theme, the enemies in this game are humans who has invaded your ship for reasons you will have to uncover yourself. But that said, the enemies just kept on reminding me of Terran, the human class in StarCraft, boasting futuristic heavy battle armors and talking in very Terran type of a way. Now I have to say though that design-wise the game does stand out, and it feels very unique. Nothing really looks StarCrafty, neither the enemies nor environments, so don't get me wrong here. But I was constantly reminded of StarCraft, which is a good thing. I've always dreamt of a good StarCraft first-person shooter. Now the enemies, they come in many different variations, 11 to be exact, fairly different from each other, but they all have something in common, and that is their shield, and that none of them are actually hit scanners. What you will have to do to kill them effectively is to use one of your weapons that is effective against taking out shields, then weapon swap to something that eats flesh for breakfast, like your trusty pet gun or shotgun. And this, my friends, is where the first complaint comes in. Now, the weapon swapping is just too slow and it does not feel that good at all. For once, if you reload right after taking out a shield with your shield killing weapon, there is no way to cancel that reload animation. You're stuck waiting for it until you can swap, really breaking the flow of the combat. Which is a shame considering how much the game focuses on you weapon swapping to the right gun for the right situation. Other than that, the enemies and combat in general are very fun and well designed. Not a single combat scenario felt dull or boring, but rather very fair for the most part. A few times though, it felt a bit unfair with simply too many enemies on screen at once, making it near impossible to dodge their attacks. But those moments were few and far in between. Now, even the enemy's armor sometimes felt just a bit too much. It takes a few too many shots to actually bring the armor down to then swap to a meaty weapon, making it feel like the pace of the combat really wasn't as fluid as it could be. But that said, I do like the mechanics of taking down the armor first and then weapon swapping, but it is not a requirement. You can do with just about any weapon, it just will be much harder just using one than actually swapping them. Apart from the shotgun, because that thing can melt pretty much anything that stands in your way. Now, also worth mentioning is that every gun is upgradable. You can acquire an alternative fire upgrade to all the weapons, and then you get the standard increased damage, increased fire rate and so on, which doesn't take up too much of the game, but it is a welcomed addition. So when it comes to the level design and movement, I have to say that the game does a terrific job here. Every single level has you platforming for secrets. Secrets that will benefit you in the form of upgrade currency. Or it pits you in front of a platforming puzzle that never really managed to feel frustrating or annoying, but more like a nice moment to actually catch your breath between all the weapon swapping and slaying. And to help make all of this feel as good as it does, we got the movement. We have a double jump and a dash with just the perfect balance of it all. Enough for you to evade attacks and fly around the arena, and just perfectly trimmed for that platforming to feel extra good. And to make this even better, all the different arena style rooms that you will be battling in also feels vastly different from one another. Not only does each level stick out from each other visually, everything from fleshy hallways, cathedral-like small cities and different sci-fi settings. The same goes for the arenas. One arena might have a bridge with platforms, the other could have trees with jump pads scattered around, and the creativity just never stops in this game. I almost dare to say that the level design is some of the best I have ever experienced in a game. I mean, it's really fun, well thought out and creative. In conclusion, I think this is one of the better boomer shooters to release in some time now. It sets out to be unique and it really nails that. Everything from its art style to the level design, guns and the combat, it all just feels fresh and fun. And that is a task that is much easier said than done. So well done, developers, well done. However, there is something that itches me a bit here, and that is that the game is not dropping into early access, but instead the base game consists of Chapter 1, which takes roughly 5 to 6 hours to finish. But once you're done, there isn't a heap of things to do. You're pretty much done if you don't want to amp up the difficulty and secret hunt some more. Now, to get access to the remaining chapters that will drop in the future, you will have to pay more. Each chapter is dropping as a DLC, which is an okay concept, nothing wrong with it really, but it's a concept that sticks out in today's day and age, and I feel like Chapter 2 and 3 should have been included into the base game. Depending of course on how long they are and how much of a different experience they will bring to the table, it might actually be worth paying that extra dime, but for now I thought it'd be worth mentioning at least. If you didn't catch it, this game is a recommend from me. Today we're diving headfirst into the newly released Fortune's Run. Is it that fortunate or not? Wait, what? I mean, is it worth your time on Buckaroonies or not? And today's reviewer is the same as it always is on this channel. Limbreski, yep, that's me. Now let's dive, shall we?
They call the diamond sun.
So what exactly is Fortune's Run? Well, it would almost be easier saying what it isn't, because it is a whole lot of things. But to put it simply, I'd say it's a mashup of Star Wars meets Metal Gear Solid in first person, set in its own unique universe. You play as Mosa, a washed-up ex-con extraordinaire. You get released from prison by a corporate work program. And I mean, you will get the whole story presented to you from start to where you are now, via memories, dialogue, and happenings in the game. Now, it is a fairly easy story to follow along with, but it's still very complex. It offers a lot of different characters, things that happened before that plays a role in today, and things that happens right before your eyes. But why it's easy to follow is because the game does a fantastic job at presenting everything to you, often in very memorable ways, like the very intro tutorial of the game. Not only is it a tutorial, it also plays a major role in the storytelling of the game, and it is fully interactable from start to end, thus making it very memorable. Now, before we jump into the gameplay, I want to share some of the game's inspiration with you, just to give you a good hint of what I meant when I said that it's easier to say what the game doesn't do than what it actually does, and to give you a more clear picture of how deep and well thought out this game actually is. So here it goes: Deus Ex and Metal Gear for the campy storytelling, level and encounter design. Monster Hunter and Dark Souls for the bosses, progression, stance meters, parrying and hit stop. Thief and Splinter Cell for the stealth design. Half-Life 1 for the narrative level design and tech demo style features. Divine Cybermancy for the inescapable cycles of guilt. And of course, many failed mid-2000 games like Vampires, Dark Corners of the Earth, Dark Messiah, and so on, just because they had some great ideas. Okay, now it's time to dive into the gameplay. I will be trying my absolute best to keep this as simple as I can, as to me, one of the game's biggest charms is its incredible depth and its immersive interactions. There is literally so many things you can interact with and deeply immerse yourself in. And part of the game's charm is to discover all of these different mechanics by yourself, like this one that I'm going to show you right here. The level of interaction and immersion exceeds most games prior to it, and that said, this game is mainly done by 2 people, which is nothing short of mind-blowing considering everything that this game offers. Now, all of these aspects of the game is done really well, but it is also almost completely optional. If you dislike this stuff and immersion, you can more or less skip it completely. I mean, there are a few things you always have to keep in mind when playing this game, like which body part you apply bandages to and a few other things, but you can take it down to a minimum if you like. And in all honesty, I thought I would take it down to a minimum myself, as I usually don't like this level of immersion that much, but I saw myself just getting deeper and deeper into the game simply because it was so much fun. Now, the fact that you can skip it if you want does not mean that the game gets easier, because it is not an easy game. It is very manageable at the easy difficulty, but there is no regenerative health as an example. And if you want to stock up on a decent amount of health packs, bandages and food, well, then you better get to exploring, and I mean a lot, as there really isn't that many health packs and stuff to find, making the game really encourage you to not go guns blazing and take it in a more stealthy approach, but the option will always be yours how you want to tackle a situation. Worth mentioning also is that all of this requires some inventory management. I can happily say that it is clear and quite easy to manage. Everything is sorted into tabs explaining what each and every item is for. Now, this is not where the depth of this game comes to a halt. Oh no, every single aspect of this game has some form of depth to it. And I mean more than just being basic. Let's continue with the combat. So as I said, it's completely up to you how you want to face an upcoming battle. You're always offered a chance to take it in multiple ways. For an example, you can look for a vent and attack from behind, or stealth kill everyone in the room, go guns blazing, throw in a grenade, blind them, go in with your fists, shoot an electric box that is conveniently close to where the enemy is standing, and these things I just mentioned are just a very minor few of the alternatives that you have in front of you before each encounter. As you might have seen in the footage rolling, I definitely took the guns blazing approach most of the time, but what the game has done to me is make me want to replay it. Replay it with the knowledge I have now, use my resources in a different way, and that feeling of wanting to replay a game, I can honestly tell you, it is a feeling that very few games manages to give me. So we made it pretty clear that the combat has some depth to it, but it doesn't stop there either. Even the melee system in the game is deep. I mean, you can combine different combinations with the melee system. You can grab, you can jump kick, you can uppercut people, you can do pretty much anything that you dream of. Maybe not anything you dream of, but there is some depth to the melee system. I was just looking for another word than depth, but I'm too stupid, I can't find any. The melee combat is deep, okay? Thank you. Nonetheless, all these different mechanics that this game has in play is a very risky move for a small development team like this game has. But I can happily tell you, they nailed it. They nailed it big time with this one. Now, another thing that is worth mentioning is that in the actual early access of the game, I found a total of 4 weapons and a couple of useful items. But in the demo, I actually found more weapons. It could be a case of me not exploring in the right areas, I honestly don't know, but worth mentioning at least. Now the movement is another aspect that has a lot to offer. With the movement you can wall run, crouch slide, jump, mantle things, wall jump, and I'm not sure this one fits into the movement segment or not, but it's really helpful pretty much anywhere in the game. And what it is that you can slow down time for a second, giving you the edge in both combat and platforming. Now the movement overall, it is a bit hard to master in my opinion, but with a bit more practice I'm sure it's very doable. It feels hard but not impossible. And in all fairness, I don't think that the current level in the game gave me much to work with when it comes to the movement in terms of wall jumping, etc. And that brings me to the level design and the puzzling in this game, which is, in my opinion, the game's weakest point. It's good, but if I have to point out what is the weakest, I would say the level design and the puzzling. It has all the verticality, covers and all that good stuff that is required for this type of game, but it heavily encourages stealth, which in return makes all these different movement mechanics not really useful at all, apart from platforming puzzles, which there isn't that much of in this level. And oh boy is the level hard to navigate. Multiple times I got lost and it took me a good while to figure out where I was actually going. And the maps that you can find at the terminals, well, they did very little to help me. Now the level that is featured in the game for now is a round spinning space station. That design is really cool, but it definitely does not help in the movement aspect of things. And the same goes for the puzzles, especially the terminal puzzles, where you have to activate certain things. The game, it gives you a fair amount of help in doing it, but a lot of it is up to you to remember words and manually type things in. And when you figure out how to actually crack the code, it just felt tedious to sit and type things. I mean, it works good for immersion, but it would have been so much better if the terminals just had buttons that you could press instead of constantly sitting and typing for yourself. Now, the audio of the game is absolutely spot on. The music is just right for the game and really brings the atmosphere up just a notch more. And everything from the melee punches to the guns all sounds really good. I got no complaints in that area at all. And the voice acting is also pretty damn good. I love the fact that so much is voice acted, even though you can hear at times it's not the bestest of quality, it's still very much passable and definitely helps with the immersion. There is even at times a foreign alien language that is spoken, which could be debatable if it's good or not, but for me it didn't ruin the experience at all. I quite liked it actually.
Can't hold them. We're not gonna make it, Zarina. We have to pull back now.
This is always a responsibility. You fought for what's right, and now you die with honor.
Damn you.
The graphics, on the other hand, they are a bit of a different story for me. While for the most part, I do think that the game does look fantastic, especially the world and the environments. But I can't really say the same thing for the weapons and the character sprites. I just think they look a bit too rough and like they don't really blend in with the rest of the gorgeous world. It could just be a personal preference, but that's my opinion on it. In conclusion, I would really recommend this game, even at $20. But what I want you to know before you go and buy it is that right now there is a 2-hour demo out and a 7 to 12 hour main campaign mission, depending on how you play it. And that is all that you're getting if you buy the game today. It sounds like you're not getting anything, but as I said, the one main campaign mission that you're getting is long. And not long that it is jam-packed with fillers, it's long like it feels good to play from start to end. And with that said, a lot more is coming. These are the words from the Steam page on what is coming in the future, with the first one being the mission available right now. And that is a fully simulated centrifugal space station, a train that rides up a cable to the heavens, a nature park built on a ring around a miniature star. No two levels are the same, always with something to impress. And that has me really excited for what's to come out. But note that this game really isn't for everyone. If you are looking for a mindless shooter to calm yourself down after a hard days of work, or a day at school, this won't be it, even on the easiest difficulty, but it does have a very advanced difficulty system where you can tweak it to better fit your playstyle. But my best recommendation if you're jumping into this one would be take your time, don't stress, explore, enjoy, and don't forget to quick save a lot. Mutants, monsters, and critters, welcome to the show where Slim Bratsky, that's me, and as you can see I'm not sitting in my regular room, but it is what it is. Tries to help you in figuring out if today's game, Ripout, is worth your time in buckaroonies or not. Finally, after years and years of waiting, Ripout is dropping, and it's dropping in early access. After being in development for years, I was actually expecting a full-fledged 1.0 release. But that said, I don't know about the hiccups and hinders that has led to this long development time, so I can't really comment on it. Nonetheless, Ripout is here, let's find out what it brought with it. So in Ripout, my friends, you play alone or with up to 3 buddies. Your goal is to search for human survivors while fighting your way through mutant-infested ships, all while trying to reach the end goal of finding the Sanctuary alongside the rest of Earth's residents. It actually sounds like something I would really like to do right now. Bratskis, let's set out to space and find this Sanctuary. In all seriousness though, it is a decent story. It's presented by hand-drawn cutscenes at each world, and there is a total of 5 worlds with a few missions and side quests in them that you need to complete to advance to the next world. I mean, a very simple and straightforward concept, but it does just enough to immerse you in this incredibly atmospheric game world.
The merciless corporate national wars are replaced by ruthless wars between species. Earth governments unite against a common enemy for as long as it benefits the economy.
When embarking on this journey, the game immediately throws you in your ship after a short hand-drawn animated cutscene. And this ship acts as your hub world. And this hub world is where you will be selecting what mission or side quest you will embark on, you will craft and equip new gear with different stats, gamble on the one-armed bandit, and decorate the hub world with your hard-earned trophies that you collect throughout your missions. Now the crafting, it feels very simply put together. It does the job, it shows you what you're about to craft and what stats the item you're crafting has, but there is no filters or no way to compare the item on the crafting table to what you currently have equipped. Now to actually compare, you have to run to your wardrobe, look at your equipped stuff, remember the stats, and then compare it in your head to the item on the crafting table. Yes, it does get very tedious comparing the stats like this, but it feels like an underdeveloped mechanic that will evolve as we go into early access. So once you're well equipped and ready to go, you select the mission or quest that you want to embark upon. Unfortunately though, the objectives, they change very little from one another. This is another aspect that feels somewhat underdeveloped, as the objectives range from killing a few target enemies to pressing a few buttons. And in all honesty, it does start to feel repetitive after a while, as the objectives are so simply designed and very similar to one another. Luckily though, my friends, the atmosphere is top of the freaking notch. Once you land on a mission, you're instantly hit with this sick atmosphere. On your mission, you will be encouraged to do some exploring to find crafting materials and new schematics for both garments, weapons, upgrades, and yeah, that's about it. However, the exploration is not as exciting as I make it sound, as it leans into you breaking a window or just taking a left turn into a room instead of going straight to your mission objective. There is no puzzling or anything when you explore, it's just, oh, there's an item, oh, okay, let's go back. But would you like to know what is very exciting? Well, buckle up, because here we go. It is the incredible dark atmosphere that the game managed to create, with some incredible gory, scary and somewhat unique environments and jump scares around every corner of the levels. And these jump scares, they're amped up by both amazing visuals and audio effects. Now, I'm about 9 hours into the game as I'm writing this, and I still get jump scared from time to time. Sure, it has dulled me down a bit, but the unexpected still happens from time to time, especially when I start moving faster instead of taking it slow and tactical as the game actually wants me to. And to further increase this incredible thing that the game has going with its atmosphere is that the ships you enter, aka levels, all feel lived in. The levels are decorated in a way that it looks like a livable place. Lots and lots of metallic, but things that stick out here and there are like a fridge, a toilet or an arcade machine area. And it is fairly well done, even though the levels are procedurally generated. Now, another thing that is quite amazing is the equipment, guns and enemies. There is not a whooping lot of everything, but all combined, it creates a unique experience with a ton of different combinations. Let me dive into the critter enemies and the pet gun a bit more. So in each level, you will see small critters running around. All of these critters have unique abilities. One of them could be a teleporter, the other a plasma shooting cannon, and the creativity on these was not held back. There are a lot of variants of them. But the best is yet to come. So with you on these missions, you bring your pet gun. A gun and a pet that attaches to one another, but are also detachable. So detaching your pet from your gun, you can send it to bigger foes for damage, or towards critters to collect them and bring them back to you, so that they can leech onto your shoulder and act as a secondary weapon. And the same thing goes for the mutant enemies. The critters, they constantly seek for mutant hosts to latch onto. The bigger ones, they can carry multiple critters, making the combat variation extremely broad and fun, as it is impossible to predict if and how a mutant will evolve with these critters. And the same thing goes for you. You never know what critters you will find in the next room and what secondary weapon you will have on your shoulder. In all fairness, this is a very advanced mechanic, but the time has been put into it. And how do I know that? Well, it works fantastic. Now, apart from using the critter on your shoulder to kill incredibly gory and insanely well-designed mutants, well, you will be firing at them, firing with your pet gun, sidearm, or swing with your melee weapon. And when it comes to the base weapons, the variety, it's not insane. However, they do come in different tiers and looks and are further upgradable via crafting, and they feel so god darningly good to fire and swing with. The design of the weapons are beautiful, and to me they are really appealing, and the visual and audio feedback is just amazing. Very, very satisfying. What I'm trying to say here is that they have great punch to them and they actually look cool and unique. But one thing though is that there is no weapon FOE, and the weapons, they are big. But it is okay, because it adds to the tense atmosphere of you not being able to see everything clear as day all the time. And I actually never felt like they were in the way. Now, the game is designed a bit like a roguelite. You're becoming stronger as you go with new equipment, and failing a mission, it will take you back to the hub world. There are no checkpoints in this game, but it won't send you back to the start of the game. You simply just won't complete the mission you were on, and on to a new mission you can go if you want to. But to advance to a new world, you need to complete a set amount of missions and side quests, and there is a total of 5 worlds for you to progress in. However though, the environmental design of the levels changes very little, both in different levels and in different worlds. What I would have loved to see is each world have a set theme that sets them apart for a better feeling of progression. And I mean, while they do differ, the difference is just way too small. I could not shake the feeling of, okay, here we go again into an identical looking ship that we were just in. Now, as a starting point in creating more variety, some levels could have had more lights turned on. Make the level brighter while others are darker. But as is now, they more or less feel the same, with a few variations here and there that just did not feel enough. So is this game worth your time in buckaroonies or not? For the asking price of $25, yes it is. Looking at the roadmap for EA, it makes it even more worth it. What is coming? Well, more of everything, and a lot of new additions and expansions to existing things like increased hub world and more equipment and brand new missions. But even for what is now, I do recommend it. It does lack in level and objective variation, and it does feel repetitive after a while, but the combat, the guns, the crafting, the atmosphere, and attention to detail on the enemies more than makes up for it. Now, I did not review this playing in co-op, but I did play the demo in co-op, and the game is very much playable and quite fun in solo. But it is even more fun in co-op, and there is no way to get around that fact. But it also adds another layer to the game, with co-op and solo play both being very much playable and fun, making this game even a more recommend. So if you are up for a survival horror looter shooter co-op or solo experience, then look no further. Ripout is what you need. Did I ever tell you that you're awesome? Oh, okay, good, I did. Brethrens and sisters, today we're taking a look at El Paso Elsewhere, and I, your reviewer for today, will try my absolute best to help you in figuring out if this game is worth your time and buckaroonies or not. So let's do this.
You here to stop me now?
No, I'm seeing you off.
So my friends, what is El Paso Elsewhere? In short, this is a love letter to the classic Max Payne games. It takes the formula and sets it around the full psychosis state of the weird sections in the OG Max Payne game. You, my friend, you get to play as Savage, that after learning that his ex-girlfriend Dracula, the Lord of Vampires, yep, you heard that right, the Dracula, she is conducting a ritual that will destroy the whole world. Savage, he has to return to his hometown of El Paso in Texas to kill that monster that he once loved. It will take you through this neo-noir world where you will navigate a shit ton of maze levels to finally reach your goal. But navigating is not the only thing that you will be doing. Of course, it has the famous slow motion effect, diving and shooting. But what really sets it apart is its story and narrative. How the story is presented by hearing Savage's thoughts as they rush through him between the levels. Sounds pretty interesting, right? Hey, well, let's go through the good and the bad then. So just as I mentioned, you will navigate through maze-like levels. You will really feel like a rat trying to get to the finish line, which is intentional, and it really nails that feeling due to how the camera angle is laid out and the design of the maps being inside but there not being any roof. Always making it feel like someone is watching you. You, the little rat, trying to navigate and get to the finish line. But with that said, the maps are never that hard to get through, and I didn't find myself lost a single time, believe it or not. It is very easy to get a good overlook of the map since there is no roof on it. Just jump on a few things here and there and you can see further. And to top that, most objectives have a huge beacon of light showing you exactly where you need to go. Now the layout of the maps, they do actually get really tiresome after a while. At first, it's pretty cool, I liked it, but after the 25th level, it got really tiresome and started feeling super repetitive, especially since the objectives nor the level design ever really changes. You always enter a level where your goal will be to save a few civilians or get the keys to the right doors. And off to the next level you go, rinse and repeat in almost 50 levels. Now the levels, they are quite short, offering very little new to them. It would have been much better making the levels longer and fewer instead of making you replay the same thing in small maps constantly. But one thing that does shine through though is the weirdness. You never know when the game will go bananas and start putting chairs on the roof or make the walls spin, adding a lot of visual flair to it. But really, other than that, it just feels like more of the same in each level.
In the hole. In the hole. You belong, you belong, you belong, you belong in the hole. In the hole. You belong, you belong, you belong, you belong. Splice, tongue, shift, lean, shot, rap, bit, punch, down.
Now unfortunately, I'm going to have to continue this negative spiral here, as the game offers a total of 7 different enemy variants, excluding the 2 bosses in the game. And what this does to the almost 50 levels is pretty much nothing. The 2 most common enemy types, the mummy and the werewolf, you will be seeing a lot of them. And I mean a lot. So much so that they have literally no effect on you once you spot one. You just want to hit that bullet and move on. Now that's the 2 most basic enemies in the game. The rest, they actually have quite interesting mechanics to them. But as they are so few, I don't want to spoil all of them. But interesting mechanics or not, you have one at your disposal, and that is the slow motion. And that completely ruins all the different mechanics that the enemies have, because using that will get you out of all and any situations the game can offer. It will give you more than enough time to finish off anything in your way and still have plenty of time left. And that in the end made me want to not use the slow motion at all. I mean the slow motion that is a major part of this game. Because the slow motion almost completely ruined my experience with the game. The game is simply way too easy. And it is not often that I say that. Literally not once will you come across an enemy that can actually challenge you in a fair way. The firing enemies, as an example, they have to charge their shots, giving you more than enough time to slow time, locate their head, and poof, they are gone. Now it is important for a game to tweak its enemies and surroundings in regards to the slow motion mechanic, especially if it plays a major role in the game, and this, it simply does not do that. Other than that, the game does not offer much mechanics at all. The levels, as I said, they are very straightforward, with almost no verticality or interaction at all. There are no skills, no upgrades or alternative fire modes to the weapons. And the weapons in general, they are very straightforward, with nothing that stands out. It's your regular Max Payne arsenal of weapons, but they do boast some really nice sounding sounds and visual punch to them. They both feel and sound powerful, especially the shotgun.
Get on your knees.
But that is mostly due to the game's absolute over-the-top physics, making the enemies fly from your shotgun blast, sometimes even through walls, which in all honesty breaks the immersion a bit. The key here, I think, would be to tone it down just a little bit. It is very satisfying seeing them fly when it works as intended, but not when it's done at 200%, making them get stuck in walls or just fly through them.
Wait. I'm not in my head. What's going on?
It's just a box, James. A thin metal box with holes in it. And this is the blade.
Now, oddly enough for this channel, this is a game that focuses heavily on its story and how it's presented. So expect a lot of cutscenes in this one, as every other level would put you in one. And the exact same thing goes here. There are just too freaking many of them. I eventually found myself skipping through some of them, because what they do in a very high quality is tell the thoughts running through Savage's head as he sits in the elevator, talking, taking him to the next level. A few times here and there it cuts to something interesting, but my TikTok attention span really kicked in here. I got really bored of listening to him complaining about something after the 20th time. But with that said, to those who this appeals to, this is very well done. The voice acting on all characters are spot on, the audio quality is really high, and the angles of the camera and lighting are just the right for that noir feeling. And the same thing goes with the overall audio of the game. It reeks of high quality, from the enemies to the guns, with a unique hip-hop soundtrack that actually grew on me just because it is so well composed that it fits the game perfectly.
Just cause he black don't mean he a DJ. Just cause he on stage don't mean you cheat. He say tie your club. It's radio. I'm fighting a fucking radio. I get wise and dive to the flow. Guy runs over painting. Shoot out. Spears the bell. His club starts to rise. Neon signs and balls and eyes.
The graphics of the game is just as well composed as the audio. It has this perfect mix of low poly, pixels and modern, with some really ugly characters blending in with some very well crafted environments and gorgeous lighting. Now in conclusion, the game is solid. It has well functioning weapons, good but very few enemies, interesting level design with some weird but fun psychosis happenings here and there, a cool slow motion mechanic that is amped up by the game's many destructible props, a very well written story that is performed with top quality, But that, it won't bring this game all the way to the top. This just never feels enough. It all starts feeling incredibly repetitive, mostly due to the fact that everything is so short and you are constantly thrown to the start, feeling like you have to repeat something that you just did. And this to me is a prime example of where bigger is not always better. Lesser levels and cutscenes would have done good here, and a lot more variety to the levels and enemies. I mean, a lot more. Almost so much so that if I tell you to go and play the demo, you will have experienced around 80% of what the full game has to offer gameplay-wise. Then you might get a good hint of what I mean with the game getting repetitive, doing the same thing as you do in the demo for 50 levels. 50 levels that takes around 7 to 8 hours to actually complete. And with all of that said, the $20 that this game is asking for, it's not a recommend for me. But if you do find it at a sale for around 10 buckaroonies, then sure, grab it quick and play it in short bursts, but don't have too long breaks, because you will fall into the risk of forgetting about the story. The complexity of a boomer shooter might not be clear as day to everyone, which is very understandable considering most of them look quite basic on the outside. But once you start digging and realize that there is a ton of mechanics at play, well, that's when you start falling in love with them, that's when you start grinding them, and that's when you realize that you're too old for boomer shooters. No, I'm kidding, you're never too old for boomer shooters, but they do sometimes look like they are going faster than light itself. And they do, but there is always a sense of control if the game has done it right, or if you, my friend, had enough practice. This right here will train you so that you are able to fly around the map like Superman himself, all while nailing those impossible headshots like there is no tomorrow. Friends, let me introduce Warstride Challenges, the game that will test every single reflex in your body and train them so that head-shooting demons will feel just as natural as riding a bike, although it does come at a price. So hi there, my name is Slim, I will be your narrator for today, and don't be scared, I will take good care of you. Now let's do this! So first of all, there is no form of story whatsoever in this game. What this game essentially is a bunch of different challenges that you need to complete as fast as humanly possible. And that's the main objective of the game. Sounds a bit like a mobile game, you say? Well, yeah, it actually does, but trust me, it is not, okay? Now there is more to it than just that. Twice every episode, the game switches the formula up. Time will always be a factor, but the objective will change. So when it's not about getting through the maps as fast as possible, it can be about killing X amount of enemies as fast as possible, or collect X amount of skulls as fast as possible, which does add to the variety of the gameplay. I just wish these maps were more than they are. Currently, there is 2 of these maps in each episode, and there is a total of 3 episodes, and I kinda wish that there were 4 more of these varying objectives. But however, if you are looking to go really hardcore into the game, well, then we also have the big fun maps, as the game calls them. And essentially what that is, it's smaller maps mashed into one bigger one, truly testing how well you can memorize a map to complete it as fast as possible. And then we also got the community-made maps. Now, in all honesty, I have not been into those waters all that much, so I won't be talking about them too much. But they are plentiful, and the developers, they do keep a close eye on them, so that the ones that I tried, well, they were very much doable and quite cool actually. Now let's dig our teeth into the game and its mechanics. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it worth your buckaroonies? Let's find out. So the gameplay of this bad boy is faster than freaking light itself, and it doesn't just look like it is, it feels like it is, and it is. And it is also a part of what makes this game so amazing, because not only is the gameplay lightning fast, it feels fantastic. Every movement and mechanic down to the walking has been polished to almost near perfection. As an example, the headshots at early access, it was really hard to nail them, like really hard, and you need to do headshots in order to get the fastest possible time. Now the developers, well, they took note. They went back to the drawing table and tested it until their fingers bled just to get the perfect hitbox for the headshots. And now, my friends, well, it feels bloody amazing nailing those headshots. And I want to bring up another example, and that is the sliding and bunny hopping. Holy macaroni sauce, it feels so good. You can even slide around corners with a perfectly tilted camera, making you feel bad to the bone doing it. And if you actually manage to pop off a headshot while doing the slide, and ending it with a bunny hop, well, congratulations, you officially feel like you are a boomer shooter god. And I'm not exaggerating here. It might actually sound like I am a bit, but honestly this game makes you feel so many things. It even gets on your nerves like really bad sometimes. Sometimes you just get so frustrated you just want to punch your monitor right in the face. Wait, does monitors have faces? Oh my god. No, yeah, GG's. Why is that guy impossible to kill? Where the hell am I supposed to go? I did something. Oh my. Excellent. Good job, Slim. You are the best. So this is not an easy game by any means. Sure, you can most likely get the bronze medal on normal difficulty in all levels, but to progress you need to do better than that. To unlock new levels you need to have a certain amount of medals, meaning you have to amp up previously played levels to hard or mega hard to get more levels and unlock new levels. And this is where it starts to get really tough. Now episode 1 and 2 for me took around 4 hours to finish them. I didn't struggle all that much. I mean, I did struggle, as you should in a game like this, but it was manageable. And then came episode 3, and oh my fuck, it gets hard, like really goddamn hard. It's no joke anymore. Now each episode introduces new enemies and new mechanics, and the more you have, the more you have to remember in each level, making episode 3 very goddamn hard. And that alone took me as long as episode 1 and 2 combined. And that was not because episode 3 had more maps. No. Episode 3 has exactly 12 maps, just as episode 1 and 2. However though, there are things to help you out on this journey. Now the game, it has assists, luckily enough. And those assists, well, they range from aim assist to lengthen the time before the bronze medal is out and increase the amount of slow motion that you have. And these, they do help out, but once you activate them, you are off the global leaderboard. And in my book, if you remove all of these assists completely and put more emphasis in balancing the difficulty and actually managing to progress in the game, would have been a much better option. Screw the assists, make the game more balanced instead. But I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Do you think assists is a good option, or is balancing the game a better option? Now each level lets you have up to 3 different weapons, but they are all different in each level. So one level might let you have the pistol and the slow motion mechanic, and another level might let you have the shotgun, the assault rifle and the push ability. So each level changes what you have. And I find the way of doing this with the weapons and the mechanics quite fitting for the game. I didn't mind it one bit, since everything has been tailored for the level that you're playing. It feels and plays really well, honestly. Now the weapons, their design and their sound is just amazing, and they feel really good apart from the assault rifle. That one has too much visual feedback, with it shaking like crazy and a muzzle flash bigger than my monitor, making it really hard to see where I'm actually shooting. So the abilities that you will be using, that will change for each map, are slow motion and a push. And you also got a grappling hook and a ground slam. The push is used to kill cannon fodder enemies with and knock down wooden doors. Works good and feels good, but it has a number of charges in each level, so you will not be able running around using just that. Now the slow-mo is there to help you nail those ultra hard headshots, and you can't use it forever. And every time you use it, you slow down in-game, but the clock keeps on ticking at real time. So every time you activate slow-mo, you will lose a few seconds. Now when it comes to the mechanics of the levels, well, we got a bunch of stuff here as well. We got buttons, we got different triggers, we got jump pads, we got exploding barrels. And then we got special jump pads that flies you around the map. I mean, more than just jump here and there, I'm talking Sonic jumps. Left, right, left, right. And then we have the speed platforms. Just like Sonic, you gain speed by walking on them. All works fantastic. So the levels, they are very short. On average, I would say that each map takes around 10 seconds, when you nail a good run that is. But the crazy part is that most of them offers just as much as you would find in a regular sized 5-minute map. Okay, maybe not exactly as much, there's definitely fewer enemies and fewer corridors, but almost every single map has corners, jumps, buttons, shooting, vertical differences, and so on. And it doesn't feel particularly cramped, it's been designed really well so that it does take a few rounds to learn the layout and mechanics of each map, but it does not take too long. I'd say on average it took me around 4 test runs, which were all 30 seconds each on average, and on the 5th run I was ready to go for my 10-second round. And this is toppled with 3 different environments, one for each episode of the game, that are very, very nicely crafted. The art style, the level of realism and detail is very reminiscent of the modern Doom games, and they look gorgeous. This is a good thing and a very pleasant thing for your eyes. And the same thing goes with the enemies. They look like they have been ripped straight out of modern Doom games, but with a more realistic, exotic touch to them. That kinda sounds weird, but it's true. Now, beyond the levels I mentioned at the start being community levels, kill everything or collect everything, and the big fun levels, well, then we also have special levels. And they are designed to test your movement, your jumping, your crouching, your shooting, your pretty much everything in this game. But they are very, very easily designed, often focuses on one of the mechanics per level. Which makes for great practice, but they aren't really that advanced, so I'm not gonna praise them that much. So we reached the audio and the graphics, and it is top notch in this game. Just as I said with the guns, they sound amazing, and the soundtrack is no different. These two things are what you will be hearing the most, and they sound excellent. The soundtrack consists of heavy instrumental metal that really amps up the fast experience, making you feel even cooler than you already are. So when playing this, my recommendation would be to play this with headphones and just drop all the thoughts that you have for a few seconds and immerse yourself in the level that you're playing. And even if it's just for 10 seconds, become a boomer shooter god. Now, I already touched on the graphics, and they do remind me a lot of the modern Doom games. Very beautiful, in other words. And what is even more impressive is that this level of detail and beautifulness has been created by just 3 people. Now, in conclusion, I would really recommend this game. It feels fantastic to play, it looks really good, and it sounds awesome. But beware that this is a challenging game that is best played in short bursts if you're old and crampy like me. But if you are a speedrunner and really like fast-paced shooters, well, then you will probably be playing this forever and ever. Noteworthy also is at first I thought that this game was not going to be for me. I thought it looked way too hardcore and I would only get frustrated playing it. But I have never been more wrong judging a game by its cover. The game actually amps up its pace really well, so you're actually able to keep up, even when you are like me. Now, only doing challenges all the time kind of felt one-sided after a while. I really would have liked to dig up just a small campaign of some sort in this game, but there is none. However, there is a bunch of replayability to get your times better and better and better and to climb the leaderboards. But the game is also at $20. And I mean, that price tag could be discussed, but for the quality that this game has, yep, this is a recommend from me. Life as we know it has perished, and the world has turned into a decaying mess. 7. A neglected special ops soldier guided by an unknown voice, simply known as Father, must escape the walled city and attack the militarized government of the SPRAWL. 7. With a vast array of weaponry and her Icarus cybernetic implant, allowing her to slow down time and run up on walls. She must attack the governed enemies of the city and make way to the Spire to stop it all from making the world more bleak than it already is. So my friends, what the hell is SPRAWL? Well, imagine John Wick in a Blade Runner cyberpunk world. Well, there you have it, thank you so much for watching. Kidding! There is a lot more to say about this one, so let's get to it. So the premise of the story is what I just told you, and the father figure is with you throughout the whole ride, evolving the story, telling you where you are and why you are there, helping you to finish your objective. And in all honesty, it's done really well. I came to really like this father figure quite a lot, and I love how the developers dared to make him sound like a super cyberpunk demon from hell.
I am Father. Much like you, I was created by the corporate government to be used as a tool of suppression. But I've since outgrown this purpose.
So you find yourself stuck in this walled, corrupt city, and you need to get out. And how the hell do we get out in video games? Well, we kill our way out, of course, and this game is no different in that regard. But we do have some abilities and tools, aka guns, to help us with this task, and this is where the game tries to stand out from all the other first-person shooters. You will be slow-mowing and wall-running your way through some incredible cinematic headshots in this game. So do we finally escape? Well, of course I'm not telling you that. That is for you to find out. Now the game puts a heavy focus on you and your skills, so much so that ammo and health, well, they are pretty damn scarce to find as regular pickups on the floor. What you have to do instead, to stay alive and well equipped, is either headshot your foes, melee them, or blow their backpacks into smithereens. Doing one of those will make them drop pickups, much like gore kills in the modern Doom games, but without the gore animation. And this, my friend, this is where the skill-based gameplay comes to play. If you're not able to nail the kills like I explained to you, well, you will be out of luck and almost guaranteed to die quickly. Worth mentioning though is when in slow-mo, all of the enemies' weak points, they are highlighted, to help you actually hit the weak spots of your enemies. And there is no turning that off in the options. I actually really like this mechanic. It does not feel new or innovative or fresh by any means, but it is super well implemented and it's balanced so that it makes it feel challenging but in a super fair way. You always feel that if you concentrate just a little bit more, you will make it. So if you missed what I just said and you can't make it through the game, well, it's because you're playing it wrong, because it puts so much heavy emphasis on you using the slow motion. And the slow-mo mechanic, well, it works in a similar fashion as the health and ammo pickup. It uses your adrenaline that you can find in the middle of your gigantic HUD that you can't make smaller. To replenish it, you have to kill in the same way as you do to get health and ammo. If you fail, your adrenaline will run out and you will be stuck in real time, which actually makes the game noticeably damn harder. And honestly, who the hell wants to play in real time when you got bullet time? I absolutely love slow motion or bullet time or whatever you want to call it, and the wall running. It feels amazing in this game to slay things with. So as you might have figured out, the game offers a bunch of weapons for you to use. None offers an alternative fire, which I honestly feel is a bit of a missed potential. There is certain depth to the combat, so don't get me wrong, but I always felt like there could be more throughout my playthrough. But where there is depth is in its enemies and their weaknesses. Some weapons are much more effective against certain enemies than others, and constantly does the game throw in a mix of enemies, encouraging you to weapon swap like a freaking maniac. Some enemies, they die from one shot of your shotty. Some enemies might take a rail shot from your railgun to have just enough health for you to finish them off with a bullet in their head from your pistol. And this, my friends, is another mechanic that is super well implemented and balanced, making it constantly feel like you are being tested and challenged in a really good way. Now in total, there are 6 weapons and a melee, which is not all that much, and this is another reason why alternative fires would have been a nice thing for this game. But Slim, how is the shotgun? Get to the freaking shotgun, the holy grail of weapons, the boomstick that every man craves for. Well, my friends, it is one hell of a slow shotgun. It takes seconds to pump up a new shot, and it doesn't pack super much punch either. But if switched to in the right moment, it can be super satisfying to finish enemies off with. And I have to say that generally throughout the game, the combat is super satisfying. The slow-mo and the wall running really helps in this regard, really encouraging you to do cinematic, beautiful kills as often as you possibly can. And once you actually nail doing one of those kills, well, I'll be damned, it feels good. Now overall, all the weapons both look and feel good in their own way, of course. None of the weapons felt meh, but rather, ooh, nice, and they boast some really high quality in both the feel, look and sound of them. However, it is not all roses and sunshine. Now in all honesty, the enemies they actually feel somewhat uninspiring. They are either black or metallic robots. I would have loved to see more variety in their aesthetics here. Sometimes it was even hard seeing the difference between a robot or a humanoid until I went into the slow motion and the shape of their head was lit up. However, the variety of the enemy's attacks and mechanics, well, they are plentiful. It ranges from flying bots, grenade launching mechs to shotgunning buffoons. So the variety in the combat and enemies is there, but it was lacking more cannon fodder enemies. Enemies that take one shot to the head. Not because I wanted the game to be easier, but because the game thrives on its cinematic slow motion moments, and those moments were so often overly hard to nail as the majority of the enemies takes 2 shots or more to the head. Which in return made me miss out on a lot of potential satisfying epic cinematic slow motion moments. So adding more cannon fodder would have been a great way to add fillers to the game, build some easy but beautiful moments for the player to really live out their dark super soldier cyberpunk fantasy. And why would the game need fillers, you say? Well, it takes around 5 to 6 hours to complete it on medium difficulty, and there is really no replayability apart from amping up the difficulty in this one. However, there is a total of 3 bosses in the game, and surprisingly enough they go from decent to not that fun at all, to be honest. None of them were hard, but the second one was kind of frustrating and the last one was super frustrating. Not because I died, but because I was running out of ammo and I just had to play the waiting game to be able to finally kill it off. And this takes me to the level design and how the graphicals in them are laid out. So first of all, I want to say that the graphics, they are freaking beautiful in this game. This is one pretty game to look at. It has some nice lighting, awesome reflections, very beautiful vistas to gaze upon, and some well thought out pixels that blends perfectly with the modern. However, just as with the enemies, some levels just felt so very uninspiring. We're stuck in this cyberpunk city with a shit ton of potential to go crazy with the design of things. But there are no neon lights as far as the eye can see. It feels more like we are in a bland concrete city. Every wall, every room is just another block of concrete, and many of which are just blank concrete blocks with nothing on them. As an example, here's a quite early stage of the game and you will find yourself in a club. Thing is, this club has no dimmed light, no disco lights, no neons, no nothing. It could be the most boring club I've ever witnessed. And the game offers 3 episodes which gameplay wise are a little different from each other, but the levels and their design, it all blends together into one. I cannot for the life of me remember when writing this what made each episode stick out from each other in the aesthetics, apart from one single level, which also shows that the potential was there. The developers knew how to do it, but they only did it in one level. Here, take a quick look at the light-soaked level and compare it to everything else that you have seen rolling in this video so far. Did you see that? We had red glowing walls, cables and stuff everywhere, blue lights. It was cyberpunk, it was cool. And this, unfortunately, does not go for the rest of the game. This was just one map that looks like this. Everything else just feels so toned down. I don't know if they were trying to play it safe or what the hell is going on, but I eventually ended up feeling like all the levels looked the same and actually quite boring. But some of the views in this game, they were actually spectacular to look at. I cannot take away that from the game. Some of the views, chef's kiss. Now when it comes to the gameplay design of the levels, well, I do not have much to complain on there. They are actually really well designed. The use of verticality is there and it's done super well. The encouraging of wall running off combat and mid-combat is done great and it feels really good doing it. And we do have a few platforming sections that act as small breathers. They are not overly hard or complex, but they are a nice change of pace to the game. And most importantly, I did not find myself lost in the levels for more than a few brief minutes. Not once did I actually get frustrated of not knowing where to go. And this is to say that the levels, they're not small by any means and not always super linear either. So taking all of those things into consideration and Slim actually not being lost or frustrated, that's a huge thumbs up for the level design of this game. So the graphics, I already touched on that when I talked about the level design, and this is one gorgeous game, there is no questions about that. But it could have more varying aesthetics in the levels and the enemies. Now when it comes to the audio, my god, the game shines here. Everything from the voice acting to the guns and the music, it's just top tier. The weapon, they sound exactly as they should. The enemies, they sound mean and very cyberpunky. And the music, it really fits all the scenarios super well. It's all perfectly mixed in to calm you in the more calm moments and amp you up in the more hectic moments. Super well composed, unique sounding, and it fits the game perfectly.
Critical system failure.
Overall, my friends, this is a really good game. It's satisfying for the most part, the levels are fun to navigate and the game screams of high quality. However, it also feels very basic and almost like it is playing it safe. There is no upgrades, no abilities beyond slow motion and wall running of course, and you have quickly played through what the game has to offer once finally playing it. Apart of course from finding a new weapon and enemy type here and there. Other than that, not much will change in terms of gameplay or level design. Its graphics, they are however gorgeous, but underused in terms of visual kabooms. Its systems and mechanics, they are super well balanced and feel super fair but really challenging. So my friend, if a story-driven, simple yet well-polished, skill-based slow-motion first-person shooter is what you're looking for, I do not think that this will disappoint. Do hope that I helped you figure out if this game is for you or not. I gave you some cons, I gave you some pros. What if you woke up one day as a powerful assassin created for one sole purpose? To continue the eternal cycle of life, death and power by sliding, wall running, headshotting and using magic abilities to slay the corrupt rulers. Set out to disturb this eternal cycle. Well, my friends, you don't have to think about that ever happening no more because it just happened. Let me present to you Voidborn, a roguelike game that takes heavy inspiration from the likes of Overkill, Doom Eternal, Titanfall and Hades when it comes to its gameplay. But when it comes to its gorgeous environments, the inspiration comes from the likes of Elden Ring and Dark Souls. And boy oh boy, does this game have some beautiful environments. But more on that in a bit. Let's get on with the review. So the story, my friends, it is the intro I just gave you. You wake up as a powerful being called the Voidborn, created by the Divine Lord himself to keep the balance of the eternal cycle by slaying the corrupt rulers. And this, my friend, is just the right amount of story I need to really set my imagination on fire. It's the right amount of story to give me a purpose of being in the world I am and doing the things that I'm doing. And well, it is fucking easy to follow along with as well. Now the story doesn't end abruptly there. You will come across some characters here and there, and they usually have a few lines to say to you about themselves or give you some information about you or the boss that you're about to encounter. However, if none of that interests you, it is completely skippable, but it really isn't all that much text and it adds a little extra depth to the world and its lore. So from me, I recommend not skipping the whooping 8 minutes of total read time in this game. So you hate reading in games just like I do, sorry to say, but there is no voice acting in this game. But just as I said, there is a minimal amount of text in this one, so don't worry too much about it. However, I really recommend not skipping it, as it really adds to the experience. Now the gameplay on the other hand is not filled with story text. So before I continue with the gameplay, guys, I want you to know that the game has just been released into early access and there's currently one episode out, and the full 1.0 release, it's planned to drop sometime in 2024. The game is being developed by one person and this is his first commercial release. Now none of that takes away the fact that this game is absolutely bloody freaking awesome and super addictive. However, this is a roguelike. And yes, I know that throws off a lot of you, but that's because you haven't found the right one for you yet. And don't worry guys, I'm here to help you with that. Eventually I will find the one roguelike for you, and perhaps it is Voidborn. And once playing the roguelike that is for you, it will open up the magic hidden inside of you, and eventually you will come to appreciate the roguelike mechanics. This is the way. So the game has permadeath, meaning if you die, it's back to start. But depending on how far you've gotten, you might have come across 1 or 2 permanent upgrades that of course makes you stronger. Or maybe you gathered enough resources to permanently upgrade your weapons, which in return also makes you stronger. Or rather the weapon stronger, but you're the one using the weapons, so yeah. But the most important part of it all is how well is all of the mechanics balanced. And while the mechanics, they work great, the upgrades are fun and they really motivate you to work for them. However, this is one hell of a hard game, let me tell you that. So do expect to restart a bunch of times playing this. And I have to be honest here, it did get really frustrating for me at one point. Right after the 3rd boss, I could not for the life of me progress through the enemies there. I died about 10 times and had to replay both the 1st and the 2nd zone before I could eventually kill the first mob of enemies in the 3rd zone. And god damn, I lost my hair, I think. Did I? Yep, it's gone. The weird thing about me saying that this is hard though, is that the bosses are the easiest part of the game, and the 1st zone, well, that's a breeze, even for the first time you're playing the game. But at later parts of the game, the amount of enemies just goes from a maximum of 10 at once to like 30. Or at least it feels like 30, I haven't actually counted them. And the game has a ton of different enemies, and the later ones are definitely much harder than the starting ones. So not only does the game amp up the amount of enemies at once, it also makes them noticeably harder. But the weirdest thing still being that the bosses are the easiest part of the game. Which to me makes little sense, as I thought a boss fight would be where I got stuck and would have to restart due to permadeath. But nope, the bosses were not the case for that. Also, I want to say that if you played the demo, yes, I do know the demo was quite easy. Let me tell you, the early access release, it's not, okay? Now, the movement, it does play a huge role in this game, so let me tell you a little bit about how it works. So comparing this game's movement to Overkill, well, then you start off kinda slow in this game, but you do get the chance to upgrade your base speed, dash length, jump and so on, but you have to get fairly far into a run to feel the difference. But I don't mind this one bit. Overkill as an example can almost feel a bit too fast at times, and this little slower pace lets you have more control, especially for an old fart like myself. And apart from the speed, you got jump, you got slide, you got dash, you got void dash and gravitational push. The grab push works as a shotgun jump. You aim down and fire to send yourself flying into the air. And the void dash is a charged up dash that deals damage and impact that you can aim wherever you want from the air. That deals damage to your enemies when you hit them. The normal dash, well, it's a normal dash and you got 3 charges of it before it depletes. The slide on the other hand is very extravagant, as you can infinite slide in this game. Yeah, you heard it, the slide does not cancel until you decide to cancel it. And the jump, believe it or not, it's a regular jump. But all of these mechanics and the little slower speed makes for a fantastic experience that I absolutely loved every single second of. It's satisfying dashing away, it's fun void dashing into someone's face, and oh yeah, you can also wall run, but I never really used that in combat, only in platforming because I suck. But the thing is, it's fun wall running even when you just do it in the platforming sections, because it all works so well and feels polished enough to feel high quality. And to be able to utilize these movement mechanics, well, the levels, they have to be designed good enough so that you can actually do it. And for the most part, they are. The levels, they're designed into chunks of zones, all with different aesthetics and designs to them. The game plays much like Overkill here. It locks you in arenas. Yeah, I know this throws off even more of you, but the arenas and different environments are really well designed and makes for a great experience. Trust me on this one. And I also have to mention that later on in the game, the arena formula actually changes. It is not really locking you in arenas anymore. Things, they change up, and it makes it very interesting, but I don't really want to spoil it for you. The levels, they are not procedurally generated, but handcrafted, so you will encounter the same arenas depending on which path you choose. Which for me at least gave me a chance to actually learn the different layouts of the arenas and become better and better at navigating them while in combat, which in the end made each run a little more satisfying. Every time you finish an arena, you get to choose which type of upgrade you want in the next arena. It can be upgrading your health bar, adding explosive damage, fire or electricity. These upgrades reset every run, making it so that each run you can customize and build a new build for your character, and maybe next run you want to focus more on fire damage. Well, then you go ahead and pick the fire path as much as you can, and so on. Now these upgrades amount to a whooping 70 plus, so the chances of you building the exact same build as before is very, very slim bratsky. And all of this adds to the replayability of it all. Now how about the guns and the enemies, Slim? Well, my friend, I'm here to tell you. So the amount of guns, they are not that whooping. We got a total of 4 weapons in the game. A gun, an assault rifle, a shotgun and a sword. But they all offer different alternative fires. That changes depending on what upgrade path you choose in your run, which adds quite a lot of depth to the guns, making me never feel like I was missing any weapons when I play the game. And being so narrowed down with the amount of guns and effective at different things made me switch up the weapons a lot during mid-fight, to use the most effective one depending on the situation. And I gotta be honest with you guys, this is something my small brain rarely can handle all that well, but in this it could, and it was really fun. However, the audio of the assault rifle is kinda I did not like it at all. The gun on the other hand is really satisfying to both look at and listen to, and the headshot feedback from it is excellent. Now the boomstick, the holy grail of weapons, is also both of those things, with some great bullet tracing, letting you clearly see how many shots hits your target and how close you need to be for the spread of the bullets to be effective. The enemies on the other hand, they come in plenty. Each zone offering new enemies and a handful of bosses that all act and play differently. The design of them can be quite boring at times though, and some of them can be a little stupid, actually getting stuck in each other or the environment, which can be a hassle to find as you need to kill all of them to finish the arena you're in. But overall that happened very rarely and often not that hard to locate where they were, and never did they get so stuck that I couldn't progress in the game. And as you might have seen, the graphics, they are freaking spot on. Very simple with a super weird color palette to it that looks really cool, and some environments that are so beautiful to gaze upon. It looks like the environments have been taken straight out of Dark Souls or Elden Ring. I have not played either of those games, only seen trailers, but to me it looks like it's been pulled straight out of them, and that is not a bad thing. Now the audio, it's fine. It's not impressive or very good, but it is not bad either. What I want to emphasize though is the sound of the headshots, how well that feedback works and how much it adds to the satisfaction of the gameplay. A heavily underrated feedback that adds so much to the game. And this one, my friends, it nails that. Now in conclusion, I would highly recommend this game, and I think it is very fairly priced at just under $13. It offers some amazing gameplay, great vistas to gaze upon, enemies with varying designs, although being boring at times, they still have a ton of different mechanics to them, bosses, upgradable weapons and player stats. A roguelike progression system that works well, even though at sometimes it is a wee bit too hard. But hey, you might like the challenge and not be a wuss like me. So if you're up for an amazing Ultra Kill meets Dark Souls game, then I recommend you go grab this game right now. Right freaking now. The future holds corporate rule for all of us. Imagine a world where robots does everything for us. You don't even have to work anymore. Corporations are giving you X amount of money to survive each month. But you don't have to do squat shit. Barely even wake up by yourself in the morning. A world decaying in its own filth. Wouldn't it be pretty damn nice to put a sizable dent in the corporation's profits margin? You know, show them what real pain feels like. Well, exactly that is what you get to do in the brand new 1.0 release of the roguelike FPS Deadlink. Introducing a game that almost looks as good as it feels, blending cyberpunk aesthetics with near-apocalyptic future vibes and some gameplay that blows most shooter games through the roof with its quite poorly designed but truly awesome feeling weapons, abilities and upgrades that will have you flying through the arenas like Wonder Woman herself. So, what is Deadlink? Well, first of all, this is a roguelike, and I know that might throw some of you off, but hear me out on this one before you decide whether this is for you or not. The core loop is as you'd expect. It's a grind to become stronger and eventually finish a full run. You are this agency soldier, and you enter a deadly world via this secret gadget known as the Deadlink project. This neural connection allows soldiers to pilot an empty combat shell. Here, they will test its abilities in an urban fighting situation. However, once it is destroyed, the connection is lost and the only thing that remains is the tokens and credits that have been collected. This is Deadlink in a nutshell. It is a fast-paced title about destruction, loss, and starting again. And the vicious cycle, it may seem tedious, but the brutal and hectic gameplay is undeniably so hard to put down, and it is so incredibly satisfying to just slaughter everything. Now, we talked about taking control of an empty shell in this game, and they work more or less as a class in any other game, all starting with different loadouts and abilities. For example, the soldier shell starts with a shotgun and a rocket launcher, and for abilities, it has a grappling hook and a blind attack. Now, each of these classes has their strengths and weaknesses, but they all cater to different playstyles. So if you prefer or play better at long range, well, you better play as the hunter shell with a single fire pistol. Or if you like guns blazing and grappling yourself right into the action, well, the shotgun rocking soldier will be your go-to. Now, there is a total of 4 different shells that you can play with, and they all play vastly different from one another. However, you can't just choose which one you want from the get-go. You have to actually put your time and dedication in unlocking all of them. But hey, that's a further motivation to keep the grind going and unlock whatever you want to play with. Trust me when I tell you this, it's worth it. Once unlocked though, they can be further upgraded individually and somewhat tweaked, but it all requires your time and dedication to unlock everything that you want. And each shell has different amounts of armor and health to them. And health, it is not something that you can replenish in a run, not unless you are at a store and ready to spend credits. However, armor you can replenish by marking enemies in various ways, like using abilities, melee or grenades. It all differs depending on your shell. But having marked an enemy and then killing it grants you armor, much like in modern Doom games. And this adds a level of depth to the combat that just makes it incredibly fun and challenging at the same time. Now we reach the highlight of any first-person shooter game, the weapons. And boy oh boy, these weapons, they deliver! We don't have a whole lot of weapons in the game, and I will not spoil all of them for you, as they do play a huge role in the game and how the game evolves as you unlock new shells. But even though we don't have a lot, they can all be upgraded and enhanced and tweaked in ways that makes you play with them in completely different ways than how you started off. For example, the shotgun can get both fire damage that explodes or sets enemies to fire, or an electric charge that bursts down from the sky, dealing damage to whatever hits it. And some enemies take more damage depending on the elemental damage and so on. Or heck, why don't you combine both fire and electricity in the same gun? Because that's totally doable, and this is just some of the upgrades you can do to your weapons. Not sure exactly how many more there are, but there is plenty of tweaks and upgrades, and I mean plenty. Now, how do the weapons actually feel? Well, they feel fucking amazing, friends. Only real complaint I have is that they sometimes feel weaker than they should. The enemies, they sometimes feel like a little too spongy, making the weapons seem weak, especially the rocket launcher. It more often than not takes 2 to 3 rockets to make someone go poof. Happily though, I can tell you that the shotgun can deal just the right amount of damage if upgraded correctly. Just take a look at this slaughtering mayhem. Now I dare you to let me know in the comments that you did not think that looked satisfying and fun. And the guns, they do feel this amazing due to the fact that they have excellent animations to them, great audio design, and somewhat pleasable artistic design. I feel like they are a little too cluttered with wires and hoses, but overall it is a pass on the design as it fits the world and the whole shell concept really well. Now I can't forget to mention that the weapons can help you in your movement in the game as well. The rocket launcher, for an example, kicks you back so much every time you fire a rocket that you can use it to get away from danger as an example. Or maybe make your mid-air flight even longer and higher. And honestly, it feels pretty damn good doing it. So as I touched on already, the gameplay is a grindy loop, with the goal of reaching the end. But to do so, you have to become strong enough to actually make it, with permanent upgrades that you unlock the more you play, and with temporary upgrades that are lost after each run. Now the permanent upgrades are as you'd expect: increased health, increased damage, take less damage, and so on, with some unique twists here and there. But where the fun really shines is in the non-temporary upgrades. They let you build unique builds for your character each time you play, depending on how kind the RNG gods are towards you and how smart you actually play the cards that are given to you, because every upgrade can have a beneficial perk no matter how bad the actual upgrade might be, if you put it in the right slot, that is. So every upgrade has a passive and an active upgrade to them. To unlock the active one, you must put it in the right slot with enough battery in it for it to actually work. And to activate it, you must actually do the task assigned to the battery that you put the upgrade in. It can range from using a skill or switching a weapon. It's nothing overly complex, but as for the passive, it always works no matter where you put the upgrade. And if played right, you can build some amazing builds that just amps up everything in the game to a euphoria of amazing fun. But that is to say that sometimes you can mess up your build completely, or may God forbid the RNG gods are not kind to you, making you almost want to abandon your current run. And this happening is just as possible as building an amazing build. Now sprinkled in amongst the sea of upgrades are also some twists and turns here and there, with shops that can be upgraded to sell even more upgrades, or for you to sell upgrades that you don't wish to have. You also got this gambling guide that lets you gamble your permanent upgrade points to either make you stronger or get nothing at all. And I freaking hate that guy, cause he always gives me crap. So how does it feel to move around in this game? Well, it does take some time getting used to, as you do start off with rather slow movement. Well, compared to a lot of games that I play on this channel at least. And taking in consideration how the levels are designed, you do actually feel somewhat slow. Because the levels are designed so that you enter a medium-sized arena with both verticality and jump pads scattered around. But sometimes it might feel hard reaching them and actually utilizing them to their fullest due to your slow movement. So honestly, I would have preferred just a snippet faster movement than is as standard. But it is somewhat made up for with upgradable movement speed and upgradable skills that can be used for movement. For an example, the grappling hook. Nonetheless, the levels and arenas are really well designed, each and every one of them feeling unique in their own way, even though if you play an arena in the same episode, they have the same aesthetics to them, making great use of both verticality, jump pads, movement, and really encouraging you to experiment with your gameplay. Now the enemies are for the most part walking or flying cannon fodder, but you will encounter some tank-like enemies throughout, and what makes them quite enjoyable is the fact that they all have different weak points that is more often than not essential for you to shoot at to take them down at a reasonable speed. Again, I will use the grapple as an example, as that is my favorite ability in the whole game. It's just so much fun! So this big guy right here has a weak spot on his back and a shield on his front. He is fast and there's no way for you to strafe around him. What you have to do is use your grapple that also stuns him, fly towards him, turn around to shoot him in his back. Simple, but so freaking effective.
Now you've done it, you fuck! Removing power limiters!
And this goes throughout the game, introducing new enemies in each episode of the game and a new boss at the end of every episode. And there is a total of 4 episodes in the game. Now the audio and the graphics feel like a fresh breath of air for me. Playing so many pixelated games as of late, this feels like a nice mix in the bag for me. It's rocking the Unreal Engine to create its world, and whilst it does not have any magnificent vistas to gaze upon, it does look good and is a perfect volume of detail. It doesn't feel hyper detailed, but it is enough to pique your interest and add upon the world's beauty. And accompanying you in this world is some well-composed, adrenaline-inducing cyberpunk music that in my ears just sounds fantastic and truly fits the tone of the game like a hand fits a glove, if it is the right size, that is. Now in conclusion, I would highly recommend this game. I think it is very fairly priced at $15. I would even still recommend it if it was at $20. I don't have much at all to complain about with the game, but before jumping into this, I want to emphasize again that this is a roguelike and you must know what you're getting yourself into when playing this. It is a grind, it is repetitive in some aspects, but what it does fantastic and it never once felt tedious for me. So now that you know that, go grapple your way into victory and have a fun time doing it. The 1.0 release is finally here. Welcome to Herald of Havoc 1.0 release review. The Swedish guy sitting right here goes by the name of Slim Bratsky, and my mission today is to help you figure out if this game is worth your time and money or not. Let's do this. So what is Herald of Havoc? Well, honestly, it is a little hard to describe exactly what this game is, because it can be a lot of things. And the best way to describe it is that it is a storyless and deathmatch-less Quake-like. And what I mean by that is that Quake is one of those few games that blends all of the components that makes a boomer shooter so perfectly well. You can play it very straightforward, with an easier difficulty if you want to, or you can really challenge yourself, your dancing skills and weapon swapping on a higher difficulty. You can go exploring in each level to find those hard to find and often interactable secrets. You can go full speedrunning mode and finish the levels in the quickest possible time, or try and survive for as long as possible with different tactics in the endless mode. Yes, Quake Remastered does have an endless mode. And Herald of Havoc seems to try and do exactly that, but does it succeed in doing it? Let's start with the level design. So first of all, the 1.0 release is here, and it's brought with it a total of 3 episodes that takes about 3 to 4 hours to complete on the medium difficulty. A good amount of guns, all with alternative fire and some even a third alternative fire mode, really amping up the possibilities of different tactics throughout the game. But this is where the first flaw comes in. That's the variation of the quality in the levels. Some levels are excellent design with a good amount of puzzling, shooting and options for in-depth combat, like switching weapons, dancing around enemies or even vertically flying to make the most amount of kills in the fastest time, taking as little damage as possible while doing it. And really utilizing the different weapons and their very well crafted alternative fire modes. However, most of the levels simply does not offer this. Some levels are incredibly straightforward, where you are literally handed the gun that suits the best in the next room, and some even pits you in a tight corridor, making the enemies spawn right in front of you and giving you the best gun that you can possibly have for the situation to just mow them down with 0 to no effort. Now this might not sound like a flaw, because these moments can be really cool if done right, and you can really feel like a badass in them. But in Herald of Havoc, it happens way too often, and is often very predictable, and that in my opinion takes away the cool factor of it. In other words, some of the levels feels very basic and very short. Finishing a level in 3 to 5 minutes is not something uncommon in this game. However, I do want to mention that the secrets in the levels are actually a blast to look for. Since the levels are often very small, it's not overly complicated to actually look for them. It is a challenge, but not an overwhelming one that actually brings more joy than frustration to the table, which is something I rarely feel about secrets in games. Now, why am I putting so much emphasis on the level design? Well, it is because I think it is too simplistic. It is a fast-paced shooter where movement and level design is key elements to make it fun. And I'm not saying that all of the maps are super simplistic. Some of them actually offers everything that you need to have a really good time when it comes to level design, but too many of the levels in the game, they are way too simplistic. And it also comes down to a lot of the artistic style of the game. The game is very simple, it lacks a lot of detail, there is no wear and tear in the environment, pretty much none. And that also brings an impression of everything being very simplistic. So everything comes into play here, and for the most part, in my eyes, it is not done right. Now what do you say we move to something that the game really does well? Now to the weapons. As I said previously, the game has a good amount of guns, all with alternative fire modes and some even a third alternative fire mode. Now that alone is quite impressive, but this game goes beyond even that, because the alternative fire modes is not just fire this or that a little faster or simply zoom in, although one of the guns actually do exactly that, but screw that. All the rest of the guns might feel basic at first glance until you discover their alternative fire modes, which range from resurrecting the dead, damage over time, AoE damage, transforming your gun into a huge ass grenade launcher, calling down a lightning strike from above, and so on. This game truly sets the new standard for what it means to have an alternative fire to your guns. And it's an absolute blast, slaying everything with... Now the guns, they really are unique and fun to use, with a lot of different ways for you to actually use them. And sprinkled in there is also power-ups like akimbo and increased damage, which really are the right ingredients for a super fun boomer shooter. Now I can't really leave the weapon segment without talking about the holy grail, the stick that everyone is craving for, the shotgun. Herald of Havoc offers both a single barrel and a double barrel, and they are sweet. Now the single barrel works as a sniper shotty, but it does it great. A little bit of spread, just enough to make it a little more powerful close up, but still really pack a punch from far away. And it sounds and looks great. Not the best by any means, but it fits the rest of the game perfectly. And the double barrel has a bit more punch to it, just as it should, with great visual feedback and tons of damage up close. And an alternative fire mode that lets you charge it up and shoot out a blazing fireball. It's pretty amazing. So what do you say we talk about what you actually kill with these weapons? The enemies. The enemies, they come in 50 shades of grey. There's not much visual difference in them at all. But hey, at least they vary in size. And ways to fire, ranging from your standard pew-pews to minotaurs charging right at you. Gladly though, none of them apart from one are hit scanners, but the one who is a hit scanner needs to charge up its shot before it can fire, and that is done with great visualization, giving you just enough time to either take cover or try to kill it. And this again makes for great in-depth combat using the right guns, movements and tactics to mow down certain enemies depending on their strengths and weaknesses. And this could have been utilized so much more throughout the game than it actually is. Now although they all seem to boast some sort of grey in their design, I still kind of enjoy it. They boast some kind of medieval knight mixed in with futuristic sci-fi look to them, which I think is a super cool theme. But a little more detail to their visuals and smartness would not have hurt at all. They feel very programmed to do more or less what they have been programmed to do, and it takes little to no time to understand each and every enemy's patterns. Even though they have a rocket coming straight at them, they stick to the program. To summarize the gameplay, the game really has some amazing mechanics, both to the guns and the enemies, that are incredibly fun to use and experiment with. And the guns, they actually stick out so much so that I dare to say that they are innovative. But unfortunately, the place where you will get the most out of these is only in the endless mode and not in the campaign. However, that is a mode that is taken far too lightly by many game developers. And that is somewhat the case here as well. It does offer a lot of maps and it is really fun to play in, but that's it. It offers no unlockables, no real motivation to go in there again apart from beating your own high score, which again, is a bit of a shame. It is a mode that should not be taken so lightly. It's really worth giving you something to work for when playing in an endless mode that really motivates you to go back in and keep the grind up. Now let's chit chat a little bit about the game's audio and graphics. The audio, it's amazing. The soundtrack is spot on. All of the guns, every single one of them sound great, often toppled with some great visual feedback, especially the lightning gun. It looks, sounds and feels amazing to use, and I have never in a single game used a more fun lightning gun than this one. It is absolutely fantastic to melt all your enemies with. So the audio is fantastic if you didn't catch that, but the graphics, they left me wanting some more. It's a very colorful game with bright and light areas, which I don't mind one bit. It was actually quite pleasant. But what was lacking was the details. All the rooms, areas, places were just all empty with flat floors, flat walls, flat ceilings and a few blocks here and there. But no real attention to detail to either the environments nor the enemies. And the lack of beautiful scenery is also a huge miss. Not a single time was I able to gaze upon something beautiful to look at, which feels like an insane huge miss as the game tries to go wild and crazy with its levels, taking you to the Egyptian pyramids and space and pretty much everything in between that. But due to lacking beautiful scenery, none of the levels stood out from all the others. They all felt very simply put together with no real attention to detail. However, in conclusion, I would recommend this game. Albeit it has some major improvement potential in my opinion, I still had a really fun time playing it. The weapons, the endless mode, the secrets and how well the game runs with minimal amount of bugs is truly what makes this a recommend. And if those aspects plays a big role for you in a game, well then I'm pretty certain that you will have a good time with Herald of Havoc. But I would wait for a sale. For the amount of content, simplistic level design and lack of detail, I do think it is overly priced and would fit more in the $10 range rather than the $16+ range.
Boomers and Zoomers. Also, welcome to today's video. Today we're doing yet a retro shooter review divided into segments, and I will try my absolute darn best to help you in figuring out if this game is for you or not.
So what are we waiting for? Let's do this!
And today's meat on the grill is no other than the newly released solo developed incredibly atmospheric boomer shooter called iLLWiLL. And this game has 2 shotguns. Insta 10 out of 10 game. Or is it? Really? Let's find out. Let's begin with the story of the game. There once was a Slim. He was very passionate about covering new boomer shooters, and luckily he had this awesome community of brats around him. That awesome community decided to give him a game. That game was called iLLWiLL. So a huge shout out to the brat painter for the game. Excited as he was, he decided to stream his first gameplay of it, and realizing that we got another game in our hands that is without a story. And as I have said before, I love mindless killing in video games just as much as the other guy. But this game has an insane amount of interesting set pieces and enemies that just screams in my face that they want to tell me a story. But the developer decided that they would not be able to tell me one, which is a shame. And considering that this game is actually $20 on Steam, I would have come to expect a story here. Call me old-fashioned if you want to, but I like a simple story to immerse myself more into the game. But let me know in the comments, how important is a story for you? Do you care at all if there is one? Or what are your thoughts on this? Leave a comment down below, let me know. Now, it's time we dug our teeth into the juicy gameplay of iLLWiLL. Firstly, as you know, a shotgun can make or break a boomer shooter, and I'm happy to say that iLLWiLL has got you covered. You got your centered double barrel shotgun that works and sounds like a dream up close. Then for the medium distance, you get a single barrel shotgun that doesn't sound as good but has a great spinning reload animation, with its sights dingling as you spin the gun. And that is a detail I came to fancy quite a lot. Also, with the single barrel, you can pull off some really neat and satisfying headshots that will make the heads pop and the blood splat of your enemies. And apart from the shotties, the game does offer a good amount of guns, all with very distinct ways to fire. For example, you got this tube gun that shoots blood-sucking worms from it. And once the suckers sucked enough, they latch off their targets, and if you pick them up when they are full of your enemy's blood, they will give you health. Without spoiling every single gun in the game, there are a few of them that both sound and look a bit underpowered compared to the rest, so I found myself using these 3 weapons throughout the game until they ran out of ammo, and that's when I switched guns. Now the enemies, they do come in plenty for being a solo developed game. They will vary from puking monstrosities to robotic pigs, each with different amounts of health. In certain arena-styled areas, they will spawn in plenty and really surround you, making the gameplay feel super hectic and fast. But for the majority of the game, it's got a more slow approach, whereas I feel like the game wants you to more go with the flow, explore and take in the fantastic scenery that the game offers. Whereas a story would have been great, but no. And the level design is also a freaking winner in this game. Not only do the levels offer some very interesting and appealing design elements, which looks to be ripped straight out of a Tim Burton movie, they also offer a good mix of arena-style areas to really practice your strafe running and gunning, but also super tight atmospheric, almost scary corridors with a decent length to them. I would say on average it took me around 15 to 20 minutes to complete a map on normal, and you can save at any time. The game also throws some puzzles and secrets at you. While the secret seems to be on the easier side, as I managed to collect a lot more than I usually do in games, the puzzles on the other hand, those who were in my live stream, they know. I'm not going to bash on all of the puzzle and platforming elements in the game, but there is a certain maze that you have to get through in one of the maps. And that maze, it almost broke me completely. It's supposed to take no more than 5 to 10 minutes to get through it, but me being as stupid as I am and the maze being as complicated as it was, it took me over 40 minutes to get out of it. I never, ever want to see a maze in a video game ever again. I hate mazes, okay? Oh, I almost forgot. If you're finding the game a bit challenging, well, then you better start secret hunting, because each secret that you find will give you a 10% damage boost. However, once you jump into a new map, that 10% boost is gone, so you have to find a new secret in each map. There are a total of 3, so you can get up to 30% damage boost on each map, if you're good at secret hunting, that is. But apart from that, the gameplay is really tight. It's been well polished and it feels great. Topple that with 2 amazing shotguns that you can blast a good variety of enemies with, and I would dare to say that the gameplay segment is fantastic in this game. But that is to say that both the platforming and puzzling is absolutely nothing special at all. It goes something like this. Find that button, open that door, or jump this moving platform without falling down, and that's the majority of the game's puzzles and platforming. Now when it comes to the graphics, well, this game is using the Unreal Engine 4 to power its graphic house. And for the most part, the game looks jaw-dropping good. With its Tim Burton-inspired environments, coupled with some incredibly well done and atmospheric lighting, it turns the game into a wallpaper powerhouse. The environments really are some of the most interesting and beautiful that I have seen in a long time. But something did really throw me off here. Some parts of certain maps looks a bit unfinished, and this map right here, it looks unfinished when it comes to the texture work as a whole. I mean the whole map, at least compared to how the rest of the game looks. And I'm guessing here, but I think this is a design choice, but in my opinion, it's a weird one. We are not done with the graphics just yet, and this is turning into quite a long review, but if you like it, hit that like button. And if you like more videos like this, hit that subbly dub. Why the hell did I just say it like that? Now the weapons, they do look decent, and they have sparkles of details to them, but visually, they are not crazy enough. I would have loved to see something more crazy here when it comes to the visuals. Also, a little more effort in making them look better, pure graphically speaking. But the enemies on the other hand, well, they're bad looking on purpose, and I like it. The enemies, they have this low poly look to them, and why I like them is that it fits so well into the Tim Burton style that this game is going for. The whole blocky teeth that every enemy has, it just fits really well, and they are really squishy, filled with tons of blood that would just splat when you kill them. I love it. Now the audio in the game is a solid one. It's nothing extravagant, and the ambience could have been turned up a notch, especially in the tight corridor areas. And some of the guns, they seem to have been mixed a bit low. When firing them, I could barely hear that the trigger had been pulled, while other guns had just the right volume to them. At first glance, you might think this is another heavy metal pumping game, but the soundtrack is far from that. The soundtrack is trying to immerse you with mystical, electronic and fantasy-inspired tunes pumping in the background. And for the most part, I think the music was good and it did make me go with the flow and enjoy the moment more. So, the soundtrack is a win in my opinion. Now in conclusion, I think this is a shooter with amazing gameplay, crazy good environments and a good variety of everything from levels, weapons and enemy. But I am missing a simple story and a little more uniqueness to the gameplay in each level, because every level plays out more or less the same, with find that key or button and open the door to progress. And the maze, well, the maze should just get removed completely, I hate it. But I would still highly recommend this game. However, I do think a fair price point would be around $10 to $15 and not $20 as it is now. But hey, I'm not the one to tell you what to do with your money, but I hope I helped you figuring out what you're going to do with your money, if you're gonna spend it on this game or not. Ladies and gentlemen, super welcome to today's video, guys. Today we're doing yet another review, and this review is divided into segments, and I will try my best to give you some good and some bad in all of these segments, because remember, even the sun has its spots, and I want to help you figure out if this game is for you or not. So let's do this. And today's meat on the grill is no other than the newly released brutal old-school first-person shooter immersive sim Hyperviolent. Let's begin with the story, shall we? So in this game, you find yourself stranded on a remote mining asteroid after responding to a distress call, but things quickly take a turn for the worse as you discover that an ancient evil has awoken on the asteroid thanks to mankind's desire for power. This evil has brought forth monstrous creatures that surround you, threatening your survival. As you progress through the game, you'll uncover the mystery behind this madness and fight your way through hordes of enemies. Now the basics of the story is simple and not unique in any way, which is, yeah, it is what it is. But what makes it so great is the starting cutscene that really sets the tone from the get-go. And that tone just keeps on building and building as you progress through the crazy, well-crafted environments with blood-filled walls, flickering lights and dark corridors filled with terminals that you have to read. Yep, I hate reading too much in games. If I wanted to read, I go and read a book. But not everyone feels like I feel. And I have to say that what is written in these terminals are stories of how the events unfolded, sometimes in private logs and sometimes in more overall fashion. And they are very well written. Let me tell you that much. I actually started feeling for this mining facility and its employees that has now turned into monstrosities. And that is something I rarely feel in games, but in this I did. And another great part is that you can skip reading all of these logs if that is what you desire, but they will help you progress, so keep that in mind. But the absolute most essential parts are being told through voice acting, so you can skip it if you want to. But oh god, I love voice acting. It's very underrated and every game should have it. Why don't they? The story in this game, however, and how it's told through its dark environments is actually some of the best that I have experienced in a very long time, so double thumbs up for that. Now when it comes to the gameplay of Hyperviolent, let me start with the premise of the game, and that is, compared to other boomer shooters, more slow-paced and a lot more inventory management-ish, and that's exactly how this game should be. The more slower pace that the overall game has helps with the horror elements a lot. You never know what enemy is lurking behind the next corner, because they don't always charge full speed ahead at you. Sometimes they need a clear line of sight before they do, and when they do, there's no ultra fast sprint that you can use to run away. You have to face them dead on. There is actually no sprint at all in this game. And oh boy, that mechanic made me jump more than once. And another great thing about the gameplay is how you can akimbo any combination of one-handed weapons. For example, as you have seen in the footage rolling, you can have one gun and one melee weapon, or you can have an SMG and a pistol, or whatever your heart desires. And this makes for some crazy innovative gameplay experiences that you can create all on your own. Now, there is a downside to the guns, and that is that they all have different stats, like accuracy and damage. But especially for the one-handed weapons, the base accuracy is insanely low, so aiming at the head will maybe 1/3 of the time actually hit the head. Sure, it adds to the realism of holding a gun in one hand, and it also adds to the intense moments when you're shitting your pants and now your shots are missing as well. But it does doesn't add to the fun factor. Sure, a little recoil is fine, but in this game it's off the charts high in my opinion. However, a huge upside to the weapons is that the melee weapon works flawless, and the variation of guns you will come across is stunning. Everything from energy pistols, rocket launchers, and chopped up limbs that you can use as weapons, and everything in between. And using all of those weapons for some crazy combinations in your hands makes for a true highlight of the game. Overall, I would say that the combat is great in this game. It is super scary, super intense, and it lets you be innovative with the combinations. However, the melee weapon will be used more often than not, due to the super low accuracy of the guns. But there is one thing that can improve the base accuracy of your guns, and that is secrets hidden throughout the maps. If you do a little digging and exploring, you might come across one of these secrets and they will reward you with a weapon upgrade. And in my opinion, that's a really nice touch. Often in boomer shooters, secret areas, they often reward you with ammo, armor, or health, but in this game it feels so much more rewarding finding one of these secrets, as the reward you're getting actually makes you permanently stronger. Now, there is a lot more to the gameplay than just combat, this being an immersive sim that really does not hold your hand at any time during the game. To progress, you will have to use your brain and detective skills. For example, at one part of the game, I had to log into a computer to find a code to another room, but the password to access the computer was not handed to me. It was written on a wall with blood inside another room, so my brain had to add the text I saw to the computer I saw to get the code I think I needed to the room that might have been the right way to progress in the level. Did that make any sense at all? Well, that's how it was. A few times it was so hard figuring this out, and it ended up being a little frustrating, but at most times it was incredibly satisfying cracking the code, and that returns us again to the reading. It's still not essential. If you're smart enough, you can just look for codes or keywords in the text, and that's all you really need. But I do recommend reading some of it at minimum, for it did really heighten the experience, as I mentioned earlier. Now, the inventory side of things is just as you'd expect. Some items takes one slot and bigger ones takes two, but what always has me worried in immersive sims like this is the amount of loot and junk you will come across, as your inventory is limited. But I was pleased to find that apart from the weapons, not all that much will fill your inventory. You essentially have heals in two formats, weapons including grenades, and occasional material for crafting grenades, etc. There really is no useless junk that will fill your inventory space, but you will have to choose what weapon to keep and what to throw out after a while. Some really well crafted mechanics and super satisfying but sometimes frustrating detective work makes this into a true love letter of the old school immersive sims like System Shock and Deus Ex, which in my opinion we have seen far too few of. So I'm very pleased that this game is here right now and it's being done in the right way so far. Now, the graphics of the game is, as you might have noticed already, very pixely, but the pixels that are present here, they are gorgeous, especially the environments. They are super well crafted with a nice touch of modern lighting, 3D models, and old school. Something that could have used a little more detail to them though is the enemies. Sometimes, especially when getting close, their pixels are too big and it doesn't really fit in with how the weapons and the environments look. Everything is just more clean and detailed than the actual enemies, making them feel a little out of place. But the environments, they truly are the highlight of the graphics, with a ton of variety to them, super well crafted details, and a ton of gore. It just really helps set the game's super dark tone and immersive feeling. And when it comes to the audio, one part of it could actually use a little work, and that is the mixing department. The enemies, they are overly loud when dying. Even though I turned everything down to 50%, whenever an enemy dies, they scream so loud I eventually had to move my headphones away from my ears because it was so loud. But other than that, the gun sounds great, the ambience is spot on, and the music is a fucking blast to listen to. Alexander Brandon, who did the music for Unreal and Deus Ex, was a part of making the music for this game, so I mean, it can't be anything other than great. Now, in conclusion, this is a true love letter to the old school immersive sims that, in my opinion, we have seen far too few of, and I'm glad to say that this is a good one. It almost nails everything it sets out to do. With a few tweaks here and there, this places amongst the best in its category. Now, I hope I helped you in figuring out if this game is for you or not. Please leave a like if you liked the video, leave a comment down below, let me know if this game is for you or not.
Have you ever wondered what it sounds like when steel meets the flesh of unthinkable monstrosities? Have you ever dreamt about being the biggest, baddest, and strongest powerhouse in the universe?
Have you ever asked yourself what lays beyond our solar system? Well, my friends, you're in luck, because today I'm reviewing the powerhouse dream of powerhouse dreams. And today's slaughter machine on the grill is of course the highly anticipated Warhammer 40k Boltgun, the game that will make your power fantasy come to life. Let's start by digging our teeth into the story. And let me begin with saying, I have played a total of 3 Warhammer games previous to this one. Vermintide, which is a slaughter machine with minimal story, Darktide, which is a slaughter machine with minimal story, and Total Warhammer, which is a war simulation game with, a little bit of story that I can't remember. So I know very minimal about the Warhammer lore. I just wanted to throw that out there so that no one thinks that I'm a Warhammer god of some sort, because I am far from that. Oh shit, yeah, I did play Necromunda as well. Okay, now in this game you play as a space marine, a true badass and an unstoppable killing machine that is set out to some strange planet. After some strange energy readings was detected on it. On your way there, shit goes sideways and your squad dies as your drop pod malfunctions and crashes.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate.
You, Space Marine, you are now the sole survivor of your squad, and you have to purge everything that stands in your way of you and your next objective. I said purge! The story is told through animated and very pixelated cutscenes and text that pop up in loading screens between the levels. And by the way, there is no voice acting in those loading screens. You're gonna have to read it all. Big L on that. But it did give me a little bit of a push in motivation before entering each level. And the very few but really awesome cutscenes that gave me even more of a bigger push before entering a new episode. However, the story does get shadowed out in this game, because when you're in the game actually playing, it is so damn good that you forget about everything else. And with that said, let's jump into the gameplay. Now the gameplay, my fellow Space Marines, is something really extra in this game. I have a lot to praise here, but it's not without its fair share of flaws as well. Although a not so trained boomer shooter eye might not even notice these flaws. But I did, so I will bring them up, whether you like it or not. Now firstly, this game is a very kind boomer shooter. It has pretty much everything that the formula demands. Collect keys, navigate through maze-like maps, 3 episodes with 8 maps each, fast-paced combat, some meaty weapons that you can carry, all of them at the same time, a dedicated grenade button. Oh shit, wait, this is super rare but a really welcome addition. I can't even remember when I used grenades as much as in this game, due to it having its own dedicated button and not having to switch to the grenades to use them. And let me tell you guys, the grenades is good for purging! But why is this a kind boomer shooter, Slim? Well, first of all, it is a very easy one. The skill level does not have to be high at all to get through this game. Which, if you ask me, is a pretty damn nice thing. But a huge chunk of boomer shooter fans does like a good challenge, and this does not deliver that. The one part in the game that truly tested my skills was in the boss fights, and mostly due to this fucking line of sight attack that you can only dodge if you break the line of sight with the boss. Which is a hell of a lot easier said than done, since you actually have to look at the thing to shoot it, and you face this particular boss more than once in the game. It was freaking annoying to say the least, but the grenades work like a dream on the bosses as well, so don't go wasting all of them before the bosses, okay? And considering I had to deal with these bosses more than once in the game, you should hit that like, hit that subscribe, and donate all your money to me, okay? It's an order from the Emperor, Space Marine. Do it now! Now, apart from the bosses, there are actual cannon fodder in this game as well. Some die in one shot, other takes a few more bullets, but none of them are overly hard to overcome, or actually puts up much of a challenge at all. Meaning, it's easy to purge them from this planet! But do be careful, these charging things can kill you quickly, and if you don't blow them into bits, they will pray to some dark god to get resurrected even stronger than before. And you better run if that happens, cause they will charge at you and they will reach you before you have a chance to kill them. If you stand still and just try to shoot them, that is. In my opinion, the enemy variation is good in this game, and I love the look of each and every single one of them. Their designs are interesting, their sprites are beautiful, but something that would really enhance them even further is if they had some sort of dialogue. And I mean more than just screaming when they're dying. Maybe not the monstrosities, but the humanoids at least. When they see me, it would be cool if they went something like, "Oh shit, it's the almighty Space Marine Slimbratsky, shoot him!" Or something like that, you know what I mean. However, they do look very pleasing to kill, with or without dialogue. And they are so incredibly satisfyingly crunchy and bloody, it's an absolute magnificent pleasure to purge them from this planet! There is one thing though that really felt a little cheap, and that is the fact that the enemies teleport into the battlefield when in the big arenas. You got these amazing big arenas that you have to purge. And it is a pleasure to jump around and chainsaw your way through enemies in these arenas. Yeah, because the chainsaw acts as a grappling hook as well. You lock onto an enemy and off you go. But the enemies, they will often flank you even though you're moving at lightning speed, as they teleport in behind you, no matter where on the map you're standing. And it would have been much better if they had multiple entryways into the arena so that you could build some form of tactic in your head as where to navigate to purge the most effectively. So apart from the grenades and the chainsword, you will be using weapons that actually fire bullets, lasers and plasma. These weapons, my fellow Space Marines, are some of the best and crisp sounding weapons I have ever come across in any video game ever. These, they are the pinnacle of good feeling and sounding weapons. They are the perfect tool for purging, purge. Now, did you hear and feel that? My god, it is some of the most crisp and crunchy sounding sounds ever. Now, I don't want to get into too much detail regarding the weapons. I want you to experience them for yourself. But I will happily say this. The Boltgun is a dream. The heavy bolter is like a dream inside a dream. The shotgun is okay, but it lacks a little bit of the punch compared to the rest of the guns. The plasma gun is the best freaking plasma gun I have ever used in any video game ever.
This is the weapon I'm least excited about. Ooh. Okay, looks beautiful. Looks and sounds pretty damn cool. It actually almost feels like a weak rocket launcher and the rockets being plasma balls. It's pretty amazing. And it has AoE, which is perfect for purging! And not a single weapon, not a single freaking one disappointed me. They have all been crafted with perfection in mind and they have succeeded and they are a blast to use. But if I have to complain on something, is that how static the weapon sprites look. There is no idle animation for them, the empty shells that comes out, while beautiful to look at, always has the same animation and no physics to them at all, which makes it look a bit off if you focus on it. It's one of those things where once you see it, you can't unsee it, so you're welcome, I just destroyed that for you. Overall though, I think that the enemies and the guns are absolutely awesome in this game. It is one of the most satisfying games I have ever played, and what's so good about it is that the satisfaction never wears off. It is an amazing feeling and a true power fantasy come to life. Now the level design is really good in this game, but it also is very kind. I was not lost once. Yep, you heard it right, Slim was not lost once in this game, but only semi-stuck. one time. And I wasn't even looking for keys then. I was trying to figure out how to solve a portal puzzle. And honestly, it didn't even take that long to figure it out. The rest of the time, all the keys that I needed were right in front of me, with minimal effort to actually find them. And that's something generally boomer shooters needs to think of. Come up with new objectives. It doesn't have to be keys throughout the whole game, okay? I mean, there's pretty much not a single objective else than to find the key. And that does get a little boring after around 16 maps played or so. Especially if you're not used to this formula, you will get bored of this. Another thing that makes it feel so very kind is all of its secrets. I was not looking for any secrets when I played the game, but I found half of all the secrets in the game, and on average there is about 5 secrets per map. Now how in the hell did you find them, Slim? Well, they were so often presented right in front of me that I had to put zero effort into actually finding them. I just ran straight into them. But after talking about all of this niceness, you would be surprised that the game will not give you a map. If you get lost, you will most likely get very lost. And you're gonna have to start putting out breadcrumbs on the floor to prevent yourself from running around in circles. Because for some reason, there is no map in this game. But just as I said, I never got lost in the game. At the same time though, not everyone can be as good of a navigator as I am. That was a joke, by the way. I got lost all the time. I'm glad if I find my door out of the house in the morning when going to work. Overall, the gameplay is a masterpiece in this game. And the flaws that I have mentioned, as I said in the beginning, I don't even think that most people playing this game will notice them. But me that plays boomer shooters every day, I think of a lot of small details here and there that I don't think most people will. And the flaws that I'm mentioning here, it doesn't really make it a bad game at all. It is still a really good game. The combat, it is so damn good in this game that it's very easy to just look past these subtle flaws. But you know what? I have to complain on one more thing before we leave the gameplay segment. And that is all the damn pickups. It really stressed me out. It felt like I was running low on everything all the time, even though I was maxed out. It felt like the game was really trying to hold my hand, making sure I was never in a really dire situation. That developer was always there to refill my stocks even when I didn't need it, actually making me run and try and pick up stuff even though I didn't need it at all, which was a bit annoying. Space Marines, listen up. We have reached the audio and graphics segment of this review, and it's time you stretch your back and focus. Because this game looks absolutely incredible. It's crisp, it's clear, it doesn't use one color palette. And if you think it looks too good, well, you can turn up the pixelation and reduce the amount of colors. But don't. You will get a hard time seeing what is what. While I do enjoy my pixels and sprites, I also like to see what's going on in the game, and so will you. But it is very cool that the option is there, and more retro shooters should include this in their options. Yep, Space Marines, this is one beautiful looking game, and a very gory one at that. It's running on the Unreal 4 engine, but it's built to look like a mix of Doom and Quake, and it is done very well. Now the audio in the game is on par with the graphics, if not even better. The crunchy, crisp sound of the enemies going splat when you purge them is just beautiful. Just you take a listen to this. And the music, it has some kind of holy and sadistic tone to it at the same time, which fits the game perfectly. I have no idea how to put the music in any form of genre, but that's the best explanation I can give you. And to sprinkle on the goodiness, the music is also dynamic, meaning when you're in a fight it amps up, making you feel like you're 5 times better than you actually are, giving you some kind of power you didn't even know you had, making you feel like a god at shooter games until you watch what you recorded and it wasn't even as third as cool as it felt. Now in conclusion, this is the boomer shooter I would recommend to anyone new to the subgenre. It's easy, it has all the formulas for the genre right, it looks good, it feels good, and most importantly, it is a ton of fun to play. However, when it comes to the hardcore boomer shooters looking for a challenging experience, I don't think this will be for you. But if you are that and still can enjoy a good game that has all the features I mentioned, heck, go buy this right now. But do beware, the game does not have an endless mode, it does not have co-op or multiplayer. The single player campaign and 4 difficulties is what you get, and a first playthrough is roughly around 7 to 9 hours, which is quite a good amount considering the price and the quality of the game.
When I was 16, I designed a computer game in this notebook, and it was awesome. But then, it got lost. Or was it?
Boomers and Zoomers, super welcome to today's video, guys. Today we will be taking a journey back to when leather capes, green matrix coding and the offsprings were the cool things on your mind. I'm of course talking about the 90s. So what do you say we do this, shall we?
Hope you're ready, you mother flippin' turd pile. Because I am the X-Slayer.
And today's amazing 90s cool guy on the grill is no other than the Slayer's X-Terminal Aftermath, Vengeance of the Slayer. Absolute nuts name and a genius one at that. It makes the game stand out. Even if you haven't seen it yet, it's proper brilliant.
This is brilliant.
As the Brits would say, or would they? I honestly have no idea what the Brits would say, but hey, drop a comment, let me know. Now let's start this journey off by traveling to the game's story. Because there is one in this game, and it's wicked, it's rad, and it's pretty deep and funny at the same time.
This is brilliant.
You, my 90s cool guy, you play as Sane, one of the X-Slayers. Your hometown gets invaded by the mother-flipping psychos, some kind of altered monstrosities assembled in a top-secret basement. And they kill your mom as they invade your town. Of course, you cannot let this pass, so you set out on a vengeance adventure to kill the psychos and avenge your mom's death. And along the journey, you will come across some pretty odd but very charming characters. And that is not all. The story is very, very odd, with a mix of incredibly silly and very serious. And sprinkle in some twists and turns throughout every corner of the game. And honestly, a part of me wants to say that this is not a good story for a game. But thinking about it, it really stuck with me, and there is something happening all the time that either makes you laugh, feel uncomfortable, or mad. And when a game does all of those things with its story, it is a fucking banger of a story, and that is facts, my friends.
This is brilliant.
Now, when I first jumped into this game, I thought I wouldn't give a rat's ass about the story given the overall tone of the game. But alas, I was so wrong, because the story plays a huge role in this game, and it does play it so fucking well for what it is. And what is it? Well, it's a 90s teenager wildest dream of a video game. I can honestly relate so much to my young teenage brain myself when playing this game. It's ridiculous how well it nails it. But I do want to emphasize, when it comes to the story, I don't think it will be for everyone. Either you will find it uncomfortable throughout your whole playthrough, or you will be like me in this instance and love it. Because the story is so strong, so colorful, and so wild and crazy, there really is no middle thing here. You will either hate it, or you will love it. Now, my cool 90s kids, what do you say we jump to the heart of the game? The gameplay. Now, the gameplay is just as crazy as the story, if not even more crazy. So let's start with the guns. And yes, I'm going to show you all of them because I want to. And if you don't want to see all of them, well, just fast forward with the timestamps in the description or manually with the text popping up right now. Okay, here we go. First up, we got the melee weapon. Works as you'd imagine it would, but if charged by picking up hack blood charges that drops from killing enemies, you can fire energy beams with it. Not overly powerful, not very useful honestly, so I'll just leave it at that. Then we got the dual guns. And if you got an inner modern gangster inside of you, then this is the go-to. It fires fast, it does not do a ton of damage, but it does switch up its animations as you fire, and it is a pleasure to use it. Then we got my favorite gun, the glass shotgun.
You think you're twisted?
It fires broken glass at your enemies, and you get ammo for it by destroying glass and picking up the broken glass pieces. It's a genius idea, and it sounds and feels very nice. But it does not have very much range to speak of. Then we got some exploding canned poop that you fire with a crossbow. I mean, your regular gun that you find in every single game, right?
This is brilliant.
It works pretty much as you'd expect a grenade launcher would, but it does not bounce. It explodes on impact, and it's very hard taking down more than one enemy at a time with this thing. The AoE, it's not great. Then, my friends, we move to the minigun. I have no idea what this thing is made out of, but it looks cool, and holy shit does it pack a punch. You can mow down anything with this thing. And say for an example, you shoot turds with it, well, it's gonna be covered in poop if you're too close doing it. Disgusting, but a really nice detail.
This is brilliant.
Oh, and the same thing goes for blood, but that's not as cool. And then we got the rocket launcher. And this, my friends, is not your standard rocket launcher. Let me tell you that much. This one fires 3 rockets at a time, and it has the AoE, it has the solo impact damage, and this, my friends, is the go-to weapon on any and all harder enemies in the game. So don't go wasting its ammo on turds. Now the last weapon in the game is a Hackblood Power, and it has such a cool ability and ways to fire it that I won't spoil it. And the acquiring of the power is pretty intense, so I'm gonna leave it as a little bit of a mystery. But you will see footage of it rolling, as it has already been shown in trailers, but I will still leave some mystery surrounding it.
This is brilliant.
The weapons, they are a blast. And I just love how unique every single weapon is by their looks and how they fire. First impression of the guns without actually playing the game might be that holy shit, these are some silly ass guns, they're probably gonna be crap. But trust me, they pack a punch and they are a pleasure to play with.
This is brilliant.
You can really feel how they've been worked on into the smallest of detail to make them as good as they are in the game. They are well balanced, well optimized, look fantastic, sound great, are very unique, and most importantly, they are so fun to use. Now the levels and the enemies, they are just as wicked as everything else we talked about thus far. The levels will take you through stores, carnivals, camping sites, and much more. All of these different settings, with a touch of realism and craziness to them, are so freaking fun to explore and kill stuff in. They all boast a ton of fun details to explore, secrets to uncover, and a shit ton of crazy ways to navigate through them.
This is brilliant.
And not only that, they are well thought out in every single, and I mean it, every single level. I was given the impression of exploring and a sense of freedom, not being locked in a super linear path, even though at almost all times I was. The game is a linear one, but the levels are designed with freedom in mind. You can detract if you come across a small opening or a little vent that you can walk through, but somehow it still leads you to the intended path every single time. And if you feel like you missed something because you did detract from the main path, or just want to explore further, you can always run back and forth just as you please. The game will not lock you in. And yes, my friends, the game has keys. You need keys to progress. But honestly, more times than not, I had already picked up the keys without even knowing I had. 2 times throughout my whole playthrough, I had to actively look for keys or buttons to press. So my conclusion is that they are not very hard to find. What really made the levels stand out for me is how much they actually remind me of Duke Nukem, based off locations that you could come across in real life, mixed in with some crazy and absurd stuff that barely your wildest imagination can come up with. In my opinion, it's just something that more developers should dare to do, because it is just so much fun to explore and look at.
This is brilliant.
Now, I won't touch too much on the enemies, but I will tell you this. They are just as weird as the rest of the game. None of them are hit scanners. They can truly be killed with skill, no matter the difficulty you put on. And every single enemy you come across has different attacks to kill you with. But if I have to nag on something, it's that I would have liked to see 2 or more enemy variations in the game.
That's not good enough!
So the gameplay, if you didn't already get that, is really enjoyable. The design of everything and the story just tingles my teenage nerve in such a good way. It brings me back to when I was sitting in my room, having the Offspring CD on repeat, and having half as much troubles in life as I do right now. And it's all done with such a passion and huge amount of attention to detail. And that really shines through as you play the game. Everything is just so well balanced, and most of all, it is so much fun. And before we leave the gameplay, friends, I also want to mention that the controls are very tight feeling. They are responsive, there is bunny hopping, there is fast walking, and there is a sprint. And even though it is of high quality and most part feels great, it can almost feel off sometimes. Why is that, you ask? Well, the movement feels like the most modern part in the whole game, and that almost made it feel off at sometimes. It's weird, I know, but it's true.
You're serious?
Yeah, I'm actually dead serious.
I'm doing that again.
It is super weird, but it is true.
Oh, honey.
You don't think so? Okay, let's continue. Now, my 90s cool kids, we have reached the graphics segment of this journey. And oh boy, the graphics are pure garbage. It's like taking the glass ammo for the shotgun and pouring it in your eyes as you try to stare at the sun at the same time. It's horrible, and I fucking love it. It's going for this build engine look, and before actually asking the developer what engine it was running on, I thought it was the build engine mixed with some wizardry. But why I had to ask the developer was because I could see some glimpses here and there of it using a little too modern technology for it to be purely build engine. And alas, it is not running on the build engine, but on Unity, but with a very, very horrible look to it, just as intended. Now it might sound like I'm bashing on the graphics, and in a way it looks absolutely terrible, but on the other hand, that's exactly how it's supposed to look, and it really, really nails it.
This is brilliant.
This has to be one of the best shit-looking games made in Unity, and with shit-looking, I mean, of course, old school, fabulous, beautiful, build engine looking. Shit translates to amazing in this case. Makes sense, right? Good, let's continue. And now it's time for the waves that gets transported into your ears. I'm of course talking about the audio. Okay, so imagine you're playing a game from the mid to late 90s. The audio quality is much worse than in today's standard, and I do dare to say that a lot, if not all, of today's boomer shooters uses audio from today's technology and standard. But not this game, my friends. It is both sounding and looking really old, but it is not of such low quality that it hurts the experience. But instead what it does is heighten that teenage feeling of having the Offsprings on repeat in your room.
This is brilliant.
And the OST is unfortunately not the Offsprings.
That's not good enough!
The OST is made by Seepage and Psycho Syndicate, which I have no idea who they are, but the theme song got really stuck in my head. It's even going on a loop in there as I'm writing this. They did a really good job with the music, even though it not being my type of music, it fits the overall theme of the game and the main character saying incredibly well. So in conclusion guys, this game is a fucking blast from the past if I ever played one. It nails pretty much everything that it sets out to do. But don't go into this expecting a modern interpretation of boomer shooters. Go into this expecting to relive what once was, but made in today's day and age. And if that is what you want, and your brain is ready for a crazy, absurd and wild ride, well then my friends, you're going to love this game. Today, we will be time traveling back to the PlayStation 1 era, the era of incredibly choppy 3D graphics, the time when dinosaurs were artificially reawoken from death in movies, when Jurassic Park was actually a really good movie and not your regular action flick. Oh boy, I do miss those times, so let's not waste any more of our precious time, let's do this. And today's dinosaur caretaker on the grill is no other than the newly early access release Dino Trauma, developed and published by Phobia Interactive, and this being their first game from this two-people team. Now my dinosaur hunting friends, I will be taking you to Eastern Europe, and more specific, a research center loaded with dinosaurs in Eastern Europe. So as I said, the game is set in a secret laboratory somewhere in Eastern Europe.
You're repeating yourself, you know that?
Where gore, dinosaurs and broken things are a common thing. Video game gore. To me, inspecting the gore in a video game is like inspecting a painting for a painter. It is wonderful when done right. So, in this game you play as a scientist who has to fight his way through hordes of prehistoric creatures to escape the lab. The story is very simple and not very effective at all. But it is a great excuse to shoot some dinosaurs. The story, it's mostly told through small iPad-looking things with text on them from the people that used to work there. Before they, what I'm guessing, got eaten, and I have yet to come across one of these notes rocking more than 5 sentences, meaning they are very easy to read and follow along with some typos here and there just as it should be from a two-people team. However, when it comes to the story, nothing really baffled me and the story never stuck to me. I did not care for it at all, honestly. which is a little bit of a shame. It could definitely have been written in a more immersive and memorable way, considering the nature of the game being so slow and immersive. So the story is no highlight in this game. But the real question is, can we find a highlight in the gameplay of this? Let's find out. Dum 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 dum, here comes the gameplay. So as I said, this is more leaning into the slow-paced, immersive type of game where you carefully look around each corner in case a dino is waiting to eat you. Shit, I'm almost getting scared just saying that. But apart from shooting dinos, there is a lot of puzzles, keys and electric boxes that you have to solve, find and shoot to progress. And more times than I'm comfortable with, I got badly stuck in this game. And that was not because the levels are overly big, because they are not. They are rather small in size. But because there's no explanation to the puzzles, making some of them very tedious to solve. You have to go by trial and error. Like this one right here, I had to click 3 times on the same spot for it to transform into a corner. And how the F was I supposed to know that? And to top it off, every time you fail, you have to wait 10 seconds to give it another try. And I mean, at least give me how the controls functions to the puzzle, because I literally cannot understand anything, okay? I really need help.
I don't understand. I don't understand, bitch.
And while every single puzzle was unique in its mechanics, none of them had any explanation whatsoever. And then we have the keys. What made them so hard to find was the fact that all of a sudden the game introduced a new hatch, or a new door, or a new thing to shoot that had not been present in the game before, making it really hard to actually figure out that this was the way I was supposed to go. Like this hatch in the floor. I thought it was just a prop in the environment, not something I could actually open and go through.
What's this, you fucking piece of shit? What's this?
I had been backtracking and running around like a headless chicken for nearly an hour before I realized that I could open this hatch. And lastly, the goddamn electric boxes. Oh god, the electric boxes. They are hard to spot due to them being so freaking small and the PSX style graphics. Sometimes you can't even tell the difference between an electric box and just some prop box. And to sprinkle into the madness, they can be placed just about anywhere. And then all of a sudden, you have this thing. It says that it needs power, so naturally I went looking for a fucking electric box for what I felt like an eternity, when all it needed was a flip on the switch right fucking next to it. God damn, this game is driving me insane. Okay, so no highlight in the puzzling or progression part of the game, although I have to say that the level design is quite clever and well executed. They are pretty small in size, but very effective, making them feel a lot bigger than they actually are. But at the same time, not that hard to navigate. It's very easy to learn the overall layout of a level, until you have to find a secret hatch or an electric box that you just can't for the freaking life of you find. But there is something that makes the combat feel very out of touch. Now when it comes to the combat, it is rather enjoyable for the most part. The game is not really hard as long as you take it slow and easy. And the dinos, they do make a lot of damage, but so do you. So it's easy to one-shot most of the dinos if close enough with the shotty. But that means you have to take a risk of getting close to them, and then them dealing a lot of damage to you. There is a total of 7 weapons in the game that are all extremely unique from each other, and they are pretty good at different things. The pistol, for example, is great versus rats and smaller dinos. The shotgun is great against charging medium-sized dinos, and the crossbow, it's great for long shots. And they all offer alternative fire modes that are some of the craziest I have ever seen. The pistol, it can be turned into a fully automatic pistol, and the shotty, it can shoot 3 shots at a time. And I have no idea how that makes any sense at all, and it kinda broke the immersion for me a bit, but hey, they're dinos in the game, so not everything has to make sense, I guess.
Nothing makes fucking sense. Life makes no sense.
The animations are, to say the least, incredibly stiff in this game. Everything from the dinos to the overall weapon animations, making the game feel very arcadey. I have seen a ton of 90s games with much smoother animation than what this one boasts, and that unfortunately breaks the immersion even more, as well as make the game detract from what I presume it wants to be, the slow-paced immersive horror shooter. Since the combat feels so arcadey, I more often than not found myself jumping around like I was the Doom guy killing dinos like there was no tomorrow, but instead of heavy metal tunes in the background, it was Swedish techno. And that just felt so out of place in this game, with some well-needed animation work and polish not only to the weapons and enemies, but to the game's movement as well. If done right, this could turn into a great Dino Crisis first-person shooter, but as is now, it unfortunately does not succeed. But there is actually something that really deserves some praise in this game. Let's jump into it. Ba-ba, da-dee-bee-dee-bum-ba. That was supposed to resemble the audio segment of this review. Did I nail it? Leave a comment down below, let me know. And if I did nail it, leave a like, subscribe, send me an email, send me a letter, ring on my door, knock on my window and kiss on my forehead. But please, do let me know if I nailed it. Now, I will mix in the graphics in this audio segment as well, because yeah, why not? So, what I want to highlight is the atmosphere of the game. The ambience, the music and the graphics, especially the environments, really sets a dark and gritty and scary tone for the game that it actually nails perfectly. The most immersive part of the game was at the start, exploring the unknown, not knowing what lies in the next corner, opening doors and carefully look around with your flashlight. But unfortunately, the game does not hold that feeling for very long. About 3 maps in, you start exploring more open areas. You come to learn that the combat is very arcadey and thus making the dinos a lot less scarier. I went from getting jump scared every 15 minutes or so to nothing. So in conclusion, I think the game really nails the look of the PS1 era. With some animation work and movement overhaul, it will look and feel great for a PS1 style game. The guns, they need to be less arcadey and feel more like every shot counts. That would heighten the fear factor and really help bring the fantastic atmosphere of the first hour playing the game much further into the game.
No! You threw off my groove!
The puzzles, they need a hint here and there to make them less tedious, and some kind of objectives would not hurt one bit. There is literally 3 ways to progress: solve a mini puzzle, find a key or shoot an electric box, and you never know which one you're supposed to do because there is no objective. And that could have been elevated a lot further. As the game focuses so heavily on it, you will be doing those 3 things a lot more than actually fighting and exploring in the game. Now the game is in early access right now, with 1 episode containing 8 maps available, and they promise to bring 2 more episodes into the game with more enemies, upgrades and weapons. And there are no upgrades in the game right now, so that's a feature to come. And I will make sure to check out the 1.0 release once it's out and see if it has improved in any way or been polished. In the not-so-distant future, you find yourself in Kosolov, a grim industrial city. Kosolov is a highly controlled and secretive society. It's an industrialized nation with overwhelming authority and a devotion to its leaders. The citizens, they endlessly work to death. A hard divide between the secretive upper society and the majority brainwashed working class ensures continuation. Effectively shunned from the rest of the world, leaders of Kosolov have been free to fast-track their unethical scientific experiments to enhance their tyrannical military capabilities and workforce. To create the ultimate controllable and mindless workforce, Kosolov had put in place a plan to revive the dead and set them back to work, benefiting from an already high mortality rate. Scientists have attempted mechanical implants, regenerative biomass, and a host of bizarre experiments, with numerous unforeseen consequences resulting in a catastrophic disaster. The only thing left to do is battle your way out of the city. Welcome to Anomalous, an early access title that is closing in on its 1.0 release. A game that perfectly blends old school mechanics and graphics with modern ones. And today, my friends, I'm here to help you decide if this $6 steal is for you or not. And somewhere in the video, I'll be sharing how you can win a copy of this game. So stay tuned in the video for the instructions. Now, my friends, let's do this. So what is Anomalous? This, my amazing viewer, is a first-person shooter game with 10 different weapons, 15 campaign levels, and a buttload of enemies. Some really good-looking old-school graphics mixed in with good lighting, great shadows, and a hell of a lot of blood. And the game, it actually has a story and some lore to it, but apart from what I just told you in the start of the video, there isn't really anything super interesting to know about the game, when it comes to the story that is. It's very much a Quake-like with some Half-Life influences here and there, but most of all it's a fast-paced shooter with a speedometer, meaning there isn't really that much need for a deep and engaging story, even though sometimes the game actually tries, with some Half-Life-like speeches from a floating broadcaster and some blue glowing circles that works as letters, giving you some lore and context as to what is going on in Paso. Nonetheless, the game will take you through some amazing looking environments with a good amount of difficulty options, whereas the mid-tier one is pretty challenging, but never really felt unfair. It had me dying a couple of times, but I never got frustrated by the death of an enemy. There was something, however, that really got me frustrated, but I will touch on that later in the video. I'm actually not a huge fan of these blue glowing circles with too much text in them, as it breaks the pace of the game too much for me. It stops all interactions and you're just stuck reading a note. But I do like the floating Half-Life broadcaster though. However, if you never heard or read what I just told you at the beginning of the video, you would have no idea what it's talking about, because it doesn't really make sense unless you know what I told you at the start, as the game never really introduces the story in a proper way. So how is the gameplay in this story-filled shooter? Well, it's pretty good and it's not that good. Let me explain. First of all, I want to emphasize that this is a solo-developed game that is selling for a whopping $6 when it's not on sale. And taking those things into consideration, this is an absolute fantastic deal that is hard to match. However, the game has its ups and it has its downs. I'm going to share both of them with you right now. Let me start with the gunplay. For the most part, it is actually really good, but it does have some improvement potential. Now, I especially like the automatic rifle, the dual wielding of the pistols, and the pulse rifle. However, they could all use a little more visual feedback to them when being fired. And apart from the assault rifle and pistols, I actually thought that all the guns sounded quite underwhelming. Not enough loudness, not enough punch or feedback from firing them. I wanted to feel like I'm firing something powerful and deadly, and I just didn't feel that with these weapons. And as we know, the boomstick, the shotgun, the holy grail of weapons, the most important gun in any shooter game. Of course, this game has them, both a single barrel and a double barrel one at that. But they fail to deliver. They have way too much spread, making them feel way too weak. You have to get really up and personal to actually deal some damage. And neither the audio nor visual feedback is there. It just doesn't feel as good using them as it could have felt. However, something really cool is that you can dual wield a lot of the guns in the game. For example, the single barrel shotty and the pistols, and that somewhat amps them up, making them feel and actually be more powerful. And that's especially noticeable with the pistol. It goes from completely useless to pretty damn good. Unfortunately, that's not the case for the shotty. It actually still feels pretty weak. So the gunplay is a really mixed bag of some pretty cool weapons with the option to akimbo most of them, but pretty much all of them lack that punch that is so needed for them to feel satisfying. And worth mentioning also is that none of the guns offer an alternative fire mode, but it doesn't really feel necessary in this game since the variety of the weapons is so huge. It still offers that depth to the combat that alternative fire modes usually bring. Now when it comes to the enemies that you will be shooting with these guns, well, they're pretty cool in my opinion. Now I actually really like the enemies and their variation. They range from flying aliens, brain-dead zombies and human soldiers. And I want to say that their movement is very basic in the game right now. Either they clump up and move towards you, or they move very minimalistic and tries to shoot you. But it's not over there. In the next update for the game, the enemies will receive some improvements, making it just a little bit harder to kill them. They will have the ability to dodge your attacks in a much more sophisticated way and move in less predictable patterns. And that's another cool thing about this game. Although it is closing in on its 1.0 release, what is left to do before it reaches that, it's not adding more things, but making the things that are already there better. like making the maps even more beautiful than they already are, improving the enemies, bettering the animations and so on, and that to me is a sign of a dedicated developer who wants to bring us the best that he can do. But as is now, the enemies they do fine. Sure, they could use a little improvement, but I still had a good time killing them, and they did put up a challenge now and then. Now for the most part, it wasn't that hard, but I came across some road bumps here and there, where I had to bring forth the hidden powers that I possess inside to slay everything. It's giveaway time! And what do you have to do to enter the giveaway? Well, first of all, you have to like the video, dislike it if you don't like it, leave a comment down below, let me know that you want entry into the giveaway. And lastly, join the Discord in the description. Why? Well, because that's where I will announce the winner. If you don't have access to Discord, let me know in the comments and I will reach out to you some other way. Good luck, friend. Now, the design of the levels is the game's biggest weak point. The objective is to find colored keys to unlock the colored door that matches the key. And that sounds all easy and well familiar, but with its labyrinthine design and no freaking map, it was incredibly frustrating and hard to find the keys or doors sometimes. And to amp that up, at a later stage in the game, you're introduced to a grappling hook. Now, the grappling hook is awful. It feels stiff and it's not used to give you an advantage in combat or anything like that. It's there to help you solve platforming puzzles. And these platforming puzzles almost made my freaking head explode out of frustration. Okay, I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting really frustrated right now. Once you finally figure out how to traverse them though, they're not that hard. But tether points makes no sense and they really confuse you, making it really frustrating at times. And once you finally get to the top, yeah, well, you realize, fuck, this is not even where I'm supposed to go. And once again, you're lost, not really knowing where you're supposed to go. It might sound like I'm complaining a bit much here, but overall, the game is a fun ride. It has its moments of frustration and the guns, they do lack a bit of punch. But other than that, there is a good variation to the guns. The enemies are plenty and they are varying. The combat, it still has those oof moments where you pull off something that not even you knew that you could do. It offers a great challenge with great difficulty options. The movement, it feels tight and good, but it could really use a double jump or a dash of some form. Come to think of it, a double jump instead of the grappling hook would have been mwah, but no, we're stuck with the bloody hook. Now the music is actually created by the same dude that is making the game, which is a cool detail considering the music is top tier. It's a really good metal soundtrack that tries to amp up with some kind of janky dynamic audio that sometimes work great and sometimes not so great. However, for the most part of the game, it does the job and it does it really good. But I cannot show it to you because it is copyright marked, so I can't play it here on YouTube. Now the guns audio, we already covered, but the enemies we have not. And there really isn't all that much to say about it. The sound as you expect them to, with a nice touch of meaty goodiness. When making them explode into bits and pieces, that is. And that takes me to the visuals. This is one bloody spectacle. Some maps literally has you walking through blood-filled floors and walls, and you can often add even more blood to them by exploding your foes that stands in your way. But not only that, the game's levels are incredibly varying in their locations. You will go through forests, research facilities, a city, and much more, all with distinct visual designs to them, jam-packed with details and breakable stuff. And those things combined with the excellent mix of old school graphics and moderns makes this one of the game's strongest aspects. Not a single level was boring to look at, and the majority of them had me go, wow, this is beautiful. If the guns would just pack a little more punch to their audio, this segment would have been top tier. But now, unfortunately, the audio is left behind. But it still has an amazing soundtrack to lift it up a little bit, but it's copyrighted. And the graphics, they are good, like really good. And I'm still standing by that, even though that the game has some graphical glitches here and there, like you can see through textures and some are clipping a little weird, but nothing that can't be fixed. And it doesn't really bother the gameplay or your flow of the game or anything like that. It's just annoying to look at. Now in conclusion, yes, I would highly recommend this game. It's priced too cheap and it offers a hell of a lot more than you'd expect to get for $6. It has some improvement potential, sure, which is totally fine, especially since the game is not completely finished yet and the quality of the game is being worked on. I could be wrong on this, but I do have a feeling though that the price will go up after it's done. So if this piqued your interest now, I'd highly recommend go and grab it right now. I know that you have been working your ass off for a whole year, and finally it is time for you to take that well-deserved vacation. You start looking for a trip that brings the most value for its price, and boom, there it is, your dream vacation for half the price that you were expecting to pay. You just cannot for the life of you believe it, so you instantly buy it and off you go. Once there, you're greeted by a bunch of aliens that looks like they came straight out of a game from the 1996. And not only that, they are out to eat ya. Let me present Zortch. And I'm here today to help you in figuring out if this game is worth your time and money or not. Let's do this. So what is Zortch? Well, first of all, there is a small story to the game, presented to you by walking over big green question marks. They are easy to miss and rarely do they make any sense whatsoever. But hey, the story is this: you are Zortch Maximum, a short order cook, amateur engineer and professional slacker. Bored and tired of her day job, she decides to go on a holiday, but alas, she picks a cheap option. Turns out, it's a scheme by aliens who capture humans to eat their brains. Ha! Who could have figured? And that is about it. The game puts zero to no emphasis on the story, which is alright in this instance, as what I just told you gives you a base of a story that you can evolve with the game's environmental storytelling, which the game actually does fine with. And you should know this, that not once does the game ever take itself too serious. But you know me by now, I do love a little story in my games. Nothing overcomplicated like a Starfield game or anything like that, but just a little something to get my interest and immersion going. And honestly, this game gave me just enough, and I'm so happy for it. Now, apart from the story, the game's main focus is of course its gameplay. You will be traversing a bunch of different environments in 15 different levels, slaying a whopping 5 bosses that all differ somewhat from each other. And on your way to them, you will encounter a total of 30 different enemy types that you can send to the afterlife with 9 different guns plus a kicking ability. Now these 30 enemies, well, they differ a lot from each other. The game has been built using a custom engine that ensures it will run good on even a potato for a PC. It also brings that wonderful feeling of games created in the mid to late 90s. In my opinion, I'd say it feels like playing a unique take on Unreal mixed with some Turok and some effort at comedy here and there. Now let me dive just a little deeper into the enemies. They come in plenty, a whopping 30 different variations, and what's extra good with them is that none of them are hit scanners, none of them move in predictable patterns. You can literally see them jumping around in great distances at very unexpected times and places. And that is something I'm really missing in a lot of today's shooters. Many tend to have the same move pattern for their enemies, making them clump together into one very easy kiting experience that just destroys it all. This game, however, does not suffer from that. And of course, they all use different attacks and guns, ranging from rockets to plasma rifles and melee only. And what this does to the game, it adds a certain depth to the combat, making your movement and skill feel like it really matters. You can, if you're skilled enough, avoid every single one of the enemy's attacks. And that is amped up an extra notch due to the game's incredible movement. Now, when first hearing about incredible movement, one might think, ooh, it has some tight and real responsive movement, but this, my friend, is the complete opposite of that. This game's movement, it's floaty, it's unresponsive, and it is freaking fantastic. It takes some getting used to due to it being so floaty and non-responsive, but once you get the hang of it, you can use the speed boost you get from jumping to great advantages, and it feels great doing it, almost floating through the air, kicking, shooting, and avoiding bullets. And if you didn't figure it out already, this is, if wanted to, a very fast-paced shooter. But you can, for the most part, take it a little slower if you want to. Use the corners rather than speed to your advantage. It's up to you how you want to play, but I love the fact that you can play it how you want to play it. Now, what do you say we deep dive into the weapons, shall we? As I said, there is a total of 9 different weapons and a kicking ability, and I won't spoil all of them for you, but here are some. The guns, they're cool. Every gun that you expect to be there is there, with some really quirky but rather cool additions, like the living lightning gun that completely melts every foe that stands in its way. Each weapon at your disposal is good at different things, and they all boast an alternative fire, giving you even more layers of depth to the already deep combat. But what stood out the most to me though was the half-life sensor mines. I was not expecting to find this in the game, but hey, they are here, and if used right, oh man, they can lay waste to a lot of enemies at once. Now I can't leave the weapon segment without talking about the boomstick, the shotgun, right? Overall, it is a good shotgun, but I highly recommend using the alternative fire that shoots 2 rounds rather than 1 due to the regular fire mode really lacking in damage. And then we have the sound. It's honestly not satisfying enough. I want a much more powerful and punchy sound to my shotgun than this one has. But on the other hand, it might not be the worst things. Due to it lacking the power and feeling that I want, I ended up switching up my weapons and constantly play with different ones, which was actually kind of fun for a change. And the levels, they are well designed. I really like the platforming and the verticality that the game offered. It was actually very effective. It really broke the pace of the game for a little bit and was never overly frustrating or anything like that. It was actually quite enjoyable. And the levels, they're actually well designed with the floating movement in mind as well. They really give you the opportunity to really utilize it as you wish. You really get the chance to take down the enemies from the sky, or right in their face with the shotgun, or peek from corners with the automatic gun. Now, as I said previously, the objective, it never changes. You have to find keys to unlock a reactor room, destroy the reactor and escape. And this does get repetitive and quite boring after a few levels. So it is nice that there actually is 5 boss levels to change it up just a little bit. But don't expect a boss fight to take much more than 2 to 3 minutes and then you're off destroying the next reactor again. I don't expect or want some super complicated objectives in a simple game like this, but I want a little bit more variety than I got here. Audio and graphics, you say? Well, the audio is really quirky and fun. It does sound a bit muffled at times, like unnecessarily muffled. But for the most part, the sounds, music, ambience, it all sounds like it's coming straight out of a game from the late 90s. Now, however, I really do think that it could amp down the muffled sound that it has and amp up the quality just a little bit. I don't think it would hurt the game one bit, but for what it tries to do, it does pretty well. And the graphics, they're no different. They are very simple and they look like they've been snatched right out of a late 90s game. The same thing applies here. This is a really personal taste, I know, but I like when a game dares to show a little modernization to it. For example, amp up the shadows, the lightning and reflection, but keep the rest as it is. That I think makes it more appealing to more people without hankering too much to the art style of the game. And it definitely makes me like it more. Something really cool though is that this has been built on a custom engine, just like Wrath, which is always a neat thing when we got to experience something unique as a custom built engine. In conclusion, however, this is a fantastic steal that you can get for a whopping $5, and if you're looking for a real throwback shooter with a bunch of quirkiness and fun to it, well, then this game will not disappoint. Everything works well and as intended. The movement is very satisfying and fun to use. The weapons, they're both unique and expected. But most of all, they have a nice feeling to them, although a little more punch would not have hurt them at all. The levels, well, they are well designed, allowing you to really put that movement to good use. The enemies, they will put up a challenge, but it never feels unfair and they often move in unpredictable ways. And the objectives, well, they stay the same, but the bosses are sprinkled in here to spice things up every 4th level or so. So heck, for $5, this is a really nice, high quality steal for you. Haven't we all had the fantasy of the perfect cyberpunk world? A world where man and machine is one and everything is about pleasure, having a good time and not having a single worry in the world.
let me present to you Turbo Overkill that takes place in Paradise, where a rogue AI has turned everything it could into monstrosities, even the buildings. The place where everything is out to kill you and the remains of the residents of Paradise is locked in, hiding from it all. In other words, the complete opposite of the ultimate cyberpunk fantasy, but a fucking good setting for a fast-paced movement boomer shooter. Turbo Overkill has finally reached its 1.0 release, and it's done so with an absolute bang. Published by Apogee Entertainment and developed by Trigger Happy Interactive, this one-man developed game is a goddamn masterpiece in so many ways, and I'm here today to help you decide if this masterpiece is worth your time and money or not, as effective as I possibly can, because I'm running out of time and I need to do this.
So let's get it done.
Now, if you decide the game is for you, don't forget that you can buy it using my affiliate link linked in the description. That way you support the channel with no extra cost as you buy the game. Simple as that. So first of all, the game actually does have a story, and it goes something like this. So in this game, you play as Johnny Turbo, a cybernetic murder machine whose goal is to clean up the streets of the neon-saturated cyberpunk dystopian Paradise. The city has been overrun by a rogue AI called Sin, who controls legions of biomechanical monsters and mercenaries that form the roster of enemies that you will face in this game. However, that is not all, my friends. The story evolves and offers twists, turns, drama, action, death, and a super awesome AI sidekick.
They cannot win, sir.
And it just never ever stops, just as the gameplay. But is the story any good? Well, yeah, it is. It never interrupts the flow of the game. It mostly tells it between the episodes, and it is somewhat easy to follow along with, even for an egghead-shaped man like myself. Now, the gameplay is really something extra in this one, like really something extra. It's one of the fastest, if not the fastest shooter out there that actually takes itself serious, that is. And it can feel overwhelming, especially since you got this crazy speed that the game wants and encourages you to use, and augments abilities and a ton of weapons, actually a whopping 14 weapons, including drivable vehicles, all with alternate fires, that the game also wants and encourages you to use. And if all of these tools, mechanics, alternative fires are not used properly, well, you will encounter difficulty spikes that might feel frustrating to get through. What I'm trying to say is, don't be like me and forget that you have all of the tools that the game offers at your disposal. Experiment, go wild and crazy with everything, from abilities to augments to alternate fire modes. This is the way to get through this game and fly around the arena-shaped battlegrounds like Spider-Man himself, or else you will eat bullets for breakfast.
This is the way.
Now, all of these things that the game offers, they all feel incredibly well polished and thought out. At first, I was a little skeptical due to the fact that there being so many tools and mechanics in the game, but fret not, friends. Everything serves its purpose, whether it be for you to navigate through the level or for you to find the correct playstyle that you enjoy. There is something for everyone here. And it is a freaking blast when you remember to utilize everything at your disposal to slay everything you see with. So if you're not catching the drift here, guys, the gameplay is absolutely amazing. It's fast-paced, it's deep, and most of all, it is goddamn fun. And the same actually goes for the levels. The game offers different segments of platforming, vehicle driving, train levels, and a ton more, constantly making everything feel fresh and not repetitive. And the same goes for how the levels are actually designed, with combat in mind. There is an endless amount of possibilities for you to tackle what's in front of you. Take the high ground, go low, snipe from afar, go guns blazing, use a power-up or an ability, jump and grapple with your hook and fly around like Spider-Man, or use your chainsaw leg and skateboard through the arenas like a freaking wild man. The gameplay and the levels are top of the top in this. And all of this being developed by mostly one person just freaking blows my mind. And the enemies, well, my friends, they are no different. Here is everything that you come to expect from Cannon Fodder that you can slice with your chainsaw leg, that you can
pull out whenever you want and use a skateboard to fuck shit up with. 2 even more tankier enemies. But there is also a bunch of enemies that you did not come to expect, like drones who can only be killed from above by blasting their exposed brain to bits and pieces. And that is just a small taste of what you will experience in this. There is a lot more, like each episode also ending with a boss fight. And not only does the game offer an insane variety in its enemies, they are also very, very bloody. The gore, it's actually quite magnificent in this one. It sounds very wet in some weird way, but it is so pleasurable listening and looking at the enemies turning into pools of blood and chunks. Well, how about the freaking weapons, Slim? Well, the weapons, they are very unique, very fun when you got ammo for them, and they do not lack the punch, they do not lack the visual feedback, but some enemies do take a whole lot of bullets to take down, which in return makes the weapons seem a bit weak. I'm generally not a fan of enemies having overly much health and being bullet sponges. And I'm not in this game either.
This party's a bust, sir. Let's blow this joint.
And just as there is a lot of enemy variety, there is also a whole lot of enemies that can eat your bullets for breakfast, which is not that nice of a thing, honestly. But Slim, how about the shotgun, the boomstick, the holy grail of weapons? How is that like? Well, let me tell ya. Well, the single barrel is the most unsatisfying of them to use, but it is still pretty damn cool. And it does rock an alternative fire that loads up multiple shots into one big bang, which is pretty nice, but it takes too freaking long to charge up. But the double barrel shotty on the other hand, well, it might not really have the audio for it, but it does feel really crunchy and nice, with an alternative fire that lobs sticky grenades, and it goes something like this. Now the soundtrack is probably the game's weakest point, and it's a pretty damn good soundtrack, don't get me wrong, it's just not top of the top, like the rest of the game. It does rock a mix of cyberpunk with some dramatic movie-like cinematic audio songs-ish. It's a pretty weird mix, it's okay, but it's not top of the top.
What are you talking about?
However, I almost don't want to say it, but the visuals, well, yet again, it's just top of the freaking top. It's the perfect blend of retro and modern that I've been talking about so many times. You have these crunchy pixels everywhere, but mixed in is some amazing lighting, some really cool but fairly low poly models, and an atmosphere surrounding the world that is just chef's kiss.
You run, you hide, you fight. All of it a meaningless charade. You dare stand before me?
In conclusion, guys, this game is fucking amazing, okay? But consider what I have said earlier about the game being fast-paced and offers a hell of a lot of tools at your disposal. This is not your point-and-click-to-kill shooter, it is much, much deeper than that. But if that is what you're looking for, I can confidently say that you will have one of the best FPS gaming experiences with this one. So hit that affiliate link, and while letting it load, enjoy these videos. Doomers and Mirror's Edgers, welcome to this video. Today we're taking a look at Stop Dead, one of the most unique games I have played in a while, and today's father behind the keyboard is no other than the Swedish Slim Bratsky. And my mission today is to help you figure out if this game is worth your time and buckaroonies or not. So let's do this.
Please pay attention. Do not stop. I expect perfection.
So what is Stop Dead, my friends? Well, to be honest, I have no idea exactly what to categorize this as. It's one of the most unique games I have played in a while. You get to embody a superhuman who has been manipulated by a rogue AI who set out to destroy its makers. And that would be us. the humans. How this AI has manipulated you is by implementing you with superpowers, making you turn from an average class human into an S-tier killing machine that can run, jump, slide, crouch bunny hop like a goddamn maniac and pull hundreds of objects towards you with the telekinetic power and use those objects as projectiles to fire at your enemies. But it's not all flowers and sunshine. These powers, they come with a twist. If you deviate from your current mission area, you're dead. Or if you stop moving for as long as half a second, you're dead. The goal is always to get as many crit kills as possible and to finish the level in the fastest possible time, making this game a speedrunning challenge game much like Warstride Challenges, although the core game is completely different from one another.
Eliminate the target. All targets eliminated. Make your exit.
So as I said, the goal is to get through the levels as fast as possible with the most amount of headshots as you can nail to increase your score. The levels in general are around 1 to 3 minutes long, and if you fail, it's back to the start of the level. Now the average length of a level, it's okay, it doesn't get tedious when you have to restart apart from 2 levels. They just felt a bit too long, with too many areas filled with enemies and no real clear path as to where to go. I mean, you could wander off from the objective, which was to kill 2 targeted people, managing to find the right way, approaching each combat scenario so you manage to kill everyone without getting killed yourself might sound easy enough on paper, but when it gets too much in one level, it simply gets too tedious to restart a 15th time. For me, all I needed was a short break to get myself on track again, but I would be lying if I said I didn't want to break my keyboard more than once playing those 2 levels. But I have to say that the rest of the levels, they are in good length. I mean, some of them are just perfect, others they're good, and the rest is okay. And in the levels, you will be looking for the fastest possible way. Many levels offers many alternative routes and shortcuts. And in most levels, it's actually quite easy just getting to the end, but it's harder finding the fastest way and nailing as many headshots as possible on the way. Now, I'd say overall, I really like this balance and the level design in general. It's a good mix of outdoor and indoor environments with both kitchens, office areas, warehouse-like buildings and so on. And it all blends and fits the theme of the game, but it always manages to feel different enough to never feel repetitive. But there is something I would have liked to see more of in the levels. I always felt like I was lacking platforming puzzles in the game. There is not a single jump pad apart from a fan that gives you a small boost when you're already in the air. And there are rails that you can grind, but they are very far and few in between. So more use of the platforming mechanics that are in the game and add in even more to add variation into the core gameplay loop of running and killing, and the level design would have been even better than it already is. Now the enemies, they are okay. There isn't much variety to them, apart from cannon fodder enemies with weapons to bigger tankier enemies with weapons. And here it would have been really cool if, say, there was a stationary flying drone where you could maybe drag yourself towards it to get momentum in the air with your telekinesis power. And that's just an example to add in more variety to the enemies. Overall, just adding more types of different enemies, as the game overall just screams of uniqueness but never really reaches for it fully. The bosses, on the other hand, they were actually really good fun in my opinion. They both stick out with their design and their attacks, and the challenge, it actually felt pretty fair battling them, but I was actually lacking a reward after defeating them. Giving me a new ability or something after defeating a boss would have been really nice. Now the weapons is an interesting one, as technically you only have one weapon, and that is your telekinesis ability. And with it you can pick up hundreds of items, but only one at a time, and fling them at your enemies. Or you can kill an enemy and take their weapon, hold that weapon with your telekinesis and fire it. And that's something I really love with the game. All the items seems to do the same amount of damage depending on where you hit the enemy, but the weapons, they differ a lot from each other. And there's also a decent amount of different weapons in the game, ranging from one-shotting snipers to energy assault rifles.
Like this.
Now the audio, it's good. I especially love the splash effect of critically hitting an enemy. They are very squishy and satisfying to slay. The music, it's alright, nothing that really stood out to me, and in all honesty, I had a hard time even noticing the music in the game, as you're constantly tip-tapping on your toes to survive. The weapons, on the other hand, they were actually surprisingly good sounding and looking. I really liked them. The designs, I could be a little bit crazier, but definitely does the job. And even though you're holding them with your telekinesis, they still have great visual feedback to them. So good job overall in the audio audio segment, maybe amp up the music a bit so it fits the hectic gameplay of the game, and you would have had a banger audio segment in this review. As you might have noticed, the graphics they're going for a more comic book style than anything else, and to be honest I quite like it, because everything is so colorful and clean, it's very easy to read the environment, enemy positions and so on, which is quite an important thing to take into consideration in a fast-paced game like this. But overall it does look very pleasant to look at, with a very safe and neutral art style. So would I recommend this game? Yes, yes, and yes, I would. I found myself saying just one more time for over an hour past my bedtime, simply because it was so much fun and you're constantly given the feeling that you can do better. Also, I have to say, it was very fun trying to beat the times and scores of my fellow Bratskits from the Discord, which you should join, linked in the description. But before you rush off and buy this, know that if you plan on just giving it one spin with no intention of replaying levels to get better, then you will most likely be done with the game in around 3 hours or so. But in 2 months' time, the game drops in its 1.0 release with more maps and hopefully more game modes, with different challenges. As is right now, there's only one game mode with 2 leaderboard challenges. One focuses on points that you get from doing critical kills and looking for secrets, and the other challenge is simply time. Be as fast as you possibly can. And I also want to mention this, don't be afraid of it looking too fast. Trust me, you will be able to learn and master the game. If I can, so can you. So whether you decided if this game is for you or not, don't worry, I got more for you right here. Boomers and Zoomers, super welcome to today's video. Guys, today we're doing the most requested review I ever had on this channel. So what do you say? Let's do this. And today's double sandwich on the grill is no other than the highly praised AAA, no, I mean Total Conversion Doom mod Ashes 2063. You might have noticed I said double sandwich instead of meat at the start there. Well, that's because I will throw in the sequel for Ashes 2063 into the mix at the end of this review called Afterglow. Now it's time for the story. I'm going to try my absolute best and explain the story as simple as I can, for one reason, and that is because this is the most immersed I have ever been in a GC Doom game ever. This game is the true definition of what I mean when I say I want a story in all the storyless games that I review. The story in this game heightened the experience for me so much that it's actually hard to find words to describe it. And that immersion that I'm talking about, it mostly comes from dialogue with friendly NPCs and the incredible environments that this game offers. And there is reading in this game. Yep, this is another read 'em up games that I can't stand. But hear me out. The developers managed to make the text so short but still so impactful that even I did not skip a single word in the dialogues. And that, my friends, is nothing short of incredible. Now, you might actually be interested in hearing the absolute basics of the story, as I said that I would give to you. Because the basics is all that you're getting here, because I don't want to spoil the experience for you whenever you decide to play this game. Now, my friends, here comes the basics. Get ready to enter a post-apocalyptic world that's like Mad Max meets Fallout, with tons of radiation, mutant monsters and different factions wanting to eat your skin alive. You are not some fancy hero with special powers, my friends. You are a good old-fashioned scavenger. That means you're going to have to scavenge throughout abandoned buildings and fight off gangs, just to get your hands on some decent gear. But the real action starts when you hear a mysterious radio signal coming from the ruins of a nearby metropolis. So pack up your bags and get ready to rumble, because you're about to embark on a journey to find the source of that radio tune. Sounds very interesting, right? It's super basic. As I said, I would only give you the basics. But somehow it is yet effective, having this mysterious signal that you don't really know what it is, coming from a metropolis. It's intriguing. It is very intriguing, in my opinion, that is. Did I say that it's really immersive? It's really immersive. Now, let's jump to the gameplay. Now, when it comes to the gameplay, I'm going to be completely honest here, as I always am. It's not as good as the story or storytelling. Don't get me wrong, the story is insanely good and the gameplay is good. But the floaty Doom movement, they are here, which I never really liked. It feels like you're constantly walking on ice, and it makes platforming very hard. And honestly, you can hate me all you want, but I stand very firmly on my 2 legs with this opinion. You can't rob me on that. I don't like Doom movement. Period. Luckily, there is very minimal amount of platforming in this game. You're literally forced to platform jump once in the game, and that is in the tutorial. Phew. Now the guns, they are pretty amazing. You get your fairly standard arsenal of weapons. 2 pistols, 2 shotguns, and as we all know, I freaking love shotguns in games, and these pack a punch. I'm so happy for that. And we got a few more guns and tools, some with alternate fire modes and some without. But most importantly are the shotguns. And they deliver, I'm so happy to say that. The audio is there, the punch is there, and the damage output, it feels just right. Now, there is one thing I am missing when it comes to the shotguns especially, and that is they could have added a little more screen feedback when firing. But it is a minor detail that might just be able to be turned on in the settings, I have no idea. I cannot find it. On the other hand, I can't find anything in GC Doom options. They are messy to say the least, and I will probably never learn the layouts of them. Hey, did I mention that this game is completely free? Even if you want to give the developers some money for this, they won't take it. At least that's what I saw from a couple of comments that I read on the forums, which is absolutely insane if you ask me. They truly deserve something for this masterpiece. So, give your money to me instead, become a member on the YouTube channel. What are you waiting for? You get perks, you get my attention, you get to waste your money on me. Perfect. Now the enemies, they are not incredibly varied. You got your mutants, monsters and gang members with some bosses scattered here and there. But every new enemy that gets introduced changes up the difficulty level in what feels like a fair way, just as any good single player game should do. So I would dare to say that the enemies that are there are really well thought out, and they add to making the gameplay good. Also, I did mention there were bosses, right? They're pretty cool, but they don't offer any spectacular mechanics to them. But the designs are god awful, and I love looking at their sprites. Now the level design, it's nothing spectacular either, but what makes it good is its variation. You will always be in this post-apocalyptic setting, but every level still manages to feel fresh, with locations that differ quite a lot from each other, and they are smack full with tons of references and Easter eggs scattered throughout each level. Also, you get your standard secrets that you can hunt for, which is not such a bad idea in this game, and I'll explain exactly why. In this game, your guns, they use bullets. These bullets are most important, because if you miss one shot, you can count on getting one back in your face very quickly. And not only that, sometimes, not all of the time, but sometimes the ammo feels very scarce throughout your playthrough. So ammo is not always easy to come by, and you might be missing a bit of health because you missed a couple of shots and you got some in your face. And this is where the secrets will help you replenish what you lost, aka bullets and health. Now, there is another highlight to this gameplay, and that is the bike, but it's fucking awful. With the same floaty movement as your legs, it's an awful experience, and it really breaks the immersion when you have to ride it. Why? Well, take a look at this. And that's meant to be this badass biker moment riding in the sunset, but it really is everything except for that. Now, I did not even mention that you can go to restaurants, bars, merchants, and refill both ammo and health. And the currency used in this game is scrap. So melee every single box that you see, because there might be some scrap hidden in it. And that was the tip of the day from Slim. Okay, the graphics, they are quite standard in this for being a GC Doom game. To my knowledge, it doesn't really do anything special with anything. But with that said, my knowledge of the technicalities with a graphics engine is very limited, so don't bash me too hard if I'm wrong here, okay? Or do it, it's completely up to you, do whatever you want. However, that is not to say that it doesn't look good, because it does look really good, and I've come to appreciate my pixely and low poly games a lot. And this just proves once again that even a game with very old school graphics can be just as immersive as, let's say, a Fallout game. Graphics does not define a game if it's fun or not. But from my experience with GC Doom games, it doesn't feel like this stands out in the graphics department in any way, shape or form. Now the audio in this game, it is really, really good. The music from SPRAWL is something really extra in this game. And honestly, I have yet to find a game with a bad soundtrack that SPRAWL worked on, but apart from the music, the footsteps, enemies and guns, heck even the bike, it all sounds good. Nothing feels out of place and everything is well mixed with gunshots being the loudest thing you hear when firing, just as it should be. I especially came to fancy the sound of the revolver. Did you hear that? It's just, it's like pouring chocolate into your ears. Wait, what? It sounds good. That's what I meant to say. Did I mention the music in this game? Oh damn, the music is so damn good in this game. If you think that the game actually looks like ass, well, then play it for the music, because the music is chef's kiss. You won't regret it. Now in conclusion, friends, oh yeah, no, wait, Ashes 2063 Afterglow. I almost forgot, the sequel. I'm going to give you the best review that I can on it. Don't play it before you play Ashes 2063, because it picks up right after where the first one left off. And if you liked Ashes 2063, well, you're gonna love Afterglow. It has better level design, more interactivity, crafting, more enemies, more weapons, more rideable things, with shitty movement, more details, less linear progression. You can literally revisit any area you have been to at any time via the main hub area. More explosions, more story, more Ashes the game. So in conclusion, both of these games are some of the absolute best that you can possibly find in this world. The quality to price ratio on these games is through the roof. Play it, get it, buy the soundtrack to somewhat support the development. Boomers and Zoomers, super welcome to today's video, guys. Today we will be heading back to the Quake 1 engine with some modern coding to it and some gameplay that reminds me a lot of Quake 3. And sprinkled in there, we got a half-naked man with a black hat on him. Insta 10 out of 10 game. Not Insta 10 out of 10. Okay, let's do this. And today's half-naked man on the grill is a game that deserves to have far more Steam reviews than it actually does. Let me introduce Doombringer, the game that tries to take the hectic gameplay of an online arena shooter such as Quake 3 into the single-player scene with a half-naked man, killing both mutants and well-dressed men with gas masks. But does it succeed? Let's find out. Now, as we always do, we start with the story. Because there is a story in this game, woohoo! And the story is actually just enough to keep you motivated and somewhat immersed, knowing that there is a purpose to what's going on and why you're doing the things that you're doing. Although there really is nothing that could justify killing like 10,000 people and mutants wearing nothing but pants and a hat. But hey, it doesn't have to be realistic to be enough. I'd say that the story is only somewhat immersive, and that's due to the story only presenting itself at the very start of the game and at the very end of episode 1. Because we only got one episode thus far in early access. Now the story, it goes something like this. We exist in a dried out world where supplies are scarce and two rivaling factions battle for everything from water, food and pretty much anything that you can imagine. And my guess would be clothes as well, but it doesn't say in the description. But if I had to guess, I would guess that too. One day, your faction is going on a raid on the other faction's house called the Meatgrinder. I'm still not exactly sure what that big house that we're entering called the Meatgrinder is apart from a building, but we are there to steal loot and resources. And things, they do not go as planned. And your squad gets ambushed and slaughtered. And you, as the only sole survivor of the squad with nothing but your pants and a black hat, you set out to kill everything that moves, hoping to bring back a better tomorrow for your faction. And maybe bring back a shirt or two. You know, I would be aiming for that. Nothing breathtaking whatsoever, but some love has been put into the story. So I did what any man wearing clothes should do. I went to the interwebs to see if I could find anything else on the lore or the story, but
No, my interweb skills, they were not enough because I did not find anything. So honestly, I would have loved to seen a little more from the story, as it seems to be somewhat thought out and tries to engage and immerse you, but it fails heavily due to it never presenting itself more than twice throughout your playthrough. I mean, a short 30-second read between the levels would have been enough, like where we're heading now, how have we progressed in our mission to find a better tomorrow, is there any special thoughts running through the player's head as he's slaughtering his foes, but no, nothing. But hey, I'm actually glad that the developers put more effort in than zero to the story, that is, because a lot of other games, they put absolutely zero effort into the story, and I mean, give me something, and this game did, so I'm glad for that. Now to the most important part of any game. The gameplay. The gameplay of Doombringer is a solid one. I want to say that it is really good because I love the idea of bringing the multiplayer arena gameplay feels into the single player scene with a half-naked man, but I don't think it hits everything right. But let's start with what is good. The movement is super tight, just as the Doombringer's abs. And you got everything that you expect from an arena shooter. You got rocket jumping, bunny hopping, 11 different power-ups, 7 different weapons, whereas 2 of them are boomsticks, 1 single barrel shotty and 1 double barrel shotty that sound, look and feel something like this. And at first, I did not like the single barrel at all. And I still think it looks kinda ugly, and that threw me off quite a bit, to be honest. But I'm very glad to say that it works like a dream.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
The damage drop-off, it's very generous. It doesn't fall flat too quick. And the bullet spread, it's just perfect. So, even the gun being ugly, it works fantastic. Which, believe it or not, is the most important thing, okay? Okay? And let's not forget about the level design, because that is, in my opinion, what the game nails the absolute best. It's chock full of secrets, keys, jump pads, brain-licking text like this door requires a yellow key, and it all just feels like a good kind of throwback to the good old days of gaming done right, even though you play as a half-naked man. Now, I did find myself looking for keys just a smidge longer than what I'm comfortable with, but that smidge is okay, as I know that the navigation is different for everyone. One might find the key in an instant, while others will take forever to find it. So me having it somewhere in the middle of those two is often a good sign of great level design. Yes, I am the most average first-person shooter player you can find on this forsaken planet called Earth, but that's facts. But as said, I do not have skill issues, shut up. Another amazing thing about the game is how complete it is. And what I mean with that is that the game offers a single-player campaign, speedrunning mode, co-op, and competitive multiplayer. And rarely do I see indie games for $15 that offers all of that. It just feels like a complete package. But hey, they did hold back on something that might have made it possible to make it so complete. They skipped adding clothes to the Doombringer. So huge miss there, but hey, at least they focused on making the rest of the game complete. Also, a huge thing is that the multiplayer is completely free. If you want to just play that, hey, you can do it without spending a single buck. But as it is free, I'm still counting it as included into the full package when doing a review for this game. Capish? Now I did say that it doesn't nail everything in the gameplay segment, right? So what is it that the game doesn't nail, Slim, huh? Can you tell us? Well, let me tell you! Let me start with the guns. So the pistol has to reload every 4 shots. And with the bullets traveling as fast as watching snails race, it took me 4 shots to just line them up to get 1 hit in. And that turned out to be a very, very frustrating thing. And the lighting gun, it really lacks both the visual and the audio punch that you want from it. Because it is really strong, but it looks and sounds really tiny and puny and weak. And the grenade launcher, well, the grenade launcher is actually pretty amazing. Works like a charm and anything it touches turns into gory bits and pieces. And the same goes with the minigun. But then we have another problem, and that is the double-barrel shotgun. The rocket launcher and the railgun is nowhere to be seen in the campaign, at least not in episode 1, which feels like a real bummer, as they are in the multiplayer. And then we have the enemies. I mean, they are okay, but they're not that interesting. The design is just too standard, and they have too much clothes on them. But the splat that they make when getting torn into pieces is quite nice though. But then we have their behavior. I found some of the bigger enemies often getting stuck in various places due to not being able to navigate because they were bigger than they knew they were. And that also made it sometimes hard for them rounding that corner to get to me. Some even watched their friends die right before their eyes and did not even react to it. And sometimes, at least 3 times throughout my campaign playthrough, I got shot from inside the wall.
No way!
Enemies clipping into the wall and shooting me, which is not okay. One time, even I clipped through the wall.
Say what?
But I do want to mention that when the enemies work as intended, they do have depth to them, each one having their own way of attacking and moving, and while the game is hard, especially when cranking up the difficulty a little, it manages for the most part to feel fair and skill-based. If you learn the different enemy behaviors, you still got a chance to make it. However, sometimes it just throws an unmanageable amount of enemies at you at once, making it feel a little bit unfair. But that doesn't happen too often, and somehow I managed to break through that as well, after like a gazillion tries. What I'm saying here is that there is some really nice gameplay here, but it's blurred out with some well-needed polish. Because I mean, the opportunity to create something bizarre and really interesting is there, but it's not utilized. Now, the graphics department of Doombringer is a technical spectacle. I cannot believe that this is running on the Quake 1 engine. It looks fantastic for what it is. In episode 1, there is a certain grey, almost industrial steampunk style with golden cogwheels here and there to make it real crazy. Which I kind of get, we are in a meat house, whatever that is. But then all of a sudden it opens up and it becomes this mysterious huge place with nothing to tell, as there is no story told as we progress in the game. But I have to say that I did actually like the grey color palette mixed in with some more colorful details here and there. But one thing I did not like at all is the design of the weapons. They look like they've been ripped out of a horror clown house. I'm not sure if it's meant to look steampunk or not, but it looks like guns, you know, a clown would use in a circus. The only thing missing is a flag popping out of the barrel saying boom. But then we have another thing that I actually liked, and that is the gore. Once you line up your shots and you actually hit one, they get covered in blood, and it's pretty cool. And when they explode, they turn into chunky, meaty pieces of meat. But when they do explode, there is not as much blood splats as I would have wanted to. But hey, I guess you can't have everything. Not even a shirt on the player character. But overall, it's gory, it's meaty, and it's nice. Now, the audio is good in this shirtless game. Something a lot of boomer shooters as of late are nailing is actually the audio. And this one is no different. Great music, great sounding weapons for the most part. The enemies, they make the right sound that fits into the game really well. The grenade launcher, it has the bouncy grenade sound just as it should. And the ambience, well, it's just right. It's all there and it's mixed in well with high quality. Now, in conclusion, I think this is a great love letter to Quake 3, using the Quake 1 engine with no shirt on. Okay, I think that was the last shirt joke. It does have a lot of potential, but it does need some polishing for it to reach that full potential, and I'm very excited to check out episode 2 as it promises to be more explosive than the first. But it's so complete that it has a free multiplayer as well, and that aspect is very, very well refined and really tight from what I can tell versus bots, and it does deserve a hell of a lot more players in there than it currently has. So I would highly recommend you give the game a spin versus bots, and I will leave the instruction on how to set that up down in the comments. It is easy, but it is not logical on how to do it, so I'll leave it down in the comments. And if you like the spin versus bots, well, get the single player experience as well. It has potential, it needs polish, but there's 2 more episodes to come. Also, if you have any questions regarding the game, I have very good communications with the developer, so any and all questions will be answered. But before you run off shirtless and grab the free multiplayer or the full single player experience, boomers and zoomers, super welcome to today's video, guys. Today I will be taking you through a journey that will take us through an apocalyptic
Finland. Yes, Finland is Sweden's neighboring country, and I live in Sweden, so this is an insta 10 out of 10 game. Thank you so much for watching this review. I hope no, I'm kidding. Gotcha. Let's do this. Today's meat on the grill is a fairly unheard of boomer shooter called White Hell. Now let's begin with the story. White Hell is a first-person shooter that takes you on a journey through the post-apocalyptic frozen wasteland of Finland. You play as Jarmo, the most common Finnish name in history, by the way, a man who wakes up from a drunken slumber on his toilet floor to find that the world has gone to hell. I mean, nothing special about that. That's how Finns wake up every single day. On the toilet floor, I mean. However, what is a little special is that Finland has been decimated by a glacial apocalypse, and now extremist groups control the land. Jarmo finds himself up against the Order of the Blue Eagle and Red Tomorrow, two groups who hate each other almost as much as they hate him. Can Jarmo survive this frozen hell and come out on top? Well, that is up to you and your skills to find out. The game nor the story takes itself too serious, which more times than not can be a real miss. But there is a ton of charm and comedy in this game that actually really stuck to me. I really liked it. And there is a ton of things in this game that just screams Wolfenstein inspiration. And there is far too few games that does that, so I'm very happy that this one dared to do it. So thumbs up for that. Now the gameplay of White Hell is a good mix of old school and modern day mechanics. You have access to a variety of standard first-person shooter guns, like the revolver, shotgun, minigun, and some not so standard, which you will see in the footage rolling, like the flamethrower, and a single-shot bolt-action rifle without a sniper scope. But what's most important is, does the gun feel good? And yes it does. Let me demonstrate. So it looks, feels and sounds good, but there is no double barrel shotgun, which would have been awesome. But instead, the one and only shotgun we have works as you'd expect a double barrel to do. The damage falls really quick and it only does a good amount of damage when you're close to hugging the enemies. So don't expect to be using a shotty as your go-to weapon in this game, because it won't work. The game's enemies all boast different abilities, armors, attacks, etc, and due to this, you might not even be able to get close enough to an enemy to be able to do enough damage to take them down. I mean, it is possible, but not effective, and the game is not easy by any means. I played on normal, by the way, so this forces you to use the right weapon for the right moment, and that makes the gameplay feel fresh all the time, which is a really nice thing, because a lot of boomer shooters, they have this area, clear the enemies, use the weapon of your liking, and you're done with it. Move to the next area, clear this area of enemies, use the weapon to your liking, but this game is far from that.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Now there is actually one more weapon that I really want to show you from this game that is not a shotgun, and that is the rifle that I don't know the name of, but it's fucking great. Now, did you see those crazy snipes I did? This rifle is fantastic, but there is so little ammo for it, so I couldn't even use it half as much as I wanted to. And there is actually one thing I found feeling really off with the game, and it's hitbox. I haven't analyzed it in the smallest of detail, but it felt like more shots were missing than what I'm used to. I mean, I miss shots all the time, we all know that, but overly much in White Hell. And honestly, I think it has to do with games in general having overly nice hitboxes. Whereas if you miss by just a little, it still counts as a hit. If you didn't know, that is how most games work. But I don't think that's the case in this game, hence why it felt off, because I'm not used to it. Or the weapon's bullets don't fly out where you're aiming. And I noticed this especially from the revolver. And honestly, it could be a combination of both, but it didn't feel good or right.
What the fuck?
Now, there is something that sets the gunplay apart from all the other boomer shooters in this game, and that is the strange Sisu fire modes, powered by a strange energy called nothing less than Sisu. Killing enemies with your Sisu weapons grants armor, which encourages you to use them liberally.
It lets you use 4 different Sisu modes: Sword of Destiny, Tick Shot, Barrels of Fun, and Ice Cannon. Each mode has its unique properties, ranging from a big glowing sword that throws out energy waves to explosive bullets that stick to enemies. And they are a nice addition to the game, adding yet another layer of gameplay feeling fresh and not repetitive. Now, another thing that could be improved, apart from some of the weapons feeling like they miss all the time, is the enemy AI. Sometimes they felt a little too stupid, like having problems rounding a corner or exiting a door, which in all honesty gives me a nice break to be able to kill them, but it doesn't feel fair or fun. Overall, guys, the gameplay is really good. Now, it does have its flaws, but it doesn't detract so much from having a really enjoyable experience. The levels, they also felt extremely well designed. You had a lot of verticality, a lot of different environments, and it just felt really good. I was never lost for too long. It kind of gives you that sense of exploring, but it always leads you to where you're supposed to be all the time, except for when I got lost a few minor times. But probably it won't happen to you. I'm just stupid, that's all. I mean, when it comes to the variety, you will be visiting deserted cities, secret facilities, and trek through the wilderness, and a lot more. It's just a pleasure to do it and look at it. White Hell has a retro style look and feel that perfectly captures the post-apocalyptic wasteland of Finland. The graphics, they are crisp and clean, with a good mix of old school and modern day design elements. However, even though being crisp, I found some textures lacking in detail. Not all of them, but in certain areas like the snow or the floors and walls in certain bathrooms just felt very much thrown there with little to no attention to detail. But the aesthetics of the game still captures that feel of a 90s game really well. Even though this being a retro style FPS with shitty graphics, those shitty graphics matter of most importance. It doesn't matter if it's pixelated or completely flat textures with super low polygons, the graphics are trying to capture a feel, and if not done right, this feeling will never appear when you play the game. However, for the majority of the time, White Hell succeeded on this. It really did capture that retro feeling it's going for, but it does so better later in the game than in the beginning of the game. That's my opinion. Now, the audio in White Hell is just as retro as the graphics. In other words, the developers nailed it. The game features a MIDI soundtrack composed by Arsi Hakita Patala of Overkill. And once again, I'm sorry if I got the name wrong, I got no clue how to properly pronounce it.
How? I don't know!
However, the music perfectly captures the gritty post-apocalyptic feel of the game and actually made my adrenaline pumping a little from time to time, not gonna lie. It was pretty damn sweet. The sound effects, they're also on point, with each gun having a unique sound that is both satisfying and immersive. We got some super well composed retro audio, but with a modern crisp to it. An insane soundtrack, and the enemies, they sound so freaking hilarious and bad that I actually came to enjoy it. In conclusion, White Hell is a fun and entertaining game that is sure to please fans of old-school first-person shooter games. The story of Jarmo, the drunken toilet hero, is a hilarious take on the post-apocalyptic genre. The gameplay, it's really solid, with a good mix of old and new mechanics, and the graphics and audio perfectly captures the retro-style feel of the game. So if you're looking for a fun, challenging, and entertaining first-person shooter game, well, heck, White Hell is definitely worth a try. Just remember to drink your beer responsibly. There are no other health pickups in the game.
Haha! Let's burn this place down. Yeah, I love this song.
Ladies and gentlemen, super welcome to today's video, guys. Today we're doing yet another review divided into segments, and I will do my best in saying something good and something bad in all of these segments to help you figure out if this game is for you or not. Now, let's do this. And today's meat on the grill is no other than the newly released, brutal yet kind of forgiving, cluster truck inspired Duke Nukem-like called Meatgrinder. Let's begin with the story, shall we? So in this game, there is no story. Yeah, you have to put your imagination to work if you're looking for any type of story here. However, at one point in the game, it actually hints of something that mildly resembles a story. You actually pick up an item during a cutscene where, as I did briefly get my hopes up, but they were instantly crushed, unfortunately. And this is to say, I'm not a heavy story focused guy. I do enjoy my brain dead stress relieving shooter games just as much as the next person, but there are so many elements to this game that has me questioning how come they are here and what they are, or at least some lore would have been perfect. And I will touch on those elements slash mechanics during the gameplay segment of this review, so let's jump right into that now. Now the gameplay is of course the heart and soul of this game. With its cluster truck inspired ultra fast retro shooting, it actually turns into quite a fun and enjoyable experience. I love the idea of the game, and I think it's a really solid one at that. However, for what you're seeing here in the footage rolling, well, there isn't a whole lot more to the game than just this. You have your guns, ranging from a pistol, a shotgun, a minigun, and a rocket launcher. And apart from that, you get slow time, which works really good and is a nice thing to use when you need to catch your breath once in a while. And to move around fast, you have a grappling hook that shoots out from your foot, and 3 dashes that all have a very low cooldown, which is pretty damn nice. The grappling hook and dashes are the most essential of mechanics in the game, because if you stand still for too long or move too slow, your BPM will go down, resulting in you starting to lose health. But on the other hand, moving fast increases your BPM and heals you instead. This mechanic doesn't really add much to the normal gameplay, but when it comes to the boss fights, I started keeping a good track on my BPM to not go down too much, and it added a new level of tension to the boss fights that felt challenging in a good way actually. Now the gameplay overall is actually pretty solid. The weapons, they feel okay, but the shotgun actually feels really good. I like that a lot. Why don't you take a look-see at it yourself and let me know what you think about it down in the comments. Here it comes. Apart from the weapons, the movement is actually also pretty solid. The grappling hook and dashes are easy to master and they work as you expect them to, and that feels really nice to say, because when I played this in demo state way back, the game was full of glitches and it just didn't feel as good as it feels now. It felt much more floaty and slippery in a way, so a huge step up in the overall feel of the game. Now the environments, they are actually a true highlight. They are well thought out and crafted to look really good. But not only that, the game throws you into places I barely dared to think that the game could actually pull off, but it does. However, that joy is very shortly lived, as the game is barely an hour long. I almost thought the devs were joking when the end screen popped up, but if the gameplay is something you really enjoy, there is an endless mode that will surely keep you busy for quite some time, as it offers challenges that has rewards linked to them. So if you complete a challenge, you can, for example, unlock akimbo shotguns, and I really like that level of challenge versus reward. So if it seems like the gameplay is for you, I'm pretty sure that the endless mode will keep you busy for quite some time. Overall, really solid gameplay, with some really great mechanics added to it, and set pieces and environments that you will most likely remember. But those memories will be very short, since the game throws an end screen at you just as you thought that the game was getting started. Now let's jump to the graphics, because the graphics is an aspect that is a bit of a mixed bag here. The overall look of the game is nice, the environments are spot on, the vehicles, they are okay, but the enemies and weapons, they could be a little better in my opinion. The enemies, they feel very uninspiring, with many of them housing very similar looks to each other. They have very few weapons and just don't do much more than jump straight at you or snipe you. There is no middle thing here, which is kinda sad to see. Now the mechanics of the enemies doesn't affect the graphics, but it does affect the overall feel of the game, and somewhat made the graphics feel a lot simpler due to them feeling so uninspiring. And I feel the exact same way with the weapons. They sound and feel okay, especially the shotgun, but they look so uninspiring. I get the hey, let's throw in some of the most common weapons in any shooter game and be done with it type of vibe from them. They do nothing out of the ordinary except for having unlimited ammo and using an overheat function instead, and they look ordinary for being such an unordinary game. Don't get me wrong, they don't look like ordinary guns, but compared to how weird and crazy the game is, the guns aren't crazy and weird enough. That's what I'm trying to say. But apart from the negatives, the game is a pleasant look for your eyes, especially the environments. They will let your eyes feast upon them, and sprinkled in there is actually some great destruction with trucks and motorcycles, cars, barrels exploding everywhere, and it looks pretty damn good.
Let's burn this place down. Yeah, I love this song.
Now the audio is a good one in this game. The soundtrack fits the game like a hand fits a glove. It's got speed, action and drama in it, and the music is such an important aspect in a fast-paced shooter like this. It really helps with the atmosphere and immersion of the game, and the soundtrack playing in this game nails it. The rest of the audio is also good. There is a lot going on at the same time with explosions, shootings, dashing, etc., but it never sounds bad and nothing really takes over the other. It's all well mixed in together with a high feeling of quality to it. In conclusion, I'm really bummed out by how short the game was. But other than that, I had a great time in it. We have to remember that this is just stage 1 of the early access, so chances are that there will be some more thought out enemies, weapons and much longer game in the future. But as is now, the game has some aspects:
Fear, Crisis, The Matrix Path of Neo, Doom 2016. These are all games that somewhat remember me of something that released in 2023. Something that dared to take modern graphics in its hand. Something that dared to go outside of the box and put the absolute main focus in its carnage and combat. Something that absolutely is not for everyone. Something that has so many particles flying around at once that you get amazed that your PC isn't blowing up playing this. And I'm of course talking about the highly anticipated Kirby's Pink World, the game where the man in the red hat finally sets his wings free. And the blood flies everywhere. You get to be the most badass super soldier the world has ever seen, and there is no stopping you whatsoever. Fear Subject 106. Fear the player controlling him, and most of all, make sure to leave nothing breathing. So, what is Kirby Trepang 2? Well, this, my friends, is the most satisfying, action-packed first-person shooter that you can find in all of 2023. You start off in some sort of prison where you tried to escape, you lost all your memory, and you now rock some Crisis/Max Payne super abilities, something ish, where you can slow down time, pick up enemies and throw them like they're pillows, slide and jump like Spider-Man, and use a cloak like you can in Crisis. And using your newfound abilities, you finally manage to escape the prison by the help of some mysterious organization that is trying to take down the mysterious organization that captured you in the first place. Set on taking your revenge, you join the mysterious organization that helped you escape. And yeah, honestly, I don't have much clue as to what is going on here, but it really feels awfully put together and it doesn't make much sense at all. I even tried reading up on some of the lore that lay scattered throughout the levels, and they make even less sense, honestly.
I mean, nothing they do makes any sense.
But you know what? The further you get to the end, the little more sense it makes, but not enough. But hey, I kinda like that there is some effort in putting together a story, but it feels like they had a vision for it halfway into creating it. They gave up and just threw it all together in one big mishmash, which I ended up not liking that much.
Nope.
In between missions, you will ride a helicopter to your base. In there, you can customize your character's appearance, even though the only thing you see are gloves, pants and shoes. And the only thing you see the most? Well, that's the gun. And they have no unlockable skins for the guns, a real miss in my opinion there. And other than that, in the hub world you can enter Horde mode, aka Endless mode, with a bunch of different maps. But there is no real innovation to it. And lastly, in the hub world is where you pick your next mission, whether it be a side mission or a main one. And that's all that you can do in the hub world. The hub world screams more things put in there. It has the size, Oh yeah, there is a firing range in there as well, but still not enough. There's no humans there, there's no one that you can talk to, there is no interactivity with anything whatsoever. The things I mentioned are the things you're gonna find in there. But friends, the story is not why we are here. So I want to emphasize that you shouldn't be looking at this game if you're looking for something with a deep story. As an example, Fear's story is much more well put together and somewhat understandable compared to this. However, Trepang 2 features a lot of more carnage and action. It does have less horror, less storytelling, but a whole lot of more carnage. So I can't review Trepang 2 without talking about the freaking guns, eh? And I won't per as usual spoil all of them for you, but I will however talk about my top 3 in the game. So my absolute favorite and the one that you have to play with for the majority of the time or else is the shotgun! Now I honestly think I found my favorite shotgun in any game ever. Yeah, you heard it folks, this is the best shotgun ever created in any game. 10 out of 10 game, thank you guys for watching, leave a like, leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, hold up, it's not over just yet. But the shotgun, it is a dream, it has the kickback, it has the perfect damage output, it has the audio, it has amazing reload animations, it just has it all, damn it. Now I can't actually find a single bad thing to say about it, apart from there not being enough ammo for it in the levels. But you can fix that with cheats. Cause yeah, you unlock cheats as you go in this game. Don't use them before you finish the campaign though, or else you won't be able to get any achievements. But after you finished it, go have fun. Unlock all the cheats that you can and activate them. Now my second favorite is the grenade launcher, and mostly because the visuals of the explosions is so incredibly satisfying. It visualizes the force of the blast beautifully. The environment that gets destroyed with the blast has particles flying everywhere. The gore from the once intact enemies is masterfully crafted. But is it good? Yeah, it is good. But it almost feels too good actually. I don't know if I dare say it, but it almost feels overpowered. And for that I did not use it as much, because things almost got too easy with it. Weird thing to say, but hey, it's true. And I gotta speak truth when I do a review. But that does not take away the fact that this is one awesome grenade launcher still. Now before I get into my third most liked weapon in the game, I want to mention that you can customize your guns. You can't change the skins of them, but you can add different attachments, changing the rate of fire, damage output, switching the bullets for incendiary rounds and so on. Which I think is a really cool feature in the game. It adds depth to the combat and it adds fun. It's fun testing out different attachments, okay? And you find these attachments along your journey through the campaign and side missions. And it really adds a 550th layer of depth to the already amazing gameplay.
It's very interesting. I like it.
Oh, you thought that was it, huh? No. Along the campaign, you will also come across a serum. This serum, will allow you to dual wield all the guns in the game. And that sounds quite overpowered, right? Well, it fucking is. I am so ready for this. My whole body is ready for this. Now the third one is the kick. You got some amazing kicking abilities in this game. You can kick when standing, you can kick when sliding, you can double kick in the air, which knocks out most enemies in one go. Worth mentioning though, is that this one takes a little bit of getting used to. It is not the easiest to nail in a satisfying way, but once you do get the hang of it, god damn it feels good.
Watch out, it's one. There we go!
And if you jump kick in slow-mo and actually knock someone, well, you get a boost in airtime, making it possible to line up another kick on another enemy. And that, my friends, is very satisfying, and the animation for it is surprisingly well done in my opinion. Now don't go thinking that the rest of the guns are bad, because they are not. The absolute worst weapon in the game is the grenade. It's somewhat hard actually getting kills with it, as the enemies are so smart that they run away from the grenade before it even detonates. And the impact grenade, it doesn't really explode on impact. I don't know what's going on here, but you can shoot the grenades. So if you throw a grenade and then shoot it when it's laying next to the enemies, well, then you get a big bang and they're gonna die. But sometimes that's easier said than done. So the kicking is very much connected to the movement of the game, and the movement is fast. But it is tied to a stamina bar, and in my opinion, I wish the stamina bar would have been a little more generous. It does run out quite quick, but it replenishes as you get kills. Even so much so that you get bonus stamina if overcharging it. But the problem is that all the weapons except for one works best in close range, meaning you want to slide and run your way towards the enemies, and the areas often being quite large makes your stamina deplete before even reaching the enemy, making for a very anticlimactic moment. You're planning your strike, you come close enough to pull off a slide, and your finger is ready on the slow-mo button, and you're just waiting to pull the trigger. You are just about to blow someone's face off in slow-mo with the shotgun when sliding, but it all gets interrupted because you just ran out of stamina before pulling that slide off.
Son of a...
And the abilities, they work pretty much the same. Kill stuff to charge them up and use it to deplete it very fast. But I do like this mechanic a lot more for the abilities though. It doesn't really need to be in the stamina. Give me a bigger stamina bar instead. But for the abilities, it works great. Because rarely do you actually turn on slow-mo before you are close enough to the enemy. And then getting a kill, well, it's gonna recharge the usage for it. Meaning you can stay in slow-mo for longer. And that really encourages the fast-paced and ultra-violent combat that this game is trying to boast. Now the levels, they are very, very well designed. The further into the game I came, the more impressed I got. Oh man, I wish I lived in a cellar right now. Oh man, this looks beautiful. Oh, this looks beautiful. And that is to say that it was pretty damn good from the get-go. But the game does not hold back. Visually, it dares to build some amazing scenery with dynamic lighting and incredible attention to detail. There is honestly just stuff upon stuff everywhere in each level that flies everywhere and blasts into particles beautiful to look at as you wreak havoc. Now the levels, they're also very lengthy, but with variation inside them, going from running segments to corridor shootings, bigger arena style areas and bosses. And in my opinion, there is not much here to not like. Visually, they are stunning. Architecturally, they have been crafted with great gameplay in mind. TikTok attention span wise, there is something new and exciting happening around every corner, and I absolutely love the fact that you get to travel around the world as you go through the campaign. And each of the levels has some sort of reference to the country that you're actually in. The same goes for the side missions, by the way. Now the enemies that you will come across from time to time in the well-designed levels, they are plenty. They range from your generic soldier to your cultist-looking guy to this moth-looking demon. Now their main purpose in the game, however, apart from the moth demon and other bosses, is to be toys for you to play around with.
That is a new toy for you.
Thinking of this game as a huge playground would not be wrong at all. Sometimes, but very few times, are the enemies actually a real threat to you. Most of the time, they're just there for you to find different ways to blow them into pieces. Which might sound a little underwhelming, but it is not. Now, all the before mentioned mechanics and skills puts your brain to the test, because if you're not playing the game using all the tools in the toolbox, well, I'm sorry to say then, you're playing this game wrong. And if you do think it is way too easy, so much so that it takes away the fun for you, well, I'm happy to say that it does have 6 different difficulty levels, from easy to rage mode. And nope, I have not even touched rage mode yet. Maybe I will do it one day, but I have not so far. They are not particularly smart, but they don't feel overly dumb either. However, they do aim like stormtroopers too, and if you know, you know. And know this, even though the enemies might feel really easy, where the real challenge is in the bosses. Now the bosses in the game, they were not very impressive. They were quite challenging, but they did not offer any unique mechanics more than get out of the way, unload a mag, run away and unload another mag. and keep on doing that until the damn thing is dead. I mean, it would have been cool with something more unique here, but at the same time, it is a $30 game developed by 4 people and some contracted guys. And so far, everything else is mighty impressive, even without those things considered. Honestly, this literally blows any AAA game released in the past 5 years right out of the door, and this is not an overstatement.
Oh, this is good.
Now, another thing that the game offers are side missions, and they are very much like you come to expect side missions to be. Very simple. Honestly, they are more or less an extension to the horde mode that already exists in the game. But what could motivate you to play them more than giving you another reason for the amazingly fun gameplay is the fact that the ones completed on various difficulty levels, it unlocks cosmetics for you. Really pointless in my book, but I won't judge if it is a driving factor for you. Remember though, there are no skins for the guns. Such a miss. And it would have been such a motivation for me if that existed. But there is a small motivation for me though to go into these side missions. And that is, as I mentioned previously, weapon attachments gathered around the side missions and the campaign. And if you're looking for that incendiary bullet for some particular gun, well, it might just be laying in one of the side missions. Now the audio in the game is... it's good. I absolutely love how every single gun sounds. They all have the punch to them. The same goes for the explosions. The visuals combined with the audio is fantastic. And the ambience and music, I think it fits the game like a freaking glove. Now I heard a few people thinking that the music doesn't fit the game at all. Well, I'm here to highly disagree on that. I think they managed to create something fantastic with the heavy metal that manages to sound unique to the game and really amping up the hectic moments to insane levels. And when the game calms down or gets scary, well, the dynamic audio and music follows along perfectly. Now combine the amazing audio with some, for the most time, beautiful visuals and you got one hell of an experience. The visuals alone, they managed to grapple my attention multiple times, making me stop and just look at the scenery. Everything from the architectural design to the incredibly atmospheric moments when the game just goes dark with nothing but moody lights and music. It's a handcrafted masterpiece, if I may say so. But I have to mention, it does have its flaws here and there. It doesn't look incredible all the time, but when it does, it really does. And it does it for the absolute majority of the time. But I did encounter some graphical glitches here and there. The Unreal Engine 4 has been put to real good use in this game. And I don't even think I mentioned how beautifully crafted the gore is. And how you can hear every bullet hitting the enemy with this penetrating, fleshy, meaty, satisfying sound. And all of the things I have mentioned so far does make one of the best FPSs that I have ever played. And I'm not even done with the review yet. It's actually hard to stop thinking about the next time I get to jump into this game just to have fun and cause some utter carnage. Trapang 2 is a game that will leave you breathless, both from the action-packed gameplay and the non-stop laughter you get from being one of the most powerful super soldiers you ever played as. From the moment you start playing, you'll be hooked on the sheer fun of it all. The game is a joyous bloodbath where creativity in combat reigns supreme. The graphics, they are stunning, and the sound effects are so well put together that you will feel like you're right in the middle of the freaking action, and it will get your heart racing. So my question to you is, are you ready for the carnage that awaits you? Boomers and Zoomers, welcome to today's video. Today we're doing yet a retro shooter review divided into segments, and I will try my absolute darn best to help you in figuring out if this game is for you or not. So what are we waiting for? Let's do this. And today's meat on the grill is no other than the fairly newly released stalker-like GC Doom shooter Apocalyptic vibes. This game has some of the best punch in its guns that I've ever felt, and the shotgun is fucking a dream. Not kidding. Oh wait, we're supposed to start with the story. Here comes the story, kids. The present era might wonder how they transitioned from being a civilization that traveled to space after the sudden end of World War I and amazing advancements to becoming desperate inhabitants of a devastated world due to humanity's inherent tendency towards self-destruction. This is the central premise of Apocalyptic Vibes, which introduces a desolate, monochromatic wasteland inhabited by roving groups, outlaws and drifters, who still retain the determination to fight for whatever scraps of survival remain. And this is honestly scary. This is giving me some near-future vibes, and that scares the living crap out of me. With all the shit going on around the world right now, this could be the future that we're looking at, kids. It's scary, but I'm not here to bring us down, I'm here to bring us up, so let's continue. In this world, you will play as an esteemed messenger known as Rook, who has been assigned the task of retrieving an item from an unspecified location in the far north, which comes with numerous dangers. The objective is to complete the mission and return alive, since Rooks always come back. So it's a freaking scary story, but it's pretty damn good. I mean, it's not very complicated, but it's good, It fits the game really well.
What did you think about the ride? It was great!
But the game doesn't offer that much dialogue, and it's not voice acted, which is a shame, so there is some reading in this game. But what is there when it comes to the dialogue is good. It really helps amp up the atmosphere of the game, really. And with some typos here and there, I mean, it's pretty good. I like typos. I mean, who am I to judge? I can barely speak English. And when it comes to writing English, honestly, I can't even understand half of the script that I just wrote for this video, so I'm not judging on typos. I'm not. Now, the gameplay in this game is on the slower side. This is more of a stalker-like than it is a Doom-like. You have to count every bullet you got and make each and every one of them count. Also, you eat shit that you find under a sink. Probably not so good, but it gives you health, so I guess it's fine. And the game highly encourages you to explore and take it slow, because if you don't, you're screwed. You won't make it more than 20 minutes into this game, because you will be out of ammo and food, and the enemies won't, trust me. But once you do a little digging and get to murdering people, holy cow, what a pleasant experience that is. The guns pack such a punch, and it's incredibly satisfying killing people in this game. And the shotgun, oh my, the shotgun in this game. It's fantastic. It has the audio, it has the punch, and it has the killing power. Oh, it's wonderful. I love it. Apart from looting and killing people, the game does throw some platforming at you as well, and it's horrible, honestly. It's a little fun, but if you're like me and forget to save all the time before taking on the platforming and you fall down, then you're most likely going to do like me. Alt F4 the shit out of the game and maybe, just maybe, return to the game in the future to do it all over again from whenever your brain worked and it made you save the game. Because you can save at any time when playing on easy difficulty, which you should, because this game is hard as nails. But I didn't say that. So we got slow combat, but it's incredibly satisfying with some shitty platforming. And honestly, it was just the break that I needed from playing too much of Meatgrinder and Ghostware, which are two super fast-paced games. This was just what I needed. Now, the graphics segments of this review will take us to the GC Doom engine and sprites. And honestly, this game is beautiful. It's very brown, kind of looking like 50 Shades of Poop, but I mean, that's okay because it fits the game perfectly. And the sprites are done in a realistic way, which is something I really liked. The guns, they look awesome, and the reload animations are even more awesome. Now, I do think that the humans in the game that you come across are most likely friends and family of the developer, but he did choose the right family members for the right job, because they also fit the game and its atmosphere great, and they are just bursting of nice detail and quality. So the reason that the developer chose the GC Doom engine is because he wanted that genuine retro feel, but that also made the platforming pretty freaking bad. But hey, the game looks amazing, so it's a win. When it comes to the audio of the game, it's also pretty damn good. The guns, as I've said like 500 times already, sound fantastic. They really have that punch to them that I like. But what makes the audio stand out is the silence of the game. Weird thing to say, but the vague ambience and silence helps with the immersion of the game like crazy. It really gives off a scary feeling, and yeah, it's just good. And if you want to listen to some music in the game, well, there are radios scattered all around with some banger tunes for your enjoyment. And in conclusion, I was really surprised by how good this game is and the level of quality it has to it. Now I know that it was full of bugs and crashes at the start, but it's not anymore. Not in my experience anyway. So if you're looking to calm yourself down a little from going guns blazing, well, I would highly recommend this game. But beware, even though the game is a bit slow, the gunfights that do take place gets your adrenaline pumping like crazy. It's some hardcore stuff shotgunning people in this game. Also, the game is quite expensive, so if you can afford it or not, that's up to you. Now, I hope I helped you figuring out if this game is for you or not. If you have any questions about the game, please leave a comment down below. Even if you don't have a question, leave a comment down below. And for even more awesome retro shooter games, don't miss these. Boomers and Zoomers. Welcome to today's video. Today we're doing yet a retro review divided into segments, and I will give you some good and some bad in all of these segments if I find any, to help you on your way of figuring out if this game is for you or not. Also, I will be giving away a copy of this game, a Steam copy, because the game is only available on Steam. But if you're interested in that, don't skip in this video, because I will give the instructions in the middle of the video, maybe in the middle, maybe in the beginning, maybe in the end. I don't know, I know, but I'm not gonna tell you, so don't skip in the video. And today's meat on the grill is no other than the newly released arena shooter Ghostware, Arena of the Dead. Please don't tell Ackman that the arena shooter genre is still alive. Although this game offers a lot more than just arena shooting, so let's start with the story. This game has a really interesting story, and somehow mixed in with the shitty animations, it just brought me back to when I was sitting at my grandma's PC as a kid. She had just bought the latest magazine of PC Gamer, and included was a demo disc that I would play the shit out of for days, if not weeks on end. And having that feeling again as an adult with 2 kids, a full-time work and a wife is something special. And of course, I want to praise the game for giving me that feeling again. So what is the story about? Well, the basic of it is that in Ghostware Arena of the Dead, you play as Molly, a character who has been brought back to life and trapped in an arena shooter along with 5 other souls. And oh boy, I'm glad I'm not Molly. If anyone is going to revive me at some point, make it so that I'm a ghost in a shotgun factory, because I freaking love shotguns. Shotguns can make or break a game, just so you know. Okay, now, the world in which the games takes place in is a mix of hectic retro first-person shooter action and the slower pace of adventure games. As you progress through the game, you'll alternate between shotgun jumping through arenas, yes, shotguns, and trying to uncover the mystery behind the decaying simulation and its connection to the real world. You'll start by playing familiar game modes like deathmatch or capture the flag, but eventually you'll find yourself fighting for survival in the real world as well. Okay, now that was a little bit hard. I tried my best here to give you the basics of the story without spoiling anything for your future experience with this game, even though I probably did spoil something. I don't even know, I'm a potato head, just look at me. But I have to say that I actually love the story in this game. It's interesting, it's exciting, and it's very easy to follow, with full voice acting. Oh god, I hate reading too much in games. I'm so glad that this game has voice acting, even though not all of it is voice acted. The most important parts and the main story is fully voice acted, and I'm so happy for that. Now, let's jump to the gameplay, shall we? When it comes to the gameplay, it has a lot in store for us, just as in the story. But let's start with the guns. The guns, they feel like they were ripped straight out of Unreal, with their own unique touch to them. They definitely look good, and the sound is pretty spot on, but I would have loved a little more punch to them. And what I mean with that is, I want the shotgun to go kaboom, and not ka. Like, listen to this shotgun sound, it's just not powerful enough. And all the guns, they feature alternate fire modes, but I found myself only using the pistol's alternate fire, as it made the gun fire faster, and the other alternate fire modes were pretty crap. And I did also encounter a glitch, where I switched weapons and the weapon I switched to wouldn't fire, no matter what I did. Hold up, it's giveaway time. Okay, so what do you have to do for your chance of winning a PC Steam copy of Ghostware Arena of the Dead? Well, all you gotta do is like the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment down below, and join the Discord Discord in the description. That's all you gotta do, easy peasy lemon squeezy. And apart from that, the AI, it's a bit clunky. One time, one of my teammate AI got stuck in a small pool of water and could not for the life of him get out, because there was a small height difference between the water and the arena.
Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
The guns are good, but the AI needs more work, but hey, there's more to the gameplay than just this. The movement in the game is fast and fluid. You got jump, double jump, slide, slide jump, and then the shotgun jump. Combining these in the arena is a challenge, but a joy once you pull something really neat off. And I have to say that the sliding mechanic is so powerful, it feels like you're sliding down, think of something smart to say here, Slim. Sliding down something slippery?
Nailed it.
These movement elements does come in handy for more than just killing though. The game has a ton of secrets and lets you explore each arena after finishing them, to hunt for secrets that offers both platforming, braining and corner hunting. However, when the game throws you in the real world, things change. Your double jump is gone and the game turns more linear and story focused than ever before. And this mix of arena fighting, exploration and linear story missions just adds so much value to the overall game. It was genuinely fun and interesting to play. And if that wasn't enough, the game also offers an arcade mode where you set the rules of the arena and you can play with shotguns only if you want to. You know, shotguns, they're pretty nice, but the game is freaking short. I finished the game in about 1.5 hours, but the best part in the gameplay is that in the real world you get a new shotgun. Although that one also lacks a bit of punch, it's cool as shit. Here, take a look at it. Now the graphics of the game, they won't let you feast on any spectacular graphics, but it does nail what it sets out to do with the late 90s vibe. And if I'm remembering correctly, the game has been developed using the Unity engine, which really doesn't matter. What matters is how the game looks and not the engine, but the more you know. However, I would have loved to see a bigger change in the graphics, jumping from the cyber world to the real world, but the difference is minimal, with just more colors as the main difference. And another thing, I don't really understand the design choice of the characters. They just don't appeal to me one bit. And I mean all of them, honestly. They are boring. Could definitely have gone a little more wild and crazy with them. But something that does appeal to me are how the weapons look. Especially the Unreal plasma gun that is now a shotgun. And the variety of environments and arenas is also spot on. And another standout feature in the graphics department are some of the hub worlds. Especially the third one felt like it was crafted with a lot of attention to detail. And it stands out as what I think that the real world should have done in the game. Now let me know what you think about the graphics so far down in the comments, or write whatever the hell you want. Just leave a freaking comment, okay? Guys, we reached the audio segment of the review, and some might hate me for this, but I did not like the game's soundtrack. I didn't get anything from the soundtrack, and it felt a little out of place sometimes. I know that not all boomer-inspired shooters must have an adrenaline-fueled heavy metal soundtrack, but this one gave me more the feels of sitting at a space cafe rather than playing a fast-paced shooter game. And apart from the soundtrack, the guns and ambience, they sound good with a feeling of quality to them. But I did encounter a bug here as well, using the automatic gun. Sometimes the audio from the gun just disappears, and all you can hear are the shells dropping on the ground. Nothing game-breaking by any means, but a bit of an immersion breaker. So in conclusion, I'm really happy about this game. The story is mysterious and interesting. The gameplay, a mix of arena shooting, secret hunting and linear story missions, is fantastic. And the feeling that the game gives me of taking me back 25 years sitting at my grandma's PC is just fucking outstanding. But that's to say that it isn't without its fair share of bugs and improvement potential. That I have already mentioned and don't need to mention again, because I'd rather praise the game than bash it, because it is good. Trust me, it's a good one, honestly. But nonetheless, guys, I hope I helped you figuring out if this game is for you or not. And if you have any questions about the game, don't forget to drop a comment down below. Ask away. And if you're looking for even more awesome retro boomer shooters, well, don't miss these. Welcome, brothers and sisters. It just so happens that I played the very hefty demo of the Age of Hell. A demo that is just as worthy of being called episode 1 if it were to release into early access. That's how majestic this demo is. Due to it being as big in content as it is, I'll be sharing my first impressions with you today. Call it a demo review if you like. But it will be a bit shorter than usual, as I'm jam-packed with the Boomer of the Year awards that's taken off on the 9th of December, which you should not miss, okay? It's linked in the the comments. Now this video had to be done. The game deserves it. The world deserves to know of this game and how buttery smooth it is. So let's do this. It is running smooth like freaking butter. Something that immediately struck me as I started playing was the incredible atmosphere, and with that I mean its audio as well, not just the visual. You're slowly introduced into the world of the Age of Hell as you descend from a stone elevator. Hearing the stones crumble as the elevator descends, the environment starts to present themselves, and you go to a majestic door that opens up in an even more majestic way. And on the other side is another beautifully handcrafted environment that looks vastly different from the first, but with the same tone, and then the music slowly kicks in. Now the experience I'm trying to describe here is a really nice one. Not only does the environment makes you want to explore every single corner of it, it also makes you curious on what's behind the next door, what kind of new enemy is going to be there, what kind of beautiful handcrafted environment will present itself behind the door. There's always feelings rushing through your body as you're playing this game, and that makes you not want to stop playing. And this feeling is consistent throughout the whole demo. Every 10 minutes it felt like I was introduced to a new area that just made my jaw drop over and over again, with music that amped up that experience by tenfold. But not only does it look fantastic, it's really well designed as well. I did not get lost a single time in the demo, yet the different areas they felt big. They opted for exploration, different paths to take, but with a good and clear view of the area, it was always easy to navigate. And the pacing of the game, it really helped a lot with this. It starts off really slow, giving you time to soak everything in and get familiar with the game. And the more comfortable you get, the more the game is gonna test you. It's minigun time. So just to be clear here, the environments, they made my jaw drop over and over again. And the enemies, the demons, the spawns from hell, well, they made my mind blow. Not only do they boast a heap of different attacks, some throwing hammers at you, others firing flames of lasers, some flying, others puking burning skulls at you, demons riding demonic dogs where you can kill the rider and the dog keeps attacking you, zombies that act as cannon fodder. I mean, it just never stopped introducing new enemies. My mind was literally blown. And the ones that I just mentioned now, well, they were just a very few of the many enemy variants in the game. All super well designed and beautiful to look at. Not to mention one of the secrets in the game. I'm talking the mother of all secrets. The one secret to rule them all. Now, it actually took me around 30 minutes to finish this mother of all secrets. It involved puzzling, some minor platforming in the form of elevators, and a whole lot of slaughter. Now, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but in that secret, so many goddamn enemies are introduced. It is nuts. It's like 3 games combined just in that secret. Now, it might sound like it's a bit overwhelming at this point, and in all honesty, I do think it might be if you're not familiar with these types of games. Now, I spent the last year only playing boomer shooters, so to me it all feels somewhat at home. But to someone who didn't spend the last year only playing boomer shooters, well, it might take time for that overwhelming feeling to settle down, because it is going to overload you, both with the amount of enemies on screen at once, the different weapons, their alternative fires, the arenas. It's going to overload you, okay? So it might take a bit time to adjust if you're not familiar with these types of games. But it was so much fun! It's not over, so I take everything back. Now it's over. Now, once I started to get the hang of the enemies and the arena or arenas, it was such a joy, and it really brought me into the zone. I felt like I was a holy priest on a mission to annihilate all of hell itself. So the least impressive part about the demo was actually the weapons. And by all means, do not for the love of macaronis get me wrong here. The weapons, they are bloody amazing. And that comes to show how jaw-dropping and mind-blowing the rest of the game is. I mean, we got a total of 6 weapons in the demo: a holy grenade, thy hammer, pistol, shotgun, minigun and rocket launcher. And the most impressive one, or at least the one that I both liked the design of, feedback and audio on the most, was the minigun. I mean, it both looks, sounds and feels like a true slaughter machine, really fitting to the rest of the game. You guys are no more. And my least favorite, well, it's the pistol by far. It's slow, it's weak, and not that remarkable in any way, shape or form. Now I can't leave the weapons segment without talking about the shotgun, so here it goes. So the shotgun, it was actually okay. In my world, I would have liked it to have a more meaty audio to it. The standard fire both sounds and looks somewhat weak compared to the rest of the game's weapons. But the alternative fire to it, oof, the one that turns all the pellets into flaming balls of fire, that looked and felt pretty damn good. Okay, it's go time, baby. And all weapons, they do boast an alternative fire, apart from the pistol, which amps up their damage and fire rate in one way or another. And I mean, they all worked great, felt great, but they could only be used once you had the alternative fire ammo in your bag. And that ammo was shared with all the guns, so I had to be somewhat conservative in using that too much. Now this was meant to be kept short. Right in the script, it looks like it might be a bit longer than I first intended. So to the point here, would I recommend you give this demo a spin and wishlist the full game? Yes, 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 and yes. It is amazing and without a doubt one of the best GC Doom games I have ever played. It's beautiful, it has some jaw-dropping environments, great level design, slaughter map moments, a fair but very challenging challenge, amazing enemy types, okay weapons, and it can be overwhelming, especially if you're new to the genre. So in other words, I would not say this is a great first game to get into the world of modern boomer shooters. It's better you start off a bit more easy and visit this when you're more comfortable with them. But that does not take away the fact that this is one bloody amazing game and you need to have it on your wishlist and you need to play the demo that drops on the 24th of November. The studio behind the latest Terminator game, the one game that I thought felt like crap. I know not all of you did, which is okay, but I did. The studio I had no faith in whatsoever, took my opinion and thoughts and said hold my beer, and carried on to develop one of the best first-person shooter games to come out in all of 2023. They carried on to create one of the most unique, best-looking and most fun shooters with a story that has both memorable characters, depth and emotions. They simply created a masterpiece that will go down in history as one of the best, just as the movies. And the game I'm talking about is of course no other than Robocop Rogue City. And me, Slim Bratsky, I'm here to tell you how freaking good this game is and why it is worth your time and buckaroonies. So let's do this.
You've done more for this city dead than anyone has alive.
I am only human. Then why don't you die like one?
Keep your anger to yourself, or I'll share mine with you.
We are not done yet.
Hey, you metal fuck! Wanna go for a spin?
So to begin this, what actually is Robocop? Well, my friends, it's a story-heavy first-person shooter game that stays incredibly true to the old movies, as true as I possibly can imagine it to stay and still be a fun game to play. You play as a slow-walking tank with the strength of a gorilla and firepower of a fighter jet. This on paper sounds like it could get boring pretty fast, but trust me, it does not. The game perfectly mixes storytelling, exploration, investigation, and character upgrading perfectly well. I could play this for hours upon end without getting the slightest bored. And the story, it goes like this.
Time to see what's hiding in that metal head of yours.
We know what's in Murphy's head. It's what's in yours that worries us.
The city of Detroit has been hit by a series of crimes and a new enemy is threatening the public order. Guess who has to stop him? Well, of course it's you. Your investigation leads you right into the heart of a shadowy project in an original story that takes place between Robocop 2 and 3. As I said, simple but very good. The story goes deep and introduces both memorable and likable characters throughout. However, there is a lot of dialogue in the game, some with optional dialogue options and others just straightforward, much like Mass Effect or Fallout Fallout. However, they are easily skipped, so if you read the dialogue and don't want to listen to the rest, just hit space to jump to the next sentence.
That will not be a problem.
So once you're done with the prologue of the game, you start off at the police station. The police station acts as your hub world. This is where you will get all your mission briefings, but there is so much more to this hub world than that. The station feels so much alive with tons of different civilians, police people, scientists, and all with different personalities. And the fact that there is such an incredible amount of detail to this place makes it a joy to explore. And I mean every single corner of it.
Hey, Murphy, do you have a minute?
And the same thing goes for the rest of the game. The game offers linear action-packed levels as well as open-world areas. Whichever it is, they all encourage exploration to gain more XP, unlock different side quests, find upgrade-related materials, weapons, and so on. And the missions themselves, they are so much fun! There are side quests in this game that are genuinely fun. They have so much more to them than your ordinary side quest fillers, which usually consists of deliver this to that guy or kill this person and then done. The side quests in Robocop takes it a step further and actually feel important and are fun. But in return, there isn't a million of them, with a nice trade-off in my book. Rather have a few quality ones than a million shitty ones. And the main mission, my friends, it is no different. I felt so engaged in the main story, it's almost ridiculous. There's just so many memorable characters, a super well-written story that feels so true to the old Robo movies, and that is presented excellently with skippable dialogues, if that is your jam, interesting conversations and plot twists, and the constant feeling of progress throughout. It never feels dragged out, which is chef's kiss. And throughout these missions, you will travel with your true Robo police car. You will be visiting banks, sewers, construction sites, and so much more, all of which introduces something new. Either it's a new enemy type, a new weapon, or a gameplay mechanic, and they are so goddamn pretty. Each and every environment is hyper detailed, but in a good way. It never feels cluttered, it just always makes your jaw drop with gorgeousness. And even though that they are hyper detailed and most likely took a lot of work and effort to put together, the levels are huge with tons of exploration, and the variety of the environments are a lot more than I expected it to be. So if you didn't figure it out already, the graphics, they are simply jaw-dropping in this game. Every single aspect of the game's presentation, apart from the animations in the cutscenes, are just incredible, and it runs super smooth. I maxed out everything with DLSS turned on, and in really hectic moments I could drop to 30 frames. Other than that, it was stable locked 60 frames with my RTX 3070. And the same thing goes for the audio! It's just as it should be, and I did not once experience any bad mixing where the dialogue felt off or any other sound was overtaken the other. One could say it's very, very well polished in both its visual and audio presentation.
Holy shit, what was that?
Now once you explored enough, it's time to get to the shooting, and to my huge surprise, there is actually 20 different weapons in the game, everything from shotguns that goes like this. To assault rifles, SMGs, grenade launchers, and different pistols, and of course the one weapon that is both upgradable and the one you will be using the most, the powerful Auto 9, and that one goes like this. As you might have noticed, the weapons they don't lack. They are great fun to use and the enemies just the same. There are plenty of them, including bosses, but for the majority you will be killing off thugs. Thugs with different weapons and armors on them, which at times don't feel incredibly varied, but the splat that they make, oh man, it never gets tiresome. It is so incredibly satisfying with great dismemberment. Blood splats that really makes the weapons feel super powerful and ultra satisfying to use. And to make yourself even more powerful and deadly, we got the upgrade system, a fairly straightforward and simple system that every time you level up, you get a skill point to use to get stronger with increased damage, more health, unlock new abilities such as dash and extra shield or better scanning. But there is something that sticks out here, and that is the upgrade system for the Auto 9. It can be upgraded to become stronger, but also to act different. Make it a single fire only, no reload, or turn it fully automatic, just to mention a few of the tweaks that you can do to this gun. And the way you upgrade it is by finding new motherboards to it. And in those motherboards you can place different chips. It's both fun and an intuitive way, and it doesn't feel off to the universe at all. I won't spoil it more than that, but if you do run into trouble understanding how this upgrade system works, join the Discord and ask away. I'll gladly help you out. Now I wanted to keep this review as short as I possibly could, as I want you to experience all the twists, turns and amazing things that the game has going. But I do want to get my point out, that every single aspect of this game is phenomenal, apart from the animations in the cutscenes. Everything from the simple rock on the ground to the dismemberment of enemies, the exploration and story is so well thought out and incredibly polished. And it all makes for a fantastic experience that is not meant to be missed. And what the developers have done with the balance of creating a fun game but still staying true to the old school Robocop is nothing short of remarkable. I sure had my doubts that it wasn't doable at all, but I'm so glad to say that those doubts were insanely wrong. So did I convince you to get this masterpiece of a game? Let me know down in the comments and make sure not to miss these. Let me present a game I have been keeping a fairly close eye on for some time now. A game that I actually never finished a quite hefty demo of. A game that went beyond the sunset of what I imagined it would turn out to be. Today, my friends, an egg-shaped ball guy, that's me, Slim Bratsky, will do his best to help you in deciding whether this game is worth your time in Buckaroonies or not. So let's do this. My Bratskis, this is a phenomenal semi-open world first-person shooter that pushes the GC Doom engine and takes what you expect from a regular straightforward first-person shooter, shoves that in the bin and presents you with something that manages to both feel unique, fun and rewarding. And I'm almost being mild when I say that. This game, it does things to you, but it does also have some aspects that actually drags it down a bit. But don't worry, I will touch on them soon. But first, you awake from cryostasis with memories lost in the confusing fog of hypersleep. Immediately, you begin to manifest powerful abilities, lightning-fast reactions, innate combat skills, near supernatural agility. Your talents are quickly recognized. A mysterious woman named Yuri offers you a deal in exchange for getting your memories back. You need to utilize your powers to become a street samurai in the crime-ridden, plague-stricken Sunset City. And this is where the hunt to take down a gangster boss begins. You are thrown into this gorgeous looking city that manages to make your jaw drop in an instant. It is so freakishly beautiful and well put together that I'm almost hypnotized by it. In this city is where you will start your exploration. What do you mean exploration, Slim? Well, let me explain. Well, your mission will never be clear as day and there is no form of objective written anywhere to help you get going. The game throws you in expecting you to start talking to NPCs or just explore, and no matter what route you take, it will for the most time lead you somewhere where there is something that needs doing. Now this is all part of the game's open design, but I do wish that it did lock you off if you did not acquire the right thing or talk to the right NPC to actually go where you're going. At the same time, I love the fact that the game doesn't hold your hand at all. It's all up to you how much you want to explore, how many side missions you want to do. It gives a sense of insane freedom. Almost a bit too much. The problem being that I did not know what to actually do to advance in the main mission. Most of the time exploring was just me trying to figure out where I was supposed to go. Sometimes it didn't even feel like I chose this path, felt like I ended up here or there because I had no idea where to actually go, so I found myself here trying to figure that out. What I'm saying is that there has to be a good balance between holding your hand and not holding it, and this game just simply lets go of your hand way too much. I mean, it is very rewarding finding something without anyone holding your hand, but it is also extremely frustrating not knowing where to go and just running around like a headless chicken. And the headless chicken thing, it happened way too often. Don't forget to save your game early and often. How do I continue? Once you end up in a place where you are either supposed to be or not, you can count on having to fight for your life. And oh boy, the fighting is so damn good in this game. Much like its gorgeous cheesy Doom graphics, the fighting is over the top. There will be plenty, and I mean plenty of enemies on screen at once. But that is fine, as the areas that you will be fighting in are so well designed. They are designed so that it feels like you can dance around it with your dash, double jump and slide to avoid all the non-hit scanning enemies and blast them into smithereens with its amazing feeling weapons. Apart from the energy pistol, that one needs to have more oomph to it. But the shotgun, it does not. Told you the game was gonna amp up, didn't I tell you? And the enemy variety is plenty. Everything from zombies, robots, samurais to flying droids. This game will throw everything at you, all requiring a little bit of a different tactic to them to take down. I have already seen more different enemy variations and environment variations than I see in full-fledged games. I mean, one of the enemies might shoot you from far away, requiring you to use a more accurate weapon. The other one might have a shield that needs taken down with the energy pistol's charged shot, and so on. The variation goes far and beyond what I expected it to, and it does it in a really good way, adding both variety and huge depth to the combat that makes you long for the next enemy encounter. And then there are bosses that I will not spoil for you today, but there is something else to the combat that really adds to it that I'm about to spoil to you right now, and that is the animations. The death animations on the enemies are chef's kiss. You can slice people in half, dismember every limb, or just shoot them regularly in the chest, and it all looks so smooth and satisfyingly animated with tons of blood and sparks, further making you long for that next enemy encounter. The animations are really good. Now this is a very interesting aspect to the game, one that definitely helps set itself apart from other shooters. I talked about its open mission design, and the same thing goes for the levels. Very few areas are actually locked off. You are free to explore, no matter if it is the right way or not, which in return can make you confused as you go, but oh so rewarding once you find something. This open level design will have you backtracking from time to time, and to me a good aspect is that once you cleared an area of enemies, those enemies stay dead. What that does is let you explore in peace, which is good, because going back and forth while looking for the right way and having to deal with the same enemies over and over would have been nothing but frustrating. Open levels or not, the actual design of the levels are quite amazing. There is so much to the level design of this game that it's nuts. Just as the enemies, the variation just never stops. You will see yourself inside a mall, a radioactive area, downtown clubs, arcades, spaceships, rooftops, and a lot more. And just about every aspect that can be utilized in this game has been utilized. It is a shit ton of fun to explore and experience. And it's not like a rooftop segment takes you 2 minutes and you're done. Oh no, they are well designed and takes both braining and gameplay skill to get through, no matter if it's on the main path or just a side thing. This is beautiful. Now I want to get out that the tone, ambience and feeling of the game is really good. Everything combined with the open level design, music, the crazy enemies and cool weapons creates something that is very hard to put down. Everything combined with the open level design, music, crazy enemies, cool weapons, good graphics, balance between combat, puzzle solving and platforming creates something that is very hard to put down. You just keep on going, and even though you find yourself stuck, not once did I feel like I wanted to give up. The sense of mystery and reward around every corner is something I quite never experienced in a boomer shooter like this before. It is almost like it takes the System Shock 1 formula but turns it into a boomer shooter. And a thing I didn't mention yet is that you can access a thing called the network, much like in System Shock. In this network you will be battling vaporware looking foes and cracking puzzles in vaporware looking environments, which only adds to the amazing experience that this game already offers. So would I recommend this game? Yes, my friends, I would. After watching this, I think you have a good idea of what to expect when jumping into this game, and with this knowledge, I'm sure it will amp up your experience even further. At least it actually did for me. From the get-go, I felt extremely lost, as I did not know that the game was not going to show me any objective. I was constantly looking for one, and I felt like I was going the wrong way as none had appeared. But when I got confirmation that the game was not going to show me one, that's when I started to enjoying it much more. And another thing that I haven't touched on in this review is the RPG aspects of the game. While it does offer a few interactable NPCs, they are not all that many, and there is no attribute upgrades in the game, but simply an upgrade station where you can increase your health or weapons ammo, and that's it. Now, episode 2 of Early Access is said to further expand on this, but nonetheless, this is an experience that made me feel like a cyberpunk street samurai more than any game have ever made me feel before. With amazing combat, gorgeous graphics, variation in both enemies, environments, weapons and mechanics that goes beyond the sunset. In other words, a very easy recommend from me. As some of you might know, we recently had our first community multiplayer night/day, whatever time zone you're in, and it was a ton of fun. I've been really zigzagging my way out of having a community night due to my confidence of people actually showing up for it being so low. But you guys are nothing but amazing, so count on there being more in the future. But this video is not a thank you message. This video is all about DreadMoon, the game that we played that night.
You've managed to make me sweat a little.
Let's shut these rituals down before it's too late.
You may have the strength of a beast, but I have the wisdom of centuries.
So my friends, what actually is DreadMoon? Well, apart from a free-to-play arena shooter, it will be having a full-blown 8-player co-op campaign dropping early 2024. But more on that later. For now, the multiplayer tries to bring back that good old feeling that some of us had during our Quake, Doom and Unreal lawn parties. I mean, with those old school graphics, minimal ADS, pickups, power-ups and movement that is as far away from Call of Duty as it comes, and I quite like it. And to sprinkle some extra goodies into that, there is a total of 7 game modes that you can play on 5 different levels. And the modes, they range from fun to absolute bonkers. Come to Papa, come to Papa. I was asleep. Okay, I am absolutely owning right now. So let's begin with the arenas. For starters, we got 7 levels to play around in, ranging from a castle, a library and a small town. Now they are all very well designed. You can instantly feel that whoever designed these levels, they know what they're doing. The areas you fight in are well thought out, well designed, and lets the game and its mechanics really flourish. Not once did I feel cramped, but at the same time not once did it feel like I was lacking the means to get out of a fight if I had to. I mean, not that I had to run out of a fight. I mean, come on. But I always felt that if I needed to, I could do it. But I didn't have to do it, okay? Now, apart from being well designed, the levels also offers jump pads and teleports. They're not overly present in any of the levels, but they are there. And more than once did I see them change the tide of battle. In one instance, you can be on the ground dying, and in the other, you jump padded yourself to another floor, sniping your foes in the head from a distance. And that might actually make the levels sound complex and hard, but trust me when I say they are not. It does not take long at all to learn a level, but it does take time to master it. You might actually get me. You might actually get me. No, I'm sorry. Oh, nice one, Red. So apart from the arenas, we actually have some weapons. Believe it or not, but we do. These weapons, they're scattered throughout the levels in the form of pickups. And that's another factor where the mastering a level takes time comes in, knowing where the right weapon is. Now the firearms are one of the game's most interesting aspects, and I freaking love them. I don't want to spoil them for you, as I found it so much fun picking them up and experiencing them for the first time myself, so I want you to have that same feeling. But I will spoil what's good about them, and that is their design. Now don't get me wrong, they have the right amount of sway, good animations and audio to them, so that is all good, but their visual design really do stick out. I got the feeling of playing around with Van Helsing weapons, and I mean, considering we are playing as werewolves, it's very fitting, but it's also very easy to get these weapons wrong. This game, however, did not, but I do have one critique for it, and I hate to say this, but the shotgun is overpowered. It fires a wee bit too fast, making it very easy to slay your foes with. Now the rest of the bunch, they felt fairly well balanced. Well, he's down. Oh. That was nice.
Triple kill.
Oh, I'm on fire. But there is one other thing that also fits into the weapons segment that is hell of a overpowered, and that is when you go into feral mode. So killing enough people will fill up a bar that lets you enter beast mode. You get super fast and very deadly. Now in my opinion, this should be running on a timer, and it sorta is, but every time you kill someone, the timer resets. So it's very doable being in this mode and just slaying everything for the entire match. If you're decent at the game, that is. So my suggestion would be either put a timer on it or make it a little less overpowered. I'm so sorry, guys. Overall though, the weapons are really good. I constantly have this feeling of wanting to jump into the game again and just fire away a little bit with the weapons. That's how good they are. Now the core idea and the execution of the game is superbly well done. Huge props to the developers for delivering a fantastic old school experience, but there are a few things that could take this to the next level apart from some minor balancing. And first of all is the optimization. I will not ramble on too much about this, as the developers are well aware of it and this is their #1 priority right now. During the launch night, 2 fixes were released in just the span of a couple of hours. So hopefully by the time this video is out, the game has already been more optimized. Now secondly, we need a better interface for the menu, especially for the multiplayer, as is now there is no way for the host to kick players nor create a room with a password. You can create a private lobby and automatically a room code is generated, but a private lobby where you, the host, is more in control is very much desirable. And third is the match leaderboards. They don't look at all that pretty. As is now, there isn't much information on them either. Adding assist as an example would increase the overall quality feel of the game and its leaderboard interface. Lastly, I feel like the visual recoil needs to be toned down on the weapons. Sure, it gives the weapons some nice oomph to them, but this is not Call of Duty where you can kill someone in a split second. You actually need to fire a bit to take someone down, and with the visual recoil, it gets super hard to see where you're actually firing sometimes. Now I want you to know that the developers, they are very keen to listening to your feedback, so if you have played the game and you have any feedback, or if you're just more curious about the game, join their Discord. It is linked in the description down below. At the very least, go check it out. It's pretty nice there. So would I recommend you give this game a go? Well, I most definitely would. I have a close connection to these developers, and also a huge thank you to Fatal Fox Studios for sponsoring this video. And that is to say, sponsoring without any restrictions. I am free to say what I want. However, my close connection to them has me very involved in their updates and future work of the game. And even though it has some very needed polishing, as is the day of writing this script, I am absolutely sure that they will polish this game up to a level where this will be a fantastic experience that harkens back to the good old days of multiplayer, consisting of a good time, having fun with a bunch of friends or making new friends as you play, where it isn't a life or death how good you are at the game, because it doesn't give off that tone, nor did my mindset lock in on being the best when I was playing it. It was locking in on having a good time, which this game delivers, so I would recommend you give this game a spin and join their Discord. While you're at it, join my Discord as well. Get ready for a second community night with this game in a more polished state. And also get ready to have your freaking minds blown with the biggest prize that this channel has ever had the pleasure of giving away in that community night. To not miss it, join the Discord. And for the love of everything. My friends, my bratskis, this is literally the third time I cover this game, and that says something about how freaking amazing it is, doesn't it? For today, however, we have an updated preview that I want to share my first impressions on, just so you are ready for the public demo drop in early 2024. And the guy rocking the controls today is no other than me, the dude from Sweden calling himself Slim Bratsky. What the hell is that name really? Now, let's do this. So what is Mullet Mad Jack? Well, it's a post-Void-like game, put it very short. The world is controlled by a super AI and humanity needs its dopamine to survive. You're a moderator who's been chosen for a mission to save a princess. Live streaming it all as you go, you got 10 seconds to refill your dopamine or you're dead. And guess how you refill that dopamine? Well, by slaying all the resistance you come across in as glorious ways as you can think of. So each kill adds a couple of seconds to your life. And let me tell you, it is brutal!
Thank you!
Ready, go!
So if you didn't catch that drift, the game is pretty brutal. But apart from being brutal, does it actually feel good? Well, it certainly does, my bratskis. It feels amazing, and the demo, it doesn't take all that long to actually finish, but it does offer quite a lot. Especially in terms of how you eliminate your foes. And of course, the favorite weapon is the shotgun. But I have to say that the pistol sits at a very close second place.
Thank you!
Ready, go!
Other than the pistol that feels amazing popping heads with, and the shotgun who just feels and sounds amazing all around, we got a sword that is throwable, but not as satisfying as the other two I just mentioned. And then we got an Uzi, a Uzi that fires faster than a cheetah can run, also running out of ammo non-stop, making for a reload fest like you have never seen it before. But there is one thing I didn't really fancy about the shotty. I mean, take a look at it, it doesn't look all that cool. Compare it to the pistol that looks bad to the freaking bone. The shotty almost looks too short. The angle of it makes it look like a kid's gun and I don't like it. But you wanna know something that I would like? For you to hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment and join the Discord for daily awesomeness. But fear not, the game does not stop here. Oh no, there is a ton more ways to kill enemies in this game with. We got finishing moves where you will be stabbing things through the heads of your foes. And we got environmental hazards that you can utilize to kick your foes in for that extra satisfying touch. I mean, combining your gun with your kicking foes into environmentals, it is just satisfying on a whole new level. It is incredible. And I'm afraid it's one of those things that might be hard to get a grip of by only watching. You need to actually play it to feel it. So what you're gonna have to do here is actually to take my word for it. Which you always should do, because I never lie. Never ever, okay? Also, you can play the demo for yourself early 2024 when it drops. Holy macaroni balls, have we been looking at the same game here? I hope so, because this is looking amazing, completely freaking beautiful, and this is coming from someone who has zero interest in anime, yet that 90s feel that this game manages to capture with its music and its host that is talking. Oh yeah, the host is pretty damn amazing to listen to.
Today's mission? To rescue the influencer princess from the robot scum!
Pretty great, huh? Yeah, the game manages to really capture a great feeling inside of me called nostalgia. But not only that, everything is so freaking well done. The game just screams of high quality. I mean, take the enemy sprites as an example. They look super clean, well drawn, with excellent animations. They even react differently depending on where they get shot. And sure, it is a small detail that quickly rushes by, but the few times that you see it, you go, ooh, dang, nice one game, nice one. And the game is loaded with small, well thought out details just like it, truly amping up its presentation to a whole new level.
Hey moderator, it's official! We are now on livestream! Millions are watching you save our princess!
But you might be asking, Slim, the game looks so freaking fast. And yes, my friends, it is. It truly is very fast. I mean, I can literally not play this for more than maximum 1.5 hours at a time, because I need to focus so much while playing. If I'm not playing on mega easy, then it's pretty chill. But that also takes away the tense factor that the game does an excellent job at building up. So my recommendation would be to play at least on medium, or crank it up higher if you want a heart attack in 1 week. That's up to you. But do know that if you die, you go back. Not all the way back, luckily. Every 10th floor there is a checkpoint that you get to restart from. But that's not all. Every time you die, you also get the chance to pick different upgrades. Yep, of course we have upgrades in this game, and every single floor that you finish, that takes roughly 1 minute to finish, lets you pick a new upgrade. Ranging from new weapons, faster movement, more time per kill, and so on. Fairly basic and not very game-changing, apart from the different weapons. They change up the gameplay quite a lot. But the thing is that in this game, a split-second reaction or upgrade could mean the difference between life or death. So you just picking one other upgrade than you had in your previous run could mean the difference of completing a whole floor or not.
Your body remains are property of Peace Corporation.
So if you haven't understood this yet, the game is amazing. It's fast, but the enemies are well placed out, easy to kill and big enough to pull those one-shot headshots off, making for an incredible experience that has been super well crafted by the developers. Once you boot up the game the first time, it might feel a little bit overwhelming, a little bit too fast, but the thing is you can feel how you're constantly, every minute, getting better and better at the game. And when a game manages to do that, combining the progression inside the game, how you're just advancing floor after floor, getting stronger and better, it's a fantastic feeling that I want everyone to experience. Be ready for the demo dropping early 2024, you do not want to miss it. Boom lovers, come together and get ready for the coziest, exploriest and most dramatic musiciest, the most dramatic music your ears have ever had the pleasure of letting the sound waves massage them with. Now today's bald guy rocking this video is this guy, Slim Bratsky, the most daddiest dad of them all. Now let's do this. Now this cozy game is actually one with a story, one that does not interrupt the flow of the game at all. I'm talking nothing, not once does it present itself in the game, at least not in my review copy of it, and honestly I would actually have liked to seen it somewhere, at least before embarking on the adventure, a scrolling text perhaps, or a small cutscene, but nope. We cannot even pick up letters along the way, which is also a bit of a shame, and rarely, if ever, have I said that before in a review. I am not one for reading much letters in games, but considering the setting of the game where you walk in a town, a harbor, a castle filled with houses that you can enter, loaded with dead corpses, it would actually have been cool to read what happened to these poor souls, at least a few of them, not everyone. So what is the story, you might ask? Well, it goes something like this.
Welcome to Wizordum.
The ancient seal of Terra Bruma has shattered, unleashing the forces of chaos once more. As one of the last mages of Wizordum's sanctuary, you must embark on a quest to find the source of this corruption and push the chaos back before they consume the whole kingdom. The story perfectly fits the game, but it is underpresented like I just said, and that's by a lot. I would not have minded one bit if it actually presented itself a bit more in the game. All of that said though, I am not sure, but it says in my review papers here that a scrolling text will present itself at the very start of your adventure, and I really hope that makes it into the early access, but it was not present for me. So, wizards, how do we stop the forces of chaos? Well, with a mace, magic, and a shotgun pistol, of course. And a few extra pickups here and there that I actually found myself using for once. But before I continue, I want to make this clear. One thing to know about this game is that everything is very basic. You will not be seeing any advanced enemy movements, attacks, or graphics that will blow your mind. Nor will you be seeing alternative fires, wall running, or even sprinting for that matter. The game is as basic as it gets. You navigate maze-like levels, look for switches, secrets, and kill foes, and that's that. And I absolutely love it for its simplicity. Take that simplicity and the old school style that the game is going for and sprinkle in some very colorful colors, and I was instantly thrown back to the Wolfenstein 3D days. You know that cozy feeling of sitting at your very first PC, running Wolfenstein, and just being amazed at how your monster of a PC actually can run the game. That's a feeling that is hard to describe, but I think it's called nostalgia. It's a very nice feeling, and with magic this game managed to bring back that feeling to me. Even though my PC today is way overpowered and probably used 1/16 of a core to actually run this game, I still had that very cozy old feeling when playing. And even though this being a very simple game, it is very well thought out. The levels, they are greatly designed, with a few oh crap I'm lost moments, but never enough to make you frustrated, as you do have a map that will help guide you in the right way. The enemies, well, they are in the same league as the rest of the game. Simple, easy, and predictable, but does just enough damage and will present themselves in numbers that does make it necessary for you to use your pickups. And those pickups, they come in the form of super fireballs, health potions, and invulnerability. Worth mentioning also is that I played on normal difficulty, and there are a total of 4 to choose from. And since the secrets, they play such a big role in this game, well, they got their own little segment here. And the secrets, my friends, they were so much fun to look for, holy macaroni balls. Each level has different ways of hiding them from you that I won't spoil because that will ruin the fun of hunting for them. But sadly, they offer very crappy rewards. They are mainly focused on treasure, a treasure that only increases your score for the level. Something I couldn't care less of, honestly, but they're shiny and they sound good when picking them up. So it's kinda satisfying in a way as well. For those who care about high scores though, well, this game will please you. It has been very well designed for speedrunners and secret hunters alike. You got the highest scores to keep track of and the time you beat the level on, making it a very nicely designed for speedrunners and secret hunters, me not included in that. I like to take my time, look at the environments and smell the flowers, which this game equally does just as good. So how about the magic and pistol shotgun, Slim? Well, let me tell ya. So as you might have figured, well, they are basic. I use that word more than I'm comfortable with right now in this video. I feel like I maybe need to increase my English vocabulary a bit here. However, the weapons, they offer no alternative fire to them, nor upgrades. I mean, fireballs, they shoot fireballs at your enemies. Ice shoots ice. However, ice does actually freeze your enemies as well, making for quite a satisfying maze finishing move. And then finally, the pistol shotgun. And yes, I'm calling it that because it does fire 3 balls of iron at once with a spread to them. And that pistol shotgun? Well, it goes something like this. And did you catch that music in that clip? Oh, it's freaking amazing. It's incredibly well composed and it sticks out like crazy, but it also adds to the experience, especially to the secret hunting and the exploring aspects. Now, this game being an early access, I do expect the magic, weapons, enemies and environments to be expanded upon. But as is now, it doesn't feel enough. I wanted more of everything. And I am keeping in mind that it is early access when I'm saying this. But the fact that everything is as basic as it is, asking for a bit more doesn't feel like asking for too much. Now, I'm actually keeping this review very short and to the point here, as time is not on my side, as we got the Boomer Shooter of the Year awards coming right up. Don't miss that live stream, okay? But I do want to touch on one more subject in this review, and that is the level editor. Now, I am not creative enough to create my own levels in games, but holy macaroni balls, this is one easy level editor to use. It's no harder than building your own city and city skylines. It's literally not harder than choose the desired item and click. And you got fill commands, room commands for some super easy and fast editing. Mighty impressive, I must say. So in conclusion, my friends, I would really actually recommend this game. It is a very basic experience, but and oh so cozy and well designed one at that. I can't deny the fact that I had a ton of fun playing and looking for secrets. And even I had some fun in the level editor, believe it or not. And the whole first episode, it took me about 4 hours to finish. But I do wish that there was more of everything. More environments, more weapons and more magic. Heck, give me more enemies and mechanics in the game as well. At some points I could even feel the lack of platforming, as so many areas just tease you to get there, but a block has fallen down and there is no way to jump in this game, so you can't reach it. The game is literally just teasing you, but even though the game left me wanting more, I still recommend it. I recommend it due to the few things being here are exceptionally well executed. The levels there are fun to explore and secret hunt in. The combat is basic but also satisfying. And the very old school feeling is nailed so incredibly well, but with modernizations here and there, making it stand out from the rest of the games out there. And all of this in the end creates a very cozy, fun and nostalgic experience that I don't think will please younger generations, but definitely the older ones like myself. And also just the fact that the game, even in this early stage, aims to please both level designers, speedrunners and cozy gamers like myself, all in one, which is fantastic. I can't believe I have been so anti this game. I always thought it looked too slow and frustratingly hard. I was certain that this game was not going to be for me and that it would only make me lose the very few strands of hair that I have left on my head. Was I wrong? Well, my amazingly wonderful, awesome Bratskis, I'm here today to let you know if I was or not. So let's do this.
Time to paint the world dark red.
You find yourself stranded in the night, out in nowhere, surrounded by canyons and sand, when suddenly you see this strange skull totem. You approach it and voila! It talks!
Search for the evil lurking in this world. Smell the sulfur in the air. Taste the corruption. Understand the shattered reality. Sense the vitriol staining the remains. Only then will you be free again and able to leave.
Okay, mysterious talking skull. I gotcha. And it's being voiced by no other than Mr. Gianni himself, and as always he does a good job with the voicing. It's entertaining and convincing. He goes on to tell you that they summoned you here. You are an undead and you need to cleanse this land of the evil that lurks in it. And that is literally the most interesting part of the story. You meet some fairly interesting characters along the way, especially a certain skeleton figure that is voiced by a Bratski called Dev VA.
Finally. Was worried you changed your mind.
But the further you get into the game, the more interesting the characters get. But the story, it doesn't really evolve alongside the game. It stays very sameish throughout. But what is the most convincing and well done is the characters and their voice acting. As the game turns into more personal vendettas the further you get, it almost feels like the main story is left behind. But in all honesty, I really didn't need a story to tag along, as the characters does such a well job at just sucking you into the moment.
Hey there, partners. Make sure to like the video and subscribe to Slim Bratsky. Unless you want to turn out to be just like me. A heap of bones.
Now that beautiful skeleton voice, it was the work of Patrick Derakovic Rakas. So off to cleanse the land we go, and mama, the monsters that are lurking here, they are scary, dangerous, and will eat, shoot, claw, or spit acid at you on sight. The monsters and spirits, as the game calls them, spirits, they are ghosts by the way, they are so freakishly incredibly well designed with a difficulty that will test even the most hardcore of stealth players, because there is no such thing as going guns blazing in this game. But at the same time, the enemies, they are stupid enough to let you get away if the situation gets too heated. It's up to you to be smart enough to decide when it's time to run or stand and fight.
I'm bringing you the menu now.
Don't come back!
Your pain will be much
Out of my sight.
The game also focuses heavily on melee combat, something that feels surprisingly good and cool, but nowhere close to as good as it feels picking the enemies off with guns. So I saw myself using guns and bows throughout the game, apart from the very first section of it. But a part of me always felt like it wanted to buy that melee weapon from the merchant, just to get some satisfying stealth takedowns. Can I do this? Can I fucking do this? Oh my! So did I ever mention that the gunplay focuses heavily on every bullet matters? Miss one shot and you could be dead. Miss two shots and you might not have enough ammo for the rest of the mission. And the feedback, ladies and gentlemen, the feedback from the monsters getting hit and the bullets leaving the barrel of the gun is magnificent.
Nothingness!
Apart from killing, sneaking and being scared, the game offers some truly well-designed RPG mechanics. Talkable NPCs, fully voice acted and all interesting in their own way, but they also sell things, buy things, and the thingy things that they sell and that are scattered throughout the game, apart from weapons, consists of items that will boost you in one way or another. It ranges from increased stamina to accuracy and debuffs. It all depends on how much exploring you're willing to do or how much money you save to get the thing that fits your playstyle the most. And the same goes with the weapons. There are legendary ones that will offer different buffs and debuffs, but you will have to hunt to actually get them. And my friends, we're not done there. There's also a skill tree in this game, a fairly basic one that once you level up you get a skill point that you can spend on upgrades, which does make a difference in the gameplay. Oh, that is going to save us a lot. And let's not forget the most major of things, the inventory management. It works well, it's upgradable, but you will be seeing yourself fighting yourself over which items to keep and which to throw out during a long mission. But I can happily say that there is no such thing as junk. You can sell everything that you pick up. The grandest of the canyons out there. Is it the one in Wild West? I mean Blood West. Damn it, I mix those names up all the time. Well, no, it is certainly not the grandest of them all, so this is how it is. The game, it consists of 3 episodes. Each episode offers a new open area set in different environments. Since I have shown footage of all 3, I might as well just spoil them for you. First one is the desert canyons, second one is swamps, and the third one is a forest-ish, a ghost forest. Yeah, a ghost forest. Let's go with that. Now they are not overly pretty to look at, but they are so incredibly well designed. The size of them are just perfect. They are open areas, all 3 of them, but they are just big enough to not feel empty and small enough but still feel like an open area. And every zone is littered with caves, tunnels, points of interest and ups and downs. Now I want to emphasize here that I was incredibly immersed in the game, but not due to the game's atmosphere. The atmosphere is great in this game, so don't get me wrong there, but it's neither overly horror nor incredible. What really dragged me in was the gameplay, how superb designed the balance is in this game. Almost never did I feel like the game was unfair when I died. Constantly did I have have that tense feeling that just kept dragging me in the game, managing my inventory to utilize every bullet I had in the most efficient way possible, always debating with myself which approach would be the best in the battle in front of me, because that's another aspect. The danger is almost always visible before you engage in it, giving you enough time to strategize your next move with an emphasis on almost always. And sometimes your strategy just doesn't work, making for another very intense moment where you barely make it out alive. It happens and it happens again. And dying is not cost-free in this game. You will be penalized, not overly much, but enough to make it feel and make you lose at least 1 or 2 hairs on your head. But whatever you do, do not rush through the zones. Take your time, explore, look for hidden objects, and enjoy the mystery. This is the way the game is meant to be played, and not only is it the best way to play it, it will hurt you in the end if you rush too much. But boy, oh boy, was this game a ride from start to end, one that I enjoyed very much and I would highly recommend. It literally had me on my toes all the time. It had me feel frustration, happiness, pleasure, satisfaction, and most of all, I got so immersed into the game every single time I sat down to play this. It never got easier to decide when it was time to shut down and head to bed. So all I can say, my friends, is to just stop hesitating if this game is for you or not. Give it a proper chance and I'm certain you will have a good time with this.
Ashes. Please, the freak.
My friends, the 4-year-long wait for a simple DLC is finally over. But is it that simple? Is it worth the delay of a king? I don't know, but someone who does know is me, Slim Bratsky, the average gamer who finished this game on normal difficulty and still struggled. Now let me share with you if the wait was worth it or not. Let's do this.
You come at the queen. You best not miss.
So what exactly is I Am Fury Aftershock? Well, my fellow gamer, it is the DLC for the highly praised build engine game I Am Fury, the game that helped boost the amazing love for boomer shooters that we see today. The game that makes you feel like you're literally back in the 90s, exploring the semi-realistic, highly detailed world with tons of interaction, like breakable windows, vending machines that work, and so on. And in this DLC, Dr. Haskell has returned more angrier and fierce than ever. A new character is also introduced into the story, and your goal is of course to stop this tyranny once again. I will leave the story at that. For one, I am no hardcore I Am Fury story or lore fan. I get the gist of what's going on, but I haven't spent any time digging into it more than that, so I wouldn't be the one to tell you about the twists and turns in the story, but I will say the story unfolds just as in the first game via dialogue and TV monitors. And it works! It doesn't break the pace of the game too much and it doesn't happen too often. It's a good mix of constantly knowing your goal, having it evolve as you progress, and not being stuck in too long dialogues.
Well, never send a human to do a machine's job. Consider this a summary judgment, Mr. Rockford.
So to the most important question of them all, how is the gameplay in this game? Well, it is really dangly dang good. I won't go into everything that is I Am Fury, as today we are reviewing the Aftershock. And if you don't know what I Am Fury is, you will still get the grips of what that is after watching this video. Now, my friends, Aftershock plays in a lot of ways just like I Am Fury did. The puzzles, the objectives, the basic level layout, and so on stays very true to the base game. But it does adjust and tweak pretty much all aspects of it in one way or another. But is it for the better or not? Well, let's find out.
That blows. Fuel keeps skyrocketing.
In the weapon segment, we see the return of every single weapon with the addition of 2 new. Yep, I'm calling the Rotobike a new weapon. And let's start talking about the Rotobike first, shall we? What is that thing? Oh, is that the bike? It's the bike! It's the bike, guys! It's the bike. Quick save. It works just as your regular bike with guns on it, but with this one you can actually jump. And the cool thing about it is that they didn't just make racing tracks for it. I mean, sure, you race and kill stuff along the way, and it is really fun, but you will be using this bike on larger, more ordinary levels that will have you jumping off it to grab certain keys or blow up walls and so on. And the variety in it all makes this bike so much fun to use. It's a very simple tool, but it will have you do all kinds of crazy things with it. And everything that you will see when playing with it is done in the build engine, which is nothing short of boom. Now once you're done with the bike, the second new weapon appears, and it is the scraps of it. Or rather, the cannon that was mounted to the bike. Now you can wield it and shoot it how and when you like. It has a lock-on system and works more or less as a homing rocket that blasts pretty much all foes in 3 or less shots. And that's what I call an overpowered gun. But it is fun! There is no denying that. The rest of the weapons, well, they are more or less the same, with a few additions to the alternative fire modes here and there. As an example, the shotgun can now shoot exploding shells, which are also hella overpowered. And the grenade launcher, well, it now has a gas grenade, which, it isn't really overpowered, nor is it all that fun to use either, in all honesty. Other than that, we got a few new items to use as well. And I gotta be honest here, I never use the items in this game. I usually test them once when I find them to see what they're all about, and then I completely forget about them. But if you use the items in the game, I'll happily let you know that there are more now than there was before. Okay, I'll try and keep this as short as I possibly can, as the enemies are more or less the same as in the base game, with a few tweaks here and there, like a gas grenade there. But I want to emphasize that the encounters, they feel much better. They feel much more varied, with combat taking place in cramped areas, dark areas, open areas, giving you a feeling of constant variety. But it is also easier to plan out and utilize the covers that are in the area that you're going to fight in. And with better use of the enemies and their different attacks, having all the enemies more spread out instead of introducing a new one as you go and then meet that enemy multiple times before something changes. In Aftershock, it constantly changes from area to area, utilizing all the enemies much more and making it feel much more varied. The overall combat and enemy encounters feels really good in Aftershock. It wasn't perfect in Ion Fury, but it is definitely closer to it now. Now this right here is where this DLC truly peaks in my eyes. Not only are the environments, enemies and weapons beautiful to look at and jam-packed with details, they are masterfully crafted. The level design in this DLC is top of the freaking notch good. It has so much variety to it, and in my opinion it has been expertly crafted to never make you bored. With brain-itching puzzles, great combat scenarios, exploration, secrets and details to look and interact with, the level design takes the crown of making this 4-year-long wait worth it. Ah, this looks so cool. I would definitely dig this place in real life. You will be visiting everything from a mall, volcanoes, suburbs, downtowns and a club with, as I said, both great variety in its mechanics, interactions and visuals. Great enemy placements and spawn locations, encouraging you to use your full arsenal of weapons and platforming that was actually quite damn fun. And that is not something I always say, trust me. The level design has a lot of surprises for you in store. And of course I won't spoil them all for you, but I can say that this is peak level design in boomer shooter. However, if I were to touch a little bit more on the secrets, I would have loved if they were more than just ultra hard to find. I would have liked some form of reward consisting of more than just ammo and health. I mean, it would have been a really nice touch. I'm talking more Easter eggs and maybe an upgrade system that would reward the secret hunting with something more permanent. As is now, it feels rather useless hunting them down if you're not playing on the hardest difficulty and actually need the health and ammo to survive. Now, I haven't compared the graphics frame by frame, Ion Fury versus Aftershock, but to me it looks more or less the same as the base game, which is nothing weird as it is done in the same engine by the same people. But the fact is still that Aftershock has some new, very beautiful vistas to gaze upon and slightly more details in the environments, like the starting area right here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is what I love about this game. Pretty much everything in here is interactable or destroyable, and it looks pretty damn gorgeous. In other words, it's a very gorgeous game with slightly more things to look and interact with now. Now the audio is also more or less the same, but with the new absolute banger soundtrack. It's hard getting more of a 80s/90s vibe from a soundtrack made in 2023 than the soundtrack that this game is rocking. So would I recommend this fantastic DLC that has some fun weapons, decent enemies, amazing level design and sick soundtrack? Well, I think you guessed it already. Yes, 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 and yes, I would. I tried cutting this review short, seeing as it is just a DLC, and I really struggled with finding bad aspects of the game, cause I also usually talk about them. And while there actually is a lot to talk about here, if we want to go into all the details, the simple fact is that the base game is fucking brilliant. Looking at it from a boomer shooter enthusiast eyes, this is a gem. And to put it even more simply, if you liked Iron Fury, I am most certain that you will like this one even more, seeing as it is Iron Fury but with minor tweaks to just about everything to make it better. And not a single tweak, not a single one, either in level design, weapons, enemies or new mechanics has made the game worse in any way, shape or form. So what you should do now is wait for it to drop on GOG.com. Use my affiliate link and grab it as soon as it does. And by the way, no one has any clue as to why it hasn't dropped on GOG yet. Humans of all sizes, shapes and forms, welcome to yet another video where Slim Bratsky, that's me, tries to help you in figuring out if this game on the title of this video is worth your precious time and buckaroonies or not. Let's do this! So what is Forgive Me Father 2? Well, one could think that this game is about parenting and all the hardships surrounding that, but no, this has absolutely nothing to do with either fathers, mothers or parenting in general. This game is all about shooting monsters and zombies, preferably in the head, and it all takes place in a world inspired by the works of H.P. Lovecraft. The game continues the story of the priest from the first installment as he descends into his darkest nightmares on a path to righteous salvation. I know that H.P. Lovecraftian games are getting a bit too much, but I have a hard time staying away from them. So here, my friends, we got another one in the form of a boom shoot. The story is presented to you via letters that you receive in the hub world after completing a mission, and in all honesty I had a really hard time connecting 1 + 1 here. I was not sure how in one moment we were in the trenches of a world war, and in the other we were in our hospital hub world. Does it all take place in the player's head? Is this really happening, and how are we traveling from destination to destination? I have no idea, and the story did very little to affect me. It was not memorable in any way, shape or form, which is a shame considering how well designed the world is and how it could have been used for much more environmental storytelling and more memorable set pieces in the story in general. A little bit of a disclaimer, I will be comparing a lot of this game to the first one. So here comes the first comparison. In Forgive Me Father 1, the story was told through letters that you found laying around in the maps, which was not the brightest of ideas on how to tell a story since you could easily miss a letter or 3. But the main parts of the story, they were told through beautifully animated cutscenes that tied the happenings in the game together and made things make sense. And as I said, the only thing we have in Forgive Me Father 2 is 1 letter per level. That does not feel like it ties things together, nor make things make any sense. Now I am pretty confident that this will develop over time, but as is now, this is what we got story-wise. Before I move on, I want to emphasize that this is an early access review, and as of recording this review, there is no roadmap, so I don't know what to expect from future updates. The review, however, is mainly focused on what you will be getting if you buy the game now, aka the first phase of early access. So friends, how is the gameplay like in this gorgeous shooter? Well, for the most part, it is really good. It will have you traversing very similar maps to the first game, where you have to find keys to unlock certain doors or solve little brain-tickling puzzles, or both at the same time. And between the puzzling, there will be some shooting against monstrosities that are also very similar to the first game. And while not on these levels looking for keys and shooting things, you will be offered a breather inside the hub world. And a cool thing about this hub world is that it is actually the first level that you play in. You start the game off by infiltrating a mental hospital overrun by zombies and other horrors. Once liberated, you use that same hospital as your hub world. Inside the hub world, you can replay previously completed levels or unlock both new weapons and abilities. Other than that, there is not much to see in here, unfortunately. I hope they expand on it in the full release, as I think it's always nice having something to explore, a secret to hunt, or a minigame to play inside your hub world. Worth mentioning also is that the save system from the first game has been completely scrapped. Now, the game will autosave for you at each checkpoint that you reach, but there isn't all that many checkpoints in every level, and that problem is solved with the addition of quick saving. I know some of you don't like that since it depenalizes death, but I will die on this opinion, and that is that quick saving is one of the best features ever, but that's for another video. Now, the experience system is another feature that has been totally scrapped. This time around we don't gain XP, instead we collect cores that are used to unlock new weapons and abilities in between levels. And say for an example, you unlock a new pistol. In the first game, the old pistol was then gone. You could not use it anymore, but only the new one that you unlocked. In Forgive Me Father 2, that is not the case. Before each level that you enter, you get to choose 3 abilities and 1 weapon from each weapon branch to take with you on your mission. Now, I am one of you who actually really liked the experience and skill tree system in the first game, but I have to say that the new unlock system in Forgive Me Father 2 is way better. It is much more accessible from the get-go for everyone. Now, when it comes to the game's abilities, it is a bit of a hard nut to actually crack. It is lacking some form of tutorial on how it actually works, but once you know, it is fairly simple. So, you gain points that you can use to unlock new abilities with. How you get those points is determined by the overall percentage completed on each map. So say for an example, you find all the secrets and kill all the enemies in that level, well, you get 100% completion rate. And that means you will get the maximum amount of points from that level. Now, in my book, this is a super cool system that further emphasizes exploration and secret hunting, which is a subject that I will touch more on later. However, unlike the first game where you could only activate 1 ability at a time, in this game when you activate 1 ability, you activate all of them. So the level design, my friends, is for the most part pretty dang good. The levels are loaded with secrets, and sometimes there's an extra core laying in a secret. And in my book, when the secrets offer something that can be used for permanent upgrades instead of just ammo or health, it makes it so much more rewarding to hunt the secrets down. Now, the level design around the secrets, well, they are decent. What I'm lacking though is some brain-tickling secrets where I have to do something to actually find it. But in most scenarios, it is more of a, oh, look at that wall, it doesn't really fit here, maybe I can jump it, and whoops, there's a secret. Now, the environments, they stay very dark and gritty throughout the whole game, but it actually really manages to add to the atmosphere of the game. But the visuals, they vastly change in each level, giving a good sense of progression and visual variety as you go on, with some memorable and very beautiful sceneries to gaze upon. However, none of the maps either visually nor design-wise exceeded the likes of the first game in my opinion. But that is to say that the first game does an excellent job at it, and I'm hoping that future levels will bring this up a notch. Now, the weapons, my friends, they are a feast of wonderful sprites, a feast of satisfying sounds and visual feedback. The weapons, they are incredible in all aspects. I don't have a single complaint on them, the ones that are currently in the game, that is. They all function very differently from one another, which kind of speaks for itself, as in the early access we got a total of 10 weapons to start with, and their names being pistol, shotgun, rocket launcher, assault rifle, and then different variants of them, which is kind of speaking for itself how they work and function, so I don't need to go into that. But the main take from this is that the weapons, they look really good. They are varied and they feel amazing to use. And a part of this awesomeness is the enemy's feedback. The enemy's morph system has returned from the first game, whereas with the zombies, if you shoot their head off and they are carrying another one, well, then they will put that other one back on. I would have just loved to see this new system more developed, especially on the new enemies that are introduced, but from my playthrough, I almost saw nothing of it, only on old enemies that returned from the first game. It could have been a case of me actually missing it, but in that case, I'd say it's not noticeable enough and it needs to be amped up. However, on all the other enemies where a headshot won't make the enemy replace their head, the headshot feedback is phenomenal. We got big juicy visual splats with a juicy sound and a text that pops up that says headshot. And all combined creating a very satisfying slaying experience. Some of the new enemies looks like reskinned old enemies from the first game, whereas they look new but act old. And one of the first game's strongest aspects in my opinion was the variety in the enemies and their mechanics. The first game just never stopped surprising me with the amount of enemies and their variety. And so far in the second game, I have yet to have that feeling. You will be encountering a decent amount of different enemies, but they don't feel unique enough from each other. They end up getting very predictable and offering very little new challenge to the game. I mean, combat-wise, it felt like I was starting to repeat the same combat pattern over and over again. I would have really loved to see some more crazier enemies introduced in the game. You know, just to spice up the combat pattern some, especially as I progress further into the game. It doesn't have to be at an instant. The longer I get in, the more I want it to change up. Now the audio, as I have touched on some already, is great, and apart from the weapons and enemies sounding great, the soundtrack has us listening to some really moody and atmospheric sounds in between combat. And during combat, the metal kicks in, and yet again it's an absolute banger metal soundtrack that really gets the heart racing and your head nodding to the beat. The graphics, they're no different. The hand-drawn art style is nothing short of I like to feed your eyes with Oreos. In other words, absolutely fantastic. And this time around, the overall presentation has been amped up just a notch more, with some great use of the Unreal Engine 5. There is a ton of fog and interesting lighting mechanics that work at every scene that you come across, making the game look more beautifuler than ever before. Love this. Highly detailed, highly beautiful. So would I recommend this game? Well, let me say this, if you haven't played the first game yet, then go do that first, as this early access feels in some aspects like a downscaled version of the first game. But if you have played that and you liked it, then I would say go play this. Go play this right now. Even though it is lacking here and there, the incredible feeling of the weapons and the enemy feedback and updated graphics makes this a super satisfying and beautiful shooter that is very hard to not recommend to any boomer shooter fans. But before you run off and do any of the things that I just recommended to you, I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my freaking heart. You, my Bratskis, you're the most amazing community I've ever witnessed, and I never even dared to dream of creating such an amazing community that we got going right now. I want to end this with a huge, massive, incredibly phenomenal shout out to the best Bratskis around the world. Boomers and Zoomers, super welcome to today's video. Guys, today we're reviewing a game that grabbed me by my balls and held so tight that I just couldn't stop thinking about it. In a good way, that is. So what do you say we start this review? Let's do this. And today's ball grabber by the grill is no other than the incredible Nightmare Reaper. Let's begin with the story. So first of all, let me tell you how the story is told. You have this hub world-ish thing between levels, and that hub world-ish thing is a mental hospital that you're trapped in. just like in real life. No, I'm kidding. Every time you finish a level, the story unfolds 1 to 3 sentences at a time, uncovering clues about your past and how you ended up trapped in this nightmare hospital. And that, my friends, is pretty much how the story unfolds itself. I won't spoil much more, but the story really comes second in this game. It works as a break between levels, although it is done in a really good way, with the sentences that unfolds being read with voice acting. Voice acting, yes. You don't have to read if you don't want to. So the premise of the game is that every time you go to sleep, you end up in a nightmare world. In there, you have to fight your way out to wake up once again. And if you die in real life. But really you don't, as that would mean game over, but you end up restarting before you went to sleep, being able to go right back to sleep and start the level again, from the start. But more so, as you progress, this mental hospital unlocks more and more, and you discover even more things you wish you never knew, and things to interact with and collect. But be careful, because some things are freaking jump scary in this game.
I can't take it anymore! I just wanna die!
The full game spans a whooping 3 freaking episodes that takes around 7 to 10 hours to complete each. Woo, that is a lot of hours of fun. Now this, my boomers, is the perfect example of what a simple and non-complex story can do to enhance the game. It is honestly done so fucking well with this hospital level, the mystery behind your background, and all the little small events that unfold as you progress in the game, like this door suddenly opens, this shadow scares the living crap out of you. It's just in the right magical level of being super simple and easy to follow, but still so exciting and interesting. Now friends, what do you say we grab this ball grabber by its own balls and jump into the gameplay? Oh boy, where do I start with the gameplay on this one? You know the basics now. You sleep, you have a nightmare, and you wake up. But there is an insane amount of more to this game than just that. But it still manages to feel simple at its core with no overly complex systems. You can literally pick it up at any time and have no worries that you forgot how to do this or that. It's that simple, but it still has so much going for it. And I will touch more on that right now. So let's begin with the skills and the skill trees, because there is more than one, but I will only spoil one for you as they work more or less the same, but I want you to have a, new fresh experience when you play this game yourself. So you have this Nintendo handheld that acts as your skill tree. Inside it, you put a cartridge that holds a minigame. And that minigame is your branch of skills. And remember, there are more than one, but I'm just showing you this one. So this one works like Mario would. You pick the skill you want to acquire by spending some gold on it, and into the level you go. And once you finish the level, the skill is yours. It's so fucking brilliant. I'm lost for words how cool this skill tree mechanic is. And the amount of upgrades and skills that you can acquire in this game, it's mind-blowing. There are so many, it literally takes tens and tens and tens of hours to acquire all of them. But at least I never felt stressed about not having all of them. I never felt underpowered or that I was missing some kind of skill to advance in the game or progress in the game, because it can feel very overwhelming when there is this much to it, but this one never felt like it. Sometimes I was stacking up coins that I had over 100,000 coins and I didn't even think once about the skill tree. And then when I thought about it, my mind was blown again. I also want to mention that if you do get tired of the awesome, amazing minigames, there is an option to turn them off inside the main menu. So you can turn them off if you want to. But for me, maybe they were a little bit too many. And I think that if they cut all the minigames in half, that would have been the sweet spot for most players. But I'm leaving this one out there. If you want to turn them off, you can. But if you don't want to, leave them on, because it is a very nice change of pace in the game. So we do also have guns in this game, believe it or not, friends. And with it comes 4.5 types of different weapons, split into light ammo, heavy ammo, magic ammo, and a few that doesn't require ammo, like melee weapons or some that uses your blood as ammo. You know, your standard blood ammo, And inside these types of weapons, there is a total of over 80 freaking weapons, and they all feel very unique from each other. None feel copy-pasted and slightly altered. They're all different in their own way, with alternate fire modes, and some even have different elemental attributes. You heard it right, friends. Ranging from fire to making the projectiles larger, to firing pizzas instead of rockets, and the list goes on, and they sound and look something like this. Did you fucking see and hear that? Oh my fuck. They have the visual punch, they have the audio punch, the enemies have the hit feedback, the gore flies literally everywhere. It's a dream come true for any boomer shooter enthusiast. Now unfortunately, at the end of each level, you can choose to keep just one weapon. The rest will be sold for gold. But after that, the game rewards you yet another time, depending on how many enemies you kill, how many secrets you found, etc, etc. You get a percentage increase in the gold that you have acquired during the level, and more gold equals more skills. But you can still only keep one weapon, and this actually keeps inventory management at a minimum, because, you know, you're just gonna use these weapons once, then you're gonna throw them out, except for one. Now the only thing I have to complain about with the guns is their low pixel count. They are very blocky, and you often view them from an angle that doesn't give you a good look of them. Mostly, it just looks like a stick pointing out from between your legs. You know what I mean. And I would have preferred to see them just a bit from the side, so that I can see their full glory and artistic style when making my enemies' blood fly everywhere. And then we got the enemies. While not as varied as the guns, they are plenty, and ranging from explodies to regular zombies, warlocks, and pretty much anything in between, with a demonic and zombie-like art style to them. Sometimes the game throws a bunch of enemies at once, making it for quite a hectic shootout. But at other times, the game emphasizes exploration, with a few enemies here and there, and oh boy, never have I felt so intrigued to explore. The game is so chock full of references, Easter eggs and secrets that are both easy and hard to find, but all feel so incredibly rewarding and fun. Now the most common thing you will find in these secrets are treasures, which translates to gold. But sometimes there is a weapon hiding there. Other times there is the most brilliant of references, you never really know what you're getting, which really adds to the fun. Just as I said in the start of the video, this game has so many things going for it, but nothing is overly complex. It all feels so well thought out and implemented with such high quality. Also, there is bosses in this game, and yeah, they're nothing special really, so I'll just leave it at that, okay? Now we can't just leave the gameplay without talking about the levels. And yes, the levels, they are procedurally generated in this game, and that does not ring well in my ears. My experience with procedurally generated levels is not the best. And honestly, sometimes that does shine through in this game as well. There are some areas in some maps that is just there with no purpose than to drag you into a dead end. No enemies, no loot, no nothing. And I think it is an effect from having procedurally generated levels, but if you know that I'm wrong, please correct me down in the comments, but that's what I think. But other than that, I experienced no issues with it. I didn't get stuck, enemies were not clipping through the walls, it worked well. And the variety in the levels, they freaking over-excel the weapons. God damn, there is a lot of levels. When you enter a level for the first time, you can expect to play in a similar setting for a total of 3 to 4 times. Then the game completely changes the setting, varying from sewers, space, towns, forests, just about anything your imagination can come up with. At the core, the levels, they are quite simple. You got these gigantic Minecraft blocks that all of the levels are essentially made up of, but all the secrets, environment variations, the verticality, all the different textures, the amazing weather effects makes the levels really, really enjoyable, even though they are made out of gigantic Minecraft blocks. Now, my fellow boomers, we move this review to the juicy pixels, and oh boy are the pixels juicy in this one. A little too juicy if you ask me. I mean, I don't mind pixels at all, but these are just a bit too big for my taste. They should have increased the pixel count and made them a little smaller, especially in the weapons as I mentioned previously. But the same applies to the enemies. The pixels, they're just a bit too big and I like to see a little more detail on everything with a higher pixel count. But there is also a lot of modern aspect to this game. All the effects, the lighting, the shadows, which in my opinion is an amazing blend. Especially the lighting, it really creates such an amazing atmosphere blended in with these junky, juicy pixels. I just love when games does this, and this one really nails that blend. However, each time you pick up a coin, the screen flashes. And I'm not sure if you can turn this off. I was so blinded from all the flashes that at least I could not see it in the options. And those flashes, friends, they burn your eyes after a few hours of playtime. So boomers, be sure to rest for 15 minutes every now and then when playing this, if you don't want epilepsy, that is. And then we have another thing. There is a ton of loot in this game, and that makes the ground so cluttered sometimes. And with some environmental details like grass, stones and whatnot, it was sometimes hard seeing what was loot and what was clutter. More than once I tried picking up a stone because I thought it was loot. But overall, I really did enjoy this mix of old school and modern. This game actually has an extremely nice blend of it. And the gore, well, the gore is amazing. The enemies, they explode as enemies should explode. And that makes this boomer shooter guy very happy. Now we reach the audio segment of the review. And oh my, it's good. The music from the shooter music god Andrew Holsholt does not disappoint in this game. One of the first things I said when I played this game and the music kicked in was this. The music though. I'm liking the music. And that, my friends, is a good grade from Slim. And the weapons, we already went through them. They have the audio punch. They sound magnificent. The enemies, they are okay. The ambience, the weather effects, it sounds brilliant. And I have yet to find any type of audio in this game that does not live up to the 80 plus weapons in this game, because they all sound good from like the 79 that I picked up so far. This game has some really good audio with some great ambience and decent sounding enemies. But the music, oh, the music, the drums, the guitar, oh, it's good, it's good. Yes, I like it. Now in conclusion, friends, this is a game I would recommend to roguelite fans, non-roguelite fans, boomer shooter fans, non-boomer shooter fans, FPS fans, and non-FPS fans. Heck, I'd recommend this game to my grandma. It's just so good that I can't stop thinking about it. I think about it before I go to bed, I think about it when I'm working, I think about it when I'm playing with my kids. It's got me by the balls, and it's got such a really tight grip on them, in a good way that is. Honestly, play this game even if you think that the pixels are a mess. You should play it even if you think it looks as fun as watching a 10-hour long YouTube video of a unicorn singing the same song. You should play this game. But before you run off and play this game, you should not miss. Have you ever asked yourself what the world would look like if man and machine were one? Split into 50-50 of intestines and metal? Well, you don't have to anymore, because I got the answer for you right here. Today, we will be journeying through rivers of blood, grotesque biomechanical beings, and some incredibly satisfying combat. And today's biomechanical horror on the grill is no other than the early access game called Incision. If your urge for blood is not satisfied after this, I don't know what to say. Now, let's do this. Wait, what was that text that just swooshed by on the screen? Story something? Oh yeah, the game actually does have a story, but I got no clue what the story actually is. There is no text, no voice, no nothing to introduce you to the game, which is a little miss in my opinion. I would have wanted something, like you start off in what I think is the main character's apartment, but who knows, I don't, and neither do you.
I understand nothing.
But luckily, there are some sort of story bits here and there, and it's presented with these green, small, glowing particle things, and if you focus on them, a magical text appears with a few lines of story. Connecting them can be really hard though, because it is very easy to miss them. But the few that I found, they actually did manage to amp up my curiosity and immerse me a little more into the game and its crazy bloody world. However, as I said, I got no clue as to what the story exactly is. My brain was not able to connect the sentences, and I'm sure I missed more than half of all of the green dots.
Stupid buzzwords! They mean nothing!
But before I leave the story segment, I want to give you a little something from an interview DreadXP had with the developer about the story. And that goes something like this. It's like it's a game about a world that's been consumed by this massive, unknown alien entity simply called the Growth, a flesh that sort of absorbs everything and reconstructs it into this hellscape, and all living beings are also turned into monsters, mechanical things, body horror, things inspired from Cronenberg's movies, and The Thing. And you have to kick their ass. And that's about it. And hell, if you ask me, this is just enough. The game does a great job with environmental storytelling, and it never interrupts the flow of the game. It is just the right amount to pull you in just enough, apart from it not introducing anything about the game when starting it up. So the gameplay, my shooter friends, is amazing. Yeah, it's good in this Bloodfest. It's meaty, it's interesting, it's satisfying, and most of all, it's bloody as hell. The level design is actually also good. I did get lost for a brief moment here and there, but nothing too painful. And while it doesn't really feature any advanced platforming, there are jump pads and verticality to the game. And especially the jump pads are sometimes very strategically placed, so that you get the feeling of freedom when clearing out an arena of enemies. Almost like Superman himself, if you are skilled enough to use them properly, which I am not, so you won't be seeing awesome Superman clips rolling here, unfortunately. But the option is there for you, so I wanted to throw that out. And the movement, oh boy, the movement, it feels good. You're fast as Flash, and you even got a sprint, making you faster than, something faster than Flash.
Damn, that guy's fast.
And that might sound overwhelming, but the game is designed so that most of the time you don't feel cramped in a tight spot. The size of the fighting areas are there. You are free to move fast as fuck, boy.
My parents allowed me to cuss when I was a kid, so I started early.
But there is one thing with the movement that felt off for me, and that is the air control. It's really accurate, meaning if you want to stop mid-air in a split second, you can, even though you jump forward faster than Flash. And I mean, a slower halt than an immediate halt would have felt better. And believe it or not, friends, but there is actually guns in this game as well. So why don't we talk a little bit about them? So you start off with a Magnum, and it's not just any Magnum, it's an exploding cannonball shooting Magnum. Or so I wish to believe anyway, because it has this alternative fire mode that makes you spin the gun, and if you time the shots to the glow of the gun, you will make your enemies explode into bits and pieces, hence the exploding cannonball firing Magnum. And to be honest, it is a great starting weapon that is useful throughout the whole entirety of episode 1 of the game, which is currently the only episode that is out right now. And boy, is it not just good, it is so damn satisfying nailing those shots and just spill all of your enemy's blood everywhere. Honestly, it smells really good so far. Ooh. Oh! Oh! Did you see that trip? Oh! Gore on the roof. But that's not all, friends. All of the guns are actually fun and cool. There are not a whole lot of them in the game, but every single one of them offers an interesting alternative fire mode that brings depth to the game. For example, the shotgun, it fires like a normal shotgun in the normal firing mode. But in the alternative fire mode, you can really spill the blood of your enemies. I mean, did you see that? It's pretty damn neat, and it offers depth, because the normal one offers a more methodical tactical firing, and the alternative, it saves your ass when needed to. And that goes for all the guns. They have their strengths and weaknesses, making you switch up your gameplay all the time, depending on the weapon you're choosing and the situation you're put in. Now, I don't want to spoil all the guns for you. As I said, there aren't that plenty of them, but I need to show you one more at least. So let me introduce Kitty, the cutest pet gun ever. She is so adorable, and she loads up her ammunition by feasting on the blood of your enemies. Sorry about that, but yeah, you do suck up the blood of your enemies with this thing, and it's good. In normal mode, she fires like 5 exploding balls that latches onto your enemies and explode, and in alternate fire mode, she spits out a saw blade made of blood, completely obliterating anything that stands in its way. Now, this is said to be a hard game, and I honestly don't know, after 30 years of playing FPS games, maybe I'm becoming better and better at them, or maybe that's not the case. But I did play on the intended difficulty with projectile speed and projectile damage up to 100%, because yeah, you can actually change those in the game, which is a pretty cool feature. However, I never lost all of my lives in my first playthrough. What do you mean all of your lives, Slim?
What do you mean?
Well, the game has these 1-ups. Collecting them gives you an extra life, and if you lose all of your lives, it's game over and you have to restart the level from scratch that you're on. Luckily, that didn't happen until the last boss for me. So I do believe, however, that this is a cool feature that really adds to the tension of the game if played at a higher difficulty level. Now, the gameplay really is a winner in this game, but do remember this: F is for flashlight, and you will need it because this is one dark game, and sometimes it is a little hard distinguishing the enemies from the environment if not lighted properly. So use the flashlight. Now, for the audio and graphics of this game, it's all pretty neat. The graphics, they do feel quite standard. It looks and feels a bit like Dusk, but in a really bloody and grotesque way. I mean, at one point you're literally jumping down a gigantic bleeding asshole.
What?
And that doesn't even feel strange for being in this game, and that says a lot about the aesthetics of this one. You will bathe in rivers of blood, walk through some very meaty and bloody hallways, fight in intestine-looking arenas, and you do somewhat get used to it after a while, so the effect kind of wears off. But that's when the game changes it up, and all of a sudden you're in a castle or a city. It's just really all well implemented, and it changes up at a great pace. But nonetheless, the graphics, they do feel basic, and they don't really stand out. But the art style, it does stand out, and its grotesque design. So in my eyes, all in all, it is a win. But something that would have really amped up the graphics is if it stayed low poly and pixely just as it is, but added in a few more modern elements like more realistic lighting and reflection. That would have been godlike in this grotesque environment. Now, when it comes to the music, it is spot on. It's not pure heavy metal throughout the game, even though sometimes the metal does come forth. But for the most part, it has this very unsettling horror, almost cyberpunk music to it, which fits incredibly well with the game. It really heightens the whole experience a lot. So whatever you do not turn off the music in this game. The guns and enemies, they sound alright. It has somewhat an empty sound to it. For example, the guns, they don't sound as powerful as they look. I would have liked a little more bass for the shots, because as is now, it sounds a little empty and weak in a way. And that's pretty much the best way I can explain it. But this does not affect the Magnum, because that sounds fantastic. And it is great for spilling blood! Now, in conclusion, this is a great boomer shooter. It's satisfying, it has a very unique and interesting art style and design to it. It got tight movement, cool guns, and it's just overall a great and fun experience to play through. However, only episode 1 is available as of now, and it is very not lengthy. So if you want to wait for the full release, I would say wait, because it is coming. Development has not halted on this game. Oh, hello, baby. My bratskis, oh so many times have I heard you say, Slim, have you played Cultic? Slim, what do you think of Cultic? Slim, have you ever popped some heads in Cultic? And once, one even asked me if I had played the infamous Cultic, and up until this point I have had to say no. No, I have not played Cultic nor Cultic. I had not even popped a single head. You know what, I have not even played Blood, the game that everyone keeps saying Cultic draws inspiration from. That and Resident Evil. And in all honesty, I can see the Blood inspiration, taking the dynamite and shotgun pretty much looks and works identical in both games. You know something else that I can clearly see? Some head popping. But Resident Evil? Honestly, not so much. I know, the developer himself has said that the game draws inspiration from Resident Evil. I just don't see it as clear as everyone else, okay? You know what though? I got some massive Return to Castle Wolfenstein vibes. The monstrosities, the zombies, the skeletons, the cult, aka Nazis, the castles, the crypts, I mean it is all here. At times I felt like I was playing a worse looking Return to Castle Wolfenstein with 10 times better movement and feeling weapons. Oh yeah, and of course some crazy head popping. And I'll take this opinion with me to the grave, but you know what? I make it sound like it's a bad thing. It is not. Return to Castle Wolfenstein is a freaking great game, and I'm here to tell you today why Cultic is a freaking great game as well. So the game, it has a story. There are letters and notes scattered throughout the game that I did not read them honestly. I have no freaking idea what they say, but I bet you they're well written and good, truly elevating your experience with the game tenfold. Maybe, I'm not sure. The thing is, I cannot be arsed to read 25 notes in a game to catch its story. The game, it needs to tell me through dialogues or small cutscenes. Hell, some text in loading screens between levels would work. And it really is a shame that the game decided to tell its story through notes scattered here and there. Easy to miss, easy to skip, and very easy to forget. Because the world is so amazingly well crafted and well put together, it truly feels so freakishly alive. It feels like you're playing through a really good movie, but it's lacking the middle scenes to change up its tempo a bit. It is non-stop gun-fu action and little to no time to hit your emotions of a small but meaningful story that I am confident that the game could have pulled off if it wanted to, due to its amazingly well crafted and alive feeling world. Hey, I might not be one for reading notes in games, but I really am one for popping heads in video games. And for that reason alone, you should hit the like and subscribe so that you don't miss these amazing, obscure indie shooters that you can just pop off beautiful heads with. Because you wouldn't want to miss that, right? I can't wait to get into more battles, more fighting. What? Oh! So if you didn't catch the drift, the levels, they are non-stop gun-fu action. There is very little to no puzzling, minimal amounts of platforming. I mean, there are some, but it's not like it will challenge you very much. But they are freakishly, brutally well crafted. As I said, they feel so alive. They feel so like real locations where some real shady shit has gone down. It feels like a cult from beyond has occupied the place, turned it into an unholy place, and here you are, awoken from the dead, ready to kick ass. But there is so much more to it than that makes it amazing. The game, it is divided into 10 levels, and I have complained about this before. When games don't have interconnected levels, it is still important that each level makes sense. They have to feel interconnected. You cannot jump from space in one level and then without any hints you go from space to hell. Luckily, Cultic does an excellent job at this. The levels, they feel interconnected. You feel like you're progressing through this sick place. And it is jam-packed with surprises left and right, new huge buildings for you to explore, outdoor areas, dark forests, camping grounds. There is just a ton of variety, and it hooks you from the very start to the very end, because it constantly made it feel new, fresh and exciting. But that is not possible if you only change the aesthetics. Each area were also so differently designed that each offered its own way of playing through them. One area could be big and open, opting for some sweet sniper kills. The other could be dark and cramped, loaded with melee enemies just charging at full speed towards you, opting for some sweet shotgun action. And the variety and freshness that I'm describing here is kept throughout the whole game. I'm so scared. I'm so nervous right now. If only you had a chainsaw to get through that barricade. Wait. Oh. Why do I hear a chainsaw? No, I'm terrified. No, I'm absolutely terrified. Oh shit! I forgot to save. What's going on? Where is he? I don't know where he is. I think I got him. I got him. So the levels, well, they are pretty damn good, but my friends, that is not all that is good with this game. The game that has been sent down from the heavens themselves. The weapons, they are fucking brutal! I mean, did you see that? I mean, come on! The crunchiness is just beyond this world, and to top it, you get that 2-second slow motion at random times when popping off heads. Honestly, my top crunchiest weapons prior to this was Boltgun. I love Boltgun's weapons, combined with the crunchiness of the enemies in that game. But this right here, it takes the cake. Cultic, it has the best and most satisfying weapons that I've ever had the pleasure of playing with. And I want you to write this down, because I don't think that we will see any other game take the crown from Cultic in a good while. As per usual, I will not spoil them all for you, but my 3 favorite weapons are as follows: the shotgun, the repeater, and the dynamite that looks like it's taken straight out of blood. And yeah, this is the first time in history a throwable weapon has made it into my top 3. Now that says something about the excellent weapon design in this game. Now apart from the weapons being good, they also offer alternative fires to them. Not the most exciting ones, but they're there. Also very easily forgettable. But what is not forgettable is that you can upgrade your weapons, make them stronger and faster. They won't visually change or alter their fires, but as I said, they will get stronger and faster. Now to do so, however, you have to hunt for weapon parts, and they are very often hidden away in secret areas, on average around 4 per level. Fairly fun secrets to hunt for, often requiring some thinking, scouting and solving to reach. This looks like pure garbage, and I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Some parts of the environment can be destroyed, yep. This wasn't even a secret area, what? We entered a freaking door. So the crunchiest game has finally been played, and I am so happy I played it. I had so much fun playing it, even though I did not follow along with the story. The environmental storytelling and how alive the world felt made the game so stuck in my head that even when I was not playing it, I was thinking of it, longing to jump back in and blow some more heads off, explore some new environments and fight off some monstrosities. But boy oh boy, is the game one ugly one graphics wise. The color palette, it is just god awful, at least for the first hour that you play. But trust me when I say that you do get used to it, so much so that it starts to make sense. It fits this game so freakishly well once you start to get the grips of it. It helps with the world feeling alive, dark and gritty. It's just another one of those things that Jason, the sole developer of this game, has put in the game because it makes sense. It makes the game near perfect, like every other prop, weapon, enemy and level design choice in the game. And the music is no different in the game. Composed by Jason himself, it is freaking near perfect. It is amazing. Enemies, they come in plenty. Cults, armored cults, zombies, skeletons, mini-bosses, big bosses, you name it, the game has got it. But they are not all as well crafted as the rest of the game. Most of the time they're actually quite stupid, often just trying to reach you no matter the obstacle in the way, which in return often makes them get stuck in a box in front of them or a ledge or whatever it might be, making it super easy to pop their heads off no matter the difficulty you're playing on. And most notably, this way of behaving often made it very easy to cheese the bigger enemies, the ones who simply just charge at you and cannot get through cramped areas. All you gotta do is hide in a cramped area, let them charge you and get stuck. Now, all you gotta do is simply finish them off. This actually ruined a few moments in the game for me, but it did not ruin my overall experience. It is still one fantastic and close to perfect boomer shooter experience that might actually be a little hard getting into at first due to the game's color palette. But please don't let that scare you off. If you do, you will truly miss out on one of the best FPS experiences out there right now, and you will also be missing out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Boomer Shooter review time yet again, and I will do my absolute best to help you figure out if this game is for you or not. Now let's do this. Today's meat on the grill is no other than the newly released GC Doom retro shooter called Supplice. Now, let's begin with the story. It goes something like this. The story of Supplice will bring you to the far corners of the universe as humanity has outgrown its cradle. As a part of a terraforming team, it was your job to find and prepare new worlds for colonization. While unleashing biomechanical horrors was not on your terraforming to-do list, saving the world will now have to be in your resume. Now the story is being told through an AI and its screens, so if you want to follow along on the story, be prepared to read a few pages. And it's a little saddening to say this, but even if you're not a reader like me, I highly recommend that you do read what the AI has to say. Not only does the AI tell a story, it's also giving you objectives and explaining how to do them. For an example, your next objective might be to activate an elevator, but you have no idea that is your objective unless you read what the AI has to say. Honestly though, I'm just glad that there actually is a story in this game. I am getting so used to playing retro-inspired shooters that doesn't even have a story nowadays. And the story, it's good in my opinion. And once I actually started reading what the AI had to say, it wasn't as painful as I imagined. It was actually quite entertaining. And every time you bump into one of those AI terminals, it actually has something new and interesting to say, so it adds a little level of excitement to finding these. Now when it comes to the gameplay, I firstly want to point out that the weapons and the sound that they have are excelente. Each weapon has an alternate fire mode, which is great, but what makes them feel so good is the perfect balance between retro and modern. It's leaning heavily on the old school, but the sparkles of modern are just enough to make it feel great even today. And if I have to bash on something, it's that there are no reload animations to the guns. And I love beautifully crafted reload animations, but there are none to be seen here, which on the other hand keeps the pace of the battles going with zero interruptions. So this situation is a little give and take. If you ask me, I would rather have seen some reload animations than have a fluid combat scenario. But I want to know, what do you think? Leave a comment down below. Now when it comes to the enemies, the sprites are beautiful and the variation is great, ranging from your typical mutated soldier to ring-spinning abominations, some charging you and others shooting you with different weapons. However, I felt that they were a little too stupid. It's sometimes too easy to just snipe away with your burst rifle without them even noticing you, even after getting hit. And sometimes they got completely stuck in the room that they were in because they couldn't figure out how to get out. But when fighting in open arena style locations, they worked great. And the boss fight I got to experience, it was quite epic. The levels on the other hand did not fall into my liking at all. I was very often lost and confused, not being able to find the right path or key to unlock a certain door, and this happened in every single level I played. You do have a minimap to help you out, but the minimap felt about just as confusing as the levels. Here, however, the AI terminals helped me more than the map did. The levels, they're also quite big and long, which is totally fine since you can save at any point, and they offer a ton of secrets, with a nice blend of super hard to find and occasional haha, I knew that there was going to be a secret behind this crate. But going back to the maps being big, it doesn't help with you getting lost and running around like a headless chicken looking for the right door to take. Luckily though, headless chickens can run pretty fast and so can you in this game. Apart from me getting lost though, I did have a great time playing this. It leans very much more into the old school than it does the modern, so don't jump into this game thinking you got a 50-50 split of modern and old school, but that does not take away the fact that this game is a blast to play. Now when it comes to the graphics, well, the pixels are beautifully crafted in the GC Doom engine. You can clearly see that they have been created with passion and attention to detail. I did not see a single thing that stood out as poorly made or not fitting. They really nailed the retro feeling that they were going for, which was to create an angry sister of Doom. And that said, the old school graphics, they are not for everyone. And even if you're down that path, thinking that this is not for you, trust me when I say this. The more you play old school inspired shooters, the more you will come to appreciate them. And this is coming from someone who was thinking, oh, what is this mess, to wow, this is beautifully crafted, this pixel art is amazing, and all I had to do was just to get fed more and more old school inspired games to actually appreciate them. Now, this game actually nails the graphics department. Now the audio, as I mentioned earlier, is great. The guns are spot on and the same goes for the enemies. The 90s vibes are here and they are sounding good. The soundtrack, in my opinion, is also good. It really helps with the atmosphere of the game, but it does get a little repetitive, at least when you're lost and just running around an empty map, listening to the same tunes over and over. Overall though, this is a cool addition to the GC Doom family of games. There are some aspects I would like to see improved, such as the enemy AI, the level design, and some added reload animations. But apart from that, it's a great and beautiful looking experience that I would not recommend to newcomers and boomer shooters, but I would highly recommend to fans of it. Now, if this game was for you or not, that is totally up to you. I hope I helped you figure that out. Leave a comment down below, will you be getting this game or not? And if you haven't had enough of awesome shooter games, don't miss these.